the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street. Love and bless up everyone. The Rasta man no skip a beat. The Rasta man unique. We not go take defeat. The mission not be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend. Real empress no bend.
Good morning, colleagues. We will recess. Tricia, you...
that's around my mind. If I had a second chance to spend with you.
Good morning again. I had to abruptly stop the initial calling the meeting to order and introductions. We were having a bit of a technical issue here with the recording of the meeting. So, again, good morning, colleagues, senatorial and central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Wednesday, May 31st, 2023 is hereby called to order. Before we proceed to roll call, I would like to note that this past Monday, we observed Memorial Day. I had the distinct honor to represent the 35th Legislature and make a few remarks at the Memorial Day ceremony in Cruz Bay, St. John. Once again, thank you to our fallen heroes who bravely served our nation. Thank you to their families, friends, and colleagues. We are forever grateful for their lives and service, as well as for their sacrifice. I know that no one wants to hear the word hurricane, but tomorrow, Thursday, June 1st, marks the beginning of the hurricane season. Let us take time to prepare for the season by cleaning around our homes and stocking up on non-perishable supplies. Most importantly, let us all pray for a season without hurricane impacts within our Caribbean region and the world. For the first time in years, and this is really important, the first time in years, all of our public schools and most of the private and parochial schools have completed their graduation and promotional exercises before the month of June. Again, I extend congratulations to all of the universities and high school graduates, as well as promotees. Now that school has ended, most of our students are now on summer break. I am encouraging our parents and guardians to please keep our students academically engaged. One of the best ways to do this is by reading. Have them read at least 30 minutes daily. Provide them with learning activity books to prepare them for the next grade level. Many learning activities can be found online to keep them academically stimulated. Be sure to get them to spend some time outdoors to play, get sunshine, and of course, the most important, exercise. Another avenue to keep our students engaged is through summer employment programs around our community, such as the one offered by my office, some of my colleagues, the legislature, VI Department of Labor, and other agencies. Eligible students are provided with an opportunity to develop good work ethics, receive on-the-job training while earning a paycheck, as well as developing professional relationships. And this goes a long way because those professional relationships our young people develop are the relationships that will last a lifetime. Let us continue to work together to provide meaningful opportunities for our students. Investing in our children is investing in our future. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Present. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Present. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter, present. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. And thank you, colleagues, for being present here today. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences?
No, we do not, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Please proceed to reading today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, May 31st, 2023, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall in St. Thomas. The purpose of this meeting is to receive testimony on the operations of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission and to receive and consider the following legislative measures. Bill number 35-0036, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, Subsection F, Paragraph 11, to clarify the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. This bill is sponsored by Senators Angel L. Bolkes Jr. and Kenneth L. Gittins. Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8A, relating to the Office of Veterans Affairs to establish the Veterans Council under the Office of Veterans Affairs to serve as an advisor to the Office of Veterans Affairs and as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. This bill is sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Bill number 35-0033, an act honoring and commending Mr. Benny Stevens posthumously for his heroism in saving the lives of a mother and her children, and to rename the Bovoni Road route number 30, specifically from the entrance of the abattoir to the entrance of the Bertha C. Sheltie Middle School, the Benny Stevens Drive. This bill is sponsored by Senators Ray Fonseca and Marvin A. Blyden. Bill number 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day. This bill is sponsored by Senators Angel L. Bolkes Jr. and Marvin A. Blyden. Block 1, 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. The committee will receive testimony on the operations of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission, included but not limited to enabling law and jurisdiction, current department challenges, and plan of action to resolve challenges. The invited testifiers are Ms. Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission, and Ms. Loretta Lloyd, Chairwoman of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission Board. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 1 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We do not see anyone from Block 1 for today's meeting, which would include the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. I'm going to take a very short recess, 5 minutes. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. And we are back on the record. Colleagues, the representative from the Taxi Cab Commission, the executive director, Ms. Vernice Gum, has appeared, albeit late. I just want to put on the record that we had sent to Ms. Gum a letter inviting her, and as well as Ms. Lloyd, who is the chairperson of the committee of the Taxi Cab Commission, on May 12. And the time for them to have appeared before us, and my office was communicating with them on a number of times, and the time for them to appear was 9:30 a.m. I'm just a little bit perplexed that we are not seeing their attendance on time. I try to start on time. I believe that helps with the efficiency and the operation and to really set the tone. So I also wanted to first welcome Ms. Vernice Gums, who is present here with us today. I know that the committee had requested Ms. Gums and the Taxi Cab Commission's attendance before this committee, which has oversight over the Taxi Cab Commission on two separate occasions, the first being February 28, 2023, and at that invitation, we did receive correspondence from Ms. Gums indicating that she was not well, and the committee was gracious and compassionate to remove her from the agenda and the Taxi Cab Commission and remove them, and in fact put in place some other agency because of her illness. And we again, on March 20th, hoping and praying that we had allowed sufficient time for her to, and the Taxi Cab Commission, to get their health and work in order, had also invited them on March 20th. And again, we received a letter indicating that there were some medical issues. And finally, we are here today, May 31st. So we've had about 4 months of request, and we have the Taxi Cab Commission coming before us. They are late, but they are here, and we are grateful. I understand that the executive director still has some challenges, health challenges, but we are grateful that you are here. We all receive and are placed in a position that we say that we can do, and so we need to do whatever it takes to provide the services to the people of the Virgin Islands. Sometimes we have to dig down deep to get that done and to work with each other. So in noting and understanding that, Ms. Gums, you have some issues with your larynx, we're going to have my clerk read your testimony into the record. Also, we are going to first have you recognize that you're here. I also want to recognize the presence of the Senate Vice President, the Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, who is not a committee member and is here with us today. I also would like to acknowledge and recognize the presence of non-committee member, the Honorable Angel Boquez Jr., as well as non-committee member Dwayne M. DeGraff. And I would like to thank all three of you gentlemen for joining us here today for this very important committee meeting, because the Taxi Cab Commission is the gateway to our most important revenue-generating industry, which is tourism. And that is why when I started off we made sure that we called, for this committee, we called the Taxi Cab Commission first. Okay, so I also would like to note that the chairwoman, Ms. Loretta Lloyd of the Taxi Cab Commission Board, is also joining us virtually, and I thank you also, Ms. Lloyd, for being here today. Know that I am not in a very pleasant mood. I'm really, I have patience, but my patience is wearing thin. So given all of those information that I have just mentioned, Madam Clerk, would you be so kind to read the testimony of Ms. Vernice Gums? You have some correspondence. First read the correspondence that you just received.
A letter dated May 31st, 2023, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, 35th Legislature, Chairwoman of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Greetings, Senator Joseph. Please note for the records, I will be tardy to the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting scheduled for 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, May 31st, 2023, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers. I will arrive as soon as possible, and thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 35th Legislature, member of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's correspondence.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I understand that the Senator will be tardy. We will continue and just note that she will be tardy to today's meeting. Madam Clerk, could you kindly move forward with reading into the record the testimony from Ms. Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission.
Testimony of Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director, the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. Thank you, Chairperson Carla Joseph, and members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection for inviting me to speak for your committee today. My name is Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. Appearing with me today are members of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission's board. Today, I will provide an overview of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission, primarily from an administrative standpoint. First and foremost, the offices of the Taxi Cab Commission on the islands of St. Thomas and St. John are currently shuttered due to environmental issues. It was necessary to close the agency as to protect the health and safety of the employees during the testing, remediation, cleaning, removal of contaminated furniture, and sanitation of the office. Understandably, this closure has been very challenging on the part of our automobile for hire industry, stakeholders, management, and staff, as we were only able to provide limited services through our partnership with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Thank you, Director McIntosh, Assistant Director LaFond, and the BMV staff for your assistance on behalf of our automobile for hire operators. The Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission has been and will continue to remain committed to our automobile for hire industry, stakeholders, management, and staff. Presently, we are working on building out of the office with surplus furniture from the GVI and look forward with great anticipation to reopen our doors on Monday, June 5th, 2023 at 8 a.m. for normal business operations. We thank all persons who made it possible, and more importantly, we humbly extend a heartfelt thank you for your understanding and patience while we worked through the environmental safety concerns of the persons who conduct business and work within our office structure, located at Sobase on the island of St. Thomas. Secondly, while Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission is in an unfortunate precarious situation on the island of St. Thomas and St. John, our St. Croix office has remained fully operational, servicing our St. Croix constituents. Sadly, the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission has been lacking and continues to lack the technological infrastructure which would have allowed us to provide services to our constituents in real time. Upon my employment with this agency, this is one of the areas I was able to identify as critical for the community of operations in real time. The goal of the Commission is to improve its day-to-day operations, ensuring that consumers provided safe, reliable, consistent, and professional transportation by our automobile for hire operators, who are the first to meet and most often the last to interact with visitors to our beautiful islands. To achieve this goal, the Commission is prioritizing its plans to fully automate our operations, including the establishment of a database of all automobile for hire medallion owners, licenses, and vehicles. The proposal includes automating key functions, especially enforcement activities, and the ability to make payments online. We also anticipate establishing an electronic mail and file sharing system as we are upgrading our website so that we may provide increased education to the public regarding our functions, procedures, and activities. While I am diligently working to have the first phase of this project rolled out by summer, funding remains a challenge. Third, I have been faced with the lack of involvement and job performance by employees. It is challenging to work as a team when everyone does not put his/her best foot forward. A territorial assessment has revealed that in the recent years, employees in the St. Croix office have consistently worked to ensure daily revenues are inputted into the GVI ERP system, maintain an updated medallion registry database, provided monthly reports, respond to complaints timely, and issued citations, etc. While the employees in the St. Thomas office, which also services St. John, has failed to maintain an accurate updated medallion registry database, ensure daily revenues were entered into the GVI ERP system, and provided monthly reports, respond to complaints timely, if at all, and issues citation. As a result, I have no recourse but to review the hard copy medallion owner/operator file folders before approving any transaction, hold each employee accountable for his/her respective duties, and issue verbal and written warnings due to insubordination. The agency is currently undergoing a long overdue audit by the Inspector General's office. Since accepting my employment as Executive Director, Acting Executive Director, and now Executive Director, I have appeared before the legislative body on multiple occasions and indicated that the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission welcomes constructive input from each and every one of our legislators as we diligently work to bring the Commission technology into the 21st century, increase our enforcement units, and ensure that our automobile for hire industry remain competitive in an evolving marketplace. This is the last local business standing, and it's imperative that we protect and preserve their investments. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to present an overview of the Virgin Island Taxicab Commission. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of the testimony.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. We do have the chairwoman of the Taxicab Commission Board, Ms. Loretta Lloyd, who has joined us virtually. Ms. Lloyd, you are recognized to place your written testimony on the record. I'm sorry, Ms. Lloyd, you are muted. So if you could begin again, first unmute yourself.
I just did, yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Okay.
now we are not able to see you, but we can read your name. So,
Oh, really?
yes,
Where
could
is
you?
the camera? I want you to see my face.
Yeah, I don't know what you touched, but you
Yeah.
touched something that placed you off camera.
Okay.
So try there you
Okay.
go. Now you're well situated. Can we hear just a microphone check to make sure that we can hear you? A pleasant good morning once again, Ms. Lloyd.
Hey, good morning.
Okay, good. We can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
You may commence reading your testimony into the record.
Okay. Pleasant good day, Chairperson Carla Joseph, committee and non-committee members, board members of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission, Executive Director Bernice Gomes, all persons attending this committee meeting, whether in person or virtually, the viewing and listening audience. My name is Loretta Lloyd, Chairperson of the Board of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. The Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission was reestablished as a semi-autonomous agency by Act number 6968 on October 10, 2007. It is comprised of a 9-member board appointed by the Governor of the Virgin Islands and approved by the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission is charged with the responsibility of regulating the automobile for hire industry. In response to your specific concerns, I hereby submit the following information. Rules and regulations. The last promulgated rules and regulations are dated in 1995. In 2010, the then board approved updated rules and regulations, which were transmitted to the Office of the Attorney General to be reviewed for legal sufficiency and subsequently transmitted to the Legal Counsel Office of the Governor for promulgations. We have been diligently following up on the status of this document without success. It is important that we obtain this document as it would be representative of the most current updated version of the rules and regulations, thereby giving the current board an opportunity to review and update further as needed. Bylaws. To the best of my knowledge, there has not been any bylaws established by the prior boards. As such, it was critical for the current board to engage in a contract for legal services so that we can bring structure to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. The final draft was presented to all members and ratified in March 2023. MBV SOP Section 913, Safari and Seating Capacity Policy. The Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission, in collaboration with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, established policy in 2021 as it pertains to the vehicle commonly referred to as Safari and the seating capacity of automobiles for hire. Our federally funded roads are generally 9 feet wide each lane. Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Section 500 speaks about the width, the length, and roads of vehicles in the Virgin Islands. More specifically, it states that no vehicle shall be wider than 8 feet, including all extension. It has been determined that a majority of 25 passengers safaris are wider than the 8 feet allowable by law, which should have never been allowed to happen. Taxi Commission does not inspect vehicles. That has always been the function of MDV. As a result, based on Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Section 403, the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission determines the seating capacity, and have determined that a maximum seating of 20 passengers for automobile for hire is fair and reasonable. Our legal counsel is also charged with developing the structure for standing committees with the board, developing the standard operating procedures known as SOP for our taxi inspectors who are certified peace officers, and developing an employee handbook for our administrative staff. Unfortunately, over the years, the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission has relied on policies established by other agencies for guidance which cannot continue. Finally, we will have approved policies and procedures specific to this agency. As a result of town hall meetings on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, and collaboration with our industry operators, the updated tariff for automobiles for hire became a reality in October of 2022. I want to thank everyone for their due diligence in making this long-awaited increase a reality. Since my last appearance before this committee, the board has hired Ms. Bernice Gomes as its executive director, which was like a breath of fresh air. Finally, we have an individual who is truly committed to structure, efficiency, and effectiveness. Ms. Gomes is responsible for the operational aspects of the agency, and I will ask that she be allowed to present the challenges she encountered and continues to encounter. Our greatest challenge is building a great team. In 2018, when a complement of 4 new board members was sworn in, there were already 2 members serving expired terms of more than 10 years until replaced or reappointed, and 1 member who was serving his 3-year term. The board should be a complement of 9 members, and as such, we were 2 members short. Establishing quorums for board meeting has been and continues to be our greatest challenge. As of today, there are still only 7 members, of which 6 members' terms are now expired. A 3-month schedule for board meeting has been established in an effort to minimize the optimism and commit ourselves to the work for which we have been sworn to do on behalf of the agency and the automobile for hire industry. I have spoken to the governor several times regarding the agency to fill these vacancies as soon as possible. And most recently, Mr. Toya Malone. I want to thank you for inviting me before your committee today to represent our progress and our challenges since the last time we appeared before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection. I am available to answer your question, and if I am unable to do so, I will ask that you grant me the opportunity to provide an answer within a week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Lloyd. Colleagues, we do have both invited testifiers from the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission here with us. And I also just noted on screen that Majority Leader Kenneth L. Gittins, and member of this committee, has joined us from the island of St. Croix. Madam Clerk, please note that Senator Gittins is here and present. We will begin, colleagues, with 1 round, and if we need to go to a second round, but remember, we have a very lengthy agenda. So first round of 5 minutes. We will start with Senator Angel Boquez Jr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Central staff. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to Chairwoman Lloyd. Good morning to Executive Director Gomes. The Taxi Cab Commission is the first and last line of representation in our tourism industry. And it is imperative that we have this agency lead the taxi men and women of this territory. And it is imperative that the Taxi Commission operates effectively and to assure that operations are available for the taxi men and women of this territory, or it will continue to struggle and deteriorate. Executive Director Gomes, I know that you've had your share of challenges with mold remediation for the last few months, and I would like you to tell us what is the status of that mold remediation currently as of today.
Good morning, everyone. Please excuse my voice because I'm suffering with strained vocal cords. So currently, what is happening is our office have been cleared.
Madam Chair, may I ask to hold my time and perhaps have the microphone turned up or closer for Executive Director Gums, please?
Is the Madam Clerk, hold Senator Bolke's time. Maybe we could have the chairwoman answer those questions also. That could be a viable avenue. And also have Ms. Gums try her very best. I don't want it to seem as if we're insensitive, but this issue has been going on for a while, and part of any work is to be able to communicate verbally and in writing. Okay, so media, I believe their volume is turned up. Ms. Lloyd?
Point of inquiry. Point of inquiry.
Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to all. I'm trying to verify where are we on this agenda. I'm looking at the agenda before me, but I'm seeing the first bill. But are we receiving an update at this time?
It's revised 3. Revised 3, Senator Gittins, it was sent out. We are in block 1, which states we are receiving an update, sir.
Thank you. We'll have a conversation after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's proceed, Senator Bolkes. Ms. Gums or Ms. Lloyd? Is Ms. Lloyd still available?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you. So, Ms. Lloyd, I'm sure you have gotten some updates. If you could answer Senator Bolkes' question relative to the state of the Office of the Taxi Cab Commission in Subbase.
To my knowledge, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. To my knowledge, the office is slated to open June 5th. We received some chairs, I believe it was, from Government of the Virgin Islands, I believe it was Property and Procurement. And we are still on the, we're still struggling with having to use manual system. Our internet is not working, properly, and the executive director has called in just about everybody that she knew, and I think there's some help, coming shortly.
Okay, and what is the status of establishing a technological footprint? What I mean by that is incorporating technology, more so technology in your operations. Have there been any efforts to get any quotes or any companies involved to try to establish that technological footprint? Please explain.
Yes, I don't have it. Yes, there are. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I know that I'm speaking with the executive director, and they have tried, and I think there is some help coming down.
Okay, it's very, very important because based on the number of phone calls that my office has received, and I'm sure many other senators as well, during the closure, there were a lot of issues that were brought forward concerning being able to access services remotely, being that the office was closed. And as we have learned that COVID has taught us that we can work virtually or remotely. And of course, the commission is a very instrumental part of the tourism industry. They are the first and last line of representation, as you know. I'm preaching to the choir. However, it's imperative for us as legislators to be able to assist and work with you to be able to provide you with the necessary tools to get the job done. So I want to make sure that that is something, as a proponent of technology I want to make sure and assure, at least I'm sure a lot of my colleagues would agree as well, we want to make sure that the Taxi Cab Commission has all of the proper tools to get this job done in today's age. We need to step away from the paper-based operations while we can still have it as a backup, but we really need to set that technological footprint into effect. May I ask Director Gums, how many employees do you currently have?
This office and 2 in the St. Croix office.
Okay, 4 in the St. Thomas office, 2 in the St. Croix office. Is that ideal for operations currently?
30 seconds.
Yes or no? No. Okay. Ideally, how many employees are you talking about that you would ideally want and need for proper operations of the commission in both districts?
A minimum of, let's say, 10 enforcement officers, an additional 2 administrative staff.
So an additional 2 administrative staff, and you want 10 officers territory-wide?
Territory-wide.
Or territory-wide? You currently only have how many enforcement
3.
officers? 3. By district, how many?
2 in St. Thomas, St. John, 1 in St. Croix.
Okay. Very well. And may I ask you, your pending processes, Madam Chair, may I please wrap up?
You may, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your pending processes, what that means is your permits, your licensures, anything that's pending currently. How many pending items do you have in your queue right now, being that you've been closed since February?
A pending would be all those who were supposed to be registering from March
From March
to current.
to current. Do you have a total as to how many pending?
Total, I cannot share a total because everything is a manual process. So there's nothing that is physically in place to
Okay.
keep track as to how
Okay.
many persons
So-
should be
Okay,
registering.
Ms. Gums, if you are it's not coming clear, and we don't want to exacerbate your condition and worsen it, maybe Ms. Lloyd can fill in the gaps for Senator Bolkes.
Like Ms. Gums, like the executive director said, that she doesn't have a count, right, numbers. And that's one of our challenges since the closing, well, before the closing actually, of the office. And I want to also extend that while the office was closed, there was a PSA posted and giving information, and 2 names were on those. There was Mona George, the secretary, and myself. And I want to tell you, I'm so pleased that everyone that we spoke to walked away feeling very happy that we had spoken to them and sympathized with them, because there was no winner, because we weren't making any revenues and they weren't making any. And I'm still in contact with those people because they call me all the time, and they're so happy that the office is now opening on June 5th.
Okay, Madam Chair, I only ask.
And we still would be on manual, operation.
Senator Bolkes, thank you so much, Ms. Lloyd. Senator Bolkes, your time has been called, and the chair was lenient with you. If we do need to have another round, we can. At this time, I would like to recognize the presence of committee member Alma Francis Heiliger, who has joined us in the St. Croix district. Welcome and good morning to you, Senator Francis Heiliger. The next committee member who is recognized for your 5 minutes is Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, pleasant good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for the time. The Taxi Cab Commission is very, very important. We live in a tourist community. And it's so important that when visitors come to the territory, they are greeted according to certain principles, and they are allowed to get a good first impression of the Virgin Islands. And what I'm seeing here is, I think the the current structure of the Taxi Cab Commission may not be the best. You know, as the chairman of the Health, Hospital, and Human Services Commission, I think there's another problem that I think is kind of similar in that in the hospital, we have 3 boards, a St. Thomas board, a St. Croix board, and an overall board. And if you've seen what's happening, the district boards are not functioning as efficiently and as effectively as you would like, and the territorial boards are functioning. And you know, I think there's a better fit. I definitely think Miss Gums is doing her best. Sometimes, you know, it is our job in the legislature to ensure that when we make decisions, we set them up so that they can be successful. And when we do that, we have to also look to make sure that it's not an unfunded mandate. And so I'm looking at the best fit, the best division where the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission can be located. And I think I am going to make a recommendation on that, but I need to get some numbers. So, Mrs. Gums, can you tell me about some budget numbers? Currently, is your division adequately funded?
Excuse me, through the chair, can I respond to that? As Bernice, I know her voice is thing. What I can tell you very briefly is that we generate our own revenues through permits and citations and business licenses. We are not funded by the executive branch, so we generate our own revenues.
Okay, the reason why I asked that is because I heard that you were on a manual system, and that, you know, in this day and age, being on a manual system is definitely, you know, raises some flags. So can you address when is the transition to an automated system, and what is needed to transition to an automated system, Chairwoman Lloyd? Thank you.
Like I said before, presently, Executive Director Gums is speaking with some people. I believe Omni is one of them. And I think she's still in talks with them. If she can speak a little bit and bear with her, maybe she can give you a bit more information.
Well, I still believe, right, that we need to make sure that the Taxi Cab Commission is located in the best area and that it is adequately staffed and funded, because we're in a tourist industry, and our tourists, when they come here, we must guarantee that they get good treatment and get a good impression of the Virgin Isles so that they can return. So I would like to ask through the chair if the director, Miss Lloyd, can supply what is needed to become automated, because I understand that they are not there yet. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Relative to the budget for the Taxi Cab Commission, we just yesterday received the executive branch budget. And I know some of my colleagues have not had opportunity to fully comb through it, and neither have I. But in preparation for today's committee meeting, I looked through and had my staff pull up what is the appropriation for this year, well, this coming year, fiscal year 2024 budget for the Taxi Cab Commission. It is $1,017,776. So That is what the appropriation is for fiscal year 2024 will be, just so that you know. I believe it's probably the same amount that was funded in the previous years. I do know that this body has consistently supported the Taxi Cab Commission and given them what they have requested. This body. There has not been a time when this body has said to cut. We have been very much in support and have demonstrated this support by increasing their budget over the years. In fact, the chairwoman and I had lengthy conversations with it, and I also had supplied the chairwoman with the acts when they were passed and being championed. But we are at a crossroads here, colleagues, because all that we have done and in support is what we are here to ask questions to see what has been moving forward, really to support this critical industry that we all depend on to move our Virgin Islands forward and be in response to what is needed. Senator Boquez, my colleague, mentioned that they are the gatekeeper, the first and the last, the Taxi Cab Commission. So it's very critical that we really get a good grasp of what is happening. Senator Milton E. Potter, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, good morning. Thank you very much. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers who are here before us today, as well as Ms. Lloyd, who is participating via Teams. The taxi industry really, and I think it has been said over and over again, it is the last remaining vestige of local control in the tourism industry. It really is. And I think it is imperative that we do whatever we need to do to ensure its continued growth, development, and survival, for sure. We hear a lot when you go to these sea trade conferences and you hear the experts talk. You hear a lot about the need for the Virgin Islands to refresh our tourism product, to develop new meaningful attractions. But everything is really for naught if you don't have a means, a mechanism of getting the potential tourists and visitors to the events and activities. So it is very much vital and imperative that we have a thriving taxi industry here in the territory. And I wanted to just start by asking, I'm going to ask Ms. Lloyd, because I understand the limitations of Ms. Gums. But in your view, as the leadership arm of the Taxi Cab Commission, what are your biggest concerns about the state of the taxi industry here in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
It's a kind of a funny question, but I'll try to answer it. The state of our Taxi Cab Commission, I think it's good, despite that we had COVID, and then we had some issues in the inner office, which I cannot speak freely about because we are having audits done by the IG office and the Inspector General office. And that soon will be, I don't know how soon that will come out. But there was a lot of stuff that was uncovered since Ms. Gums came on board. And that's our biggest challenge.
Okay. Is there a strategy? Because when you walk, you know, I go to St. John every now and then, you go down to the airport every now and then, you encounter taxi drivers, and the feedback and the comments, aren't, what you would want to hear from taxi drivers, who hold such a critical role as far as transporting folks and, just the critical nature of the role that they do. with regards to the tourism industry. Is there something that you have in mind? Is there a specific strategy to bring back or restore the confidence which has apparently been waning over time? Is there something that we can do as a commission to restore the confidence back to the industry with respect to the perspective of the drivers, persons who do the heavy lifting on a day-to-day basis?
Well, all I can say to that is that, have some educational, meetings, with all stakeholders and let them know what is required of them and from us. And I also want to say to Mr. Patter and anyone else listening, if you have a complaint from a taxi driver, feel free to contact the executive director. She's administrative and policy and procedures. But you can call us with your complaint. And I can give you one small example very quickly. Had an individual who called the executive director, who called me, and
1 minute.
He had all his stuff ready, and he brought somebody from the executive branch with him. And when we opened his file, lo and behold, incorrect, insufficient information. And those are the type of things that we want what you need to bring to get a business license, to get your car registered, not registered, but to have an approval to register your car with the MDV.
I wanted to ask you another question.
It's lack of education or self-explanatory.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, Ms. Lloyd, in your testimony, you mentioned that the commission submitted rules and regs to the AG for legal sufficiency and, of course, then to forward it to the governor, and that you've been in the dark, so to speak, with regards to the status of this very critical document. Why has it taken so long? What are you hearing from Government House with regards to the finalization of the rules and regs so that it can be implemented?
Well, we need to get that, the last set of information that we got, from them, so that we can have our attorney, look at them and update them, because some of the rules and regs and some of the information therein needs to be updated. And that's what we've been waiting for.
But why is it taking so long? You mentioned that in 2010, and I'm not sure if you were there in that capacity.
I wasn't.
But you're saying that in 2010, it was transmitted to the governor, I believe, and you're in the dark regarding the status of the document. So I'm wondering how...
The last person I spoke to, Senator, was Attorney Bourne. And he couldn't locate it. And that's the information I got. So we're still pumping and looking, for it. But we also have so that our attorney can look at it and update, some of the information that they have there. But we haven't given up.
Yeah, I mean, just considering the critical importance of updated rules and regs, considering the role of the commission in driving the taxi industry, how much longer can you wait? In my view, if you're talking about 13 years trying to get this document promulgated and implemented, how much longer can you wait to get that done?
Well, I would try again. Mr. Bourne has since retired, and I would investigate, and whatever it is we have, we would have our attorney look at the rules and regs and put something together for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter, for that line of questioning. Senator Samuel Carrion, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, to my colleagues, testifiers, and viewing and listening audience. Clearly, the Taxi Cab Commission needs a overhaul, makeover, inside out. The problems that have been plaguing this commission has gone year after year. I think more than a decade, some of them streaming about a decade or more. And it seems like a non-ending story of issues and complaint. We definitely need to, colleagues, take a good look at the commission and make the changes that are necessary, because tourism is our number one product. And the successfulness of this commission is something we cannot negotiate. I'm curious to find out, how long has the St. Thomas St. John office been closed for? I don't know if the chairwoman can answer, because I know Ms. Gums.
We do not have an office in St. John, to my knowledge.
How long has the St. Thomas St. John office been closed?
Oh, I'm sorry, St. Thomas St. John. Since March 21st. I'm sorry.
Since March 21st.
Yeah.
Was any temporary location sought after?
Yes, we sought many.
And weren't successful in getting none?
Yes, some, to accommodate the persons in the St. Thomas St. John office. We need a bigger office. Because we still need to have the cashier and the person who takes the information from the taxi drivers, to be there.
So I know in the testimony states the following: we were able to provide limited services. So I would like to know, what were the limited services, or are the limited services that you're currently providing, and what services you weren't able to provide?
Yeah, I believe that the executive director was working out of central stores, but even that, bothered her, her vocal cords and all of that. So there's not much that she can. She did the best that she can, and some of our stuff was stored in storage.
Sorry. So what limited service? I'm not sure if I got it clear.
Well, limited service. She would have to speak to you with that. Concerning that, maybe she can whisper to you or something, and have somebody answer.
But you're not aware. You're not aware what services were available during this time, as a chairperson. No, is it yes or no? No.
I
okay.
cannot say yes and I cannot say no. Okay.
All right. I'm not sure if we'll be able to hear from Ms. Gums given her condition. Now I'm very troubled.
Can we get information for you?
Yes, if you could provide that for me.
Yes, we will.
Okay. And during this time, the St. Croix office remained open. Now, Ms. Gums, since you came aboard, you realized that we were lacking some technological infrastructure in place. Since then, have you been able to, or the board, seek an estimate of what the cost would be to update our technological system in the office?
Are you posing a question?
1 minute.
Yes, to you, Ms. Chairperson.
Well, what will normally be done, since Ms. Gums is over operations, she would go out and she would seek all the information, and then she would, forward whatever information she has to us. And she's still, like I said, she's still working on that. I believe she has someone that she's looking at, which is Omni, and it's not complete as yet.
Okay, with regards to you mentioned a few times legal counsel. Who's your legal counsel?
His name is Ateem Abram.
Ateem Abram. So what about the policies and procedures for the agencies? Have those been approved by the commission, by the board?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have the bylaws, we have the resolution, and we have Administrative Procedures Act of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. We're working on the SOPs for the.
When were those updated? What was the last time those were updated?
They were recent.
Recent. Can you submit those through the chair to this committee?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So what are you missing currently is your rules and regulations. That's what you're waiting from.
And policies and procedures. Okay. What did you say?
What you're missing? What you're missing currently is your rules and regulations. Correct? That's what's still pending?
Yes, yes.
And the board is 2 members short?
Yes, presently, yes. This
Present.
current board, yes.
Okay. I have some other questions. I'm not sure maybe you might be able to answer because I'm curious to find out how many citations the St. Thomas District has issued so far, the number of complaints that you've received and those have been solved, what's the status on those that are pending, your medallion registry, what's the deadline to have that complete, and really, when was the last monthly report submitted from the St. Thomas St. John office? It really is an issue to hear the executive director state that the St. Thomas St. John office hasn't been fulfilling their responsibility by submitting the information within the system, providing monthly reports, and all of that, of course, leaves room for a bunch of other things that we don't want to occur. So if you could provide some of that information through the chair, or if you have any response on any of those questions, if you could answer in the chair's time, so that we could have this information.
I mean, what you want me to gather for you?
How many citations have been filed for the St. Thomas St. John district?
And medallions?
Yeah, yes. How many medallions you have, and what's the status of the medallion registry? Number of complaints received and status on those complaints, and submit to this body copy of your monthly reports, and when was the last one completed by the St. Thomas St. John office. Thank you, Madam Chair, for leniency.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Senator Javon E. James Sr., you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Colleagues, our job is to provide oversight, and I get it. But also our job is to pass laws as well. But here in the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 16, Section 274, it says that the Commission shall make recommendations to the Governor and the Legislature on all matters relating to the operation, regulation, and control of automobiles for hire. Meaning, when we select individuals to serve in the various capacities, we are hoping and praying that with the intellect that they have, that we will have some level of recommendations. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues do receive correspondence or speak with individuals from the Commission regarding recommendations, but I haven't seen much growth when it comes to the Taxi Cab Commission ever since I've served in this body, and I've been serving since 2018. So my question, if anyone can answer this, based on what was mandated in the Virgin Islands Code as far as recommendations, do you have any recommendations to this body? Or have you made any recommendations to the Governor regarding the challenges that you're facing right now?
We have not made any recommendations to the legislative body. I have written a letter to the Governor, but not our recommendation was to have a full complement of the board. That's the only one that I wrote to him about, and they need to have more officers, enforcement officers.
And what was the follow-up as far as making that happen? I guess that's going to be implemented in the next fiscal year budget. Like, give me a follow-up.
Yeah, we recently had a meeting with the Governor on the 25th of this month, and we talked about recommendation. I guess he's going to put it in writing to us, and then we would respond.
And it also says if a recommendation of the Commission is approved by the Governor and it can be implemented without legislation, the Governor shall, within 30 days after receipt thereof, take all necessary and appropriate action for the implementation of the recommendation. Colleagues, in other words, things that do not require legislation, all you have to do is bring it to the Governor. Once the Governor approves of it, it can happen. So it kind of like puzzled me, but I guess, we have to bring them here and let the world know that we're working and all these good things. But we need to put people in place that we don't have to be micromanaging. You understand? And I do support the bill that's in the next block, but I'm not even sure if that will even solve any of the issues. So at the end of the day, it's like, what are we really doing here? But I get it, to provide oversight. But it also referenced in the Virgin Islands Code that y'all should make recommendations as far as the overall experience of our visitors, since you're like the first line of individuals who encounter people visiting. I'm assuming that you receive a lot of complaints, feedback, ways to improve things in the Virgin Islands. What you guys do with this information? How are we growing? Anybody can speak to that?
I have not received any, recommendations from, visitors or anything like that. Not in my capacity.
So is there a process in place where individuals can give their feedback on the overall experience, whether it's on a local level or on a level where individuals are visiting the Virgin Islands?
I believe there is, and I'll have to speak with the executive director to get exactly. And if we have that, Senator James, we'll pass it on to you.
Sad. I believe I can fly. I believe. We need people who can say, listen, this is a number, 1-800, blah, 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 778, blah, 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 blah. We need to get information and data. I'm not going to ask any other questions.
Senator James, Senator James, to the chair.
No. With all due respect, thank you. I have no other questions. I'm just going to rant until my time is called. Colleagues, it's a sad day in the Virgin Islands because we brag and boast. And I want to say big up to the Commissioner of Tourism. We brag and boast about being the #1 destination and all these great things. But as an individual come here to the territory, we don't have a commission or things in place, a system in place that can ensure that in the future, and when I say the future, I'm talking about when my children then become older, for this generation that just graduated from high school, that they have a better experience as far as getting around. And I'm going to wrap up right now, Madam Chair. The Constitution guarantees certain things. And one of those things is the right to be able to, in the pursuit of happiness, be able to move freely and what have you, be able to traverse. And one of those rights that we take for granted is being able to drive a vehicle, being able to be taken around. And all I'm saying is, I know it has been a fight down when it comes to ride sharing. In my first term, I brought it, but I took licks, and I basically withdraw that. But I am very concerned about the future. I'm very concerned about the future for our young Virgin Islanders and our young visitors who are coming to the territory who want that experience. But I will leave it as that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I really hope and pray the governor will ramp up this thing. We pass legislation, let's get rid of the whole commission and put some new system in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator James. I'm happy in the way that you ended because I was hoping you had not forgotten that the buck stops here with any department or agency. The chairperson, I don't know if you recalled when I mentioned the chairperson of this commission asked this body to increase their budget, and we responded positively and gave them what they wanted. It is our responsibility. We created the Taxi Cab Commission, and we can do what we need to do to assure that this first and more vibrant industry continues to operate. The taxi men and women are the gatekeepers of the tourism industry. So we can't allow something to go unanswered. We don't have to rely on the executive branch. Our responsibility is to address it, okay? And I am hearing from you that you are on board for the legislature to do its responsibility, which includes the oversight, and that's why we're here. because we've been monitoring them before the 34th legislature when I was the chairperson. Okay, and so we are here to continue to monitor and put the pressure on because this is a vital industry to all of our existence. Thank you kindly. I will now like to recognize Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff for your 5 minutes. Senator DeGraff, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I would like to first start off with, I'm here to let's try to find some solutions. It's easy to point fingers and attack, but I like to try to find some solutions. Now, I know, Ms. Gums, your voice having a problem, but Director Chairperson Lloyd is off? She left? Oh, okay, Chairperson Lloyd, okay, good morning to you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Okay, I'm checking with, I know when I met with the executive, with the director early in the year, your employees are GS employees. And the GS employees received a wage increase this year, but it was not given to the employees of the Taxi Commission. I'd like to find out the status on that. It is due with retro presently right now. Are you aware of that, Chairperson Lloyd?
I know last year they did get an increase, and I believe they were slated for this year as well, and I don't know if they received it.
We couldn't understand you that well, ma'am. Could you repeat?
I'm sorry, Senator DeGraff. We're going to hold your time. Chairwoman Lloyd, speak into the mic so that our stenographer could be able to record what you're saying. Continue. Please repeat what you said.
Okay, I'm saying to you that I know that they received a wage increase last year, and they were slated to have one this year. I do not know if if it was received, again this year. Our problem with that is that can we continue to sustain those raises since we are not making any revenues?
Okay, and since you went in that direction, I was headed there also. You've been closed for 3 months. How much money prior to that were you generating on a monthly basis?
I think that question will have to be answered by the director. I think she's listening, and I would employ that she, send you something in writing.
Okay, good. I'll accept that.
I was
through the chair.
I'm answering questions.
Oh, you are. I do apologize, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'm answering questions, that operations and the board, and I was told that I was meddling, so I stepped back a lot. So I really don't, want to go that way again, this way. But I will answer as best as I can.
Okay, just through the chair, I'd like to get the money that you were generating prior to the closure. Now, Chairwoman and Executive Director, the bottom line is we have a problem. There's a major problem taking place. It cannot be swept under the rug. It has to be addressed. 3 months it closed. The taxi industry is a local, each individual is a business owner. They rely on this industry for survival. That's the urgency I'm looking to see for that. And I'm not seeing it from the commission in terms of getting the facility open. And make no mistake, I met with the executive director where I requested that she should have come out of that building from back in January or February when I met with you. So I'm not telling you to go back into the building to cause harm to you or the employees. I'm just saying there has to be an answer we have to arrive to now. 3 months has gone by. We can't allow a 4th month to come here where people are waiting to renew licenses. People are waiting to get vehicles, license plates, get them on the road and different things. That's a loss of revenue. That's a drastic loss of revenue. So I would urge the board members that are present and the executive director to get together. First, take care of your employees. Let's find out when could we get them their wage increase for, as GS employees do this year. First of all, find a location immediately and address what we have to address. Even paying for internet service because they were using property and procurement zone and it wasn't perfect. So it's need to be done. So, you know, a solution would be, let's find a place, or if you have to do a mobile type setup, then let's work on a mobile type setup. But the people need service, and it's gone too long. We could come here, we could bash you, we could be disrespectful and rude. That's not my way. But I do see that there is a major problem with the taxi commission, and it has to be addressed. And rather than waiting to get everything. So again, I stand in support for solutions. So if you want me to be a part of that, I'm willing. But let's stop this here because it really has gotten out of hand and needs to be addressed. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. I believe our next speaker is Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin Blyden, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, Central staff. Good morning, Executive Director Gums and Board Chair Lloyd, and thank you for your testimonies. But I must say, I am truly disappointed. It's unfortunate, but I'm truly disappointed. I'm not on this committee, but I saw it fit for me to be here this morning. With my dad being a taxi driver all his life, I understand the pain and the challenges that those drivers face. Many times they go out to work and they don't come up with no money. Many days. So this is an industry owned by local, mostly, if not all, locally business owners. This is one of the industries that's locally owned. And it's the most important industry in terms of our product, tourism. They're the first, they're our guests see, they're the last. And I believe those who have the responsibility of overseeing this industry must do everything within their responsibility to assure that it is run to the best capacity. And I have one question, because I'm not going to ask any question, because Ms. Gomes, I know you really cannot speak, and Board Chair Lloyd can answer most of the questions. I have one question. Board Chair Lloyd, when was the last time you had a board meeting? When was your last board meeting? Because I know the last time you guys were here, you did not have any. When was the last time?
Yeah, we tried to have a board meeting in March.
When? March when?
I don't have it in front of me right now. I have the calendar. I have to get back to you with that. But
that's my exact.
February and
Thank
March.
you.
March.
That's my exact point. That's my point, because if we care.
You asked me for a date,
Madam
and
Chair?
I don't have a date right
now. Chairwoman Lloyd, this is the senator's time. Kindly allow him to ask his questions and also place his remarks. This is his time. Thank you. Senator Blyden, you may continue.
That is my point. For such an important agency and a small agency, these things are supposed to be automatic. Automatic. I work hard enough for 20 years. I can tell you every meeting I had. Every meeting, every month, every time. I can tell you that. So my thing is, right, based on these two testimonies and the ones before, I have not seen any substantive information in terms of solutions, recommendations. I only see excuses. I'm not seeing anything of substance that can help the agency so that we can assist in. I'm not seeing that in these testimonies time and time again, and it frustrates me. It's very frustrating. The rules and the regs, the bylaws, etc. It's been, what, 5 years now? And we still don't have that? March, just now, because we're going to have a hearing? It's unacceptable. It is. They spoke to, in the testimony, they spoke to seating capacity. They spoke to a meeting that was held on a documentation in 2021. I mean, I have had meetings with the taxi drivers, at least 4 meetings. I have had meetings with the director to see how we can assist, my office can assist, and how we can come together and really move forward in terms of the taxi industry. There have been many recommendations put forth, many suggestions. They're the experts. Ms. Gums, Ms. Lloyd are new. They really don't understand the industry. None of us understood this job in depth before we got here. But if you really care, want to make a difference, you're going to do your due diligence and do what needs to be done to make sure the job is done. And I'm not seeing that. And that's my frustration. That is my frustration based on my meetings. Okay? And the next thing, as far as I understand, Board Chair Lloyd, are you in the territory this time, or are you still off island?
30 seconds.
Board Chair Lloyd, are you in the territory? Okay, thank you very much.
I saw you in January too.
Thank you. I did. She said, well, she didn't, the stenographer did not hear your response. I'm sorry.
I'm still off island.
Okay, thank you. My frustration. All hands on deck. This is too important. And I know my colleague said some stuff in terms of our responsibility. This is our responsibility. That's why we're here. There are several pieces of legislation coming forth in terms of revamping the whole taxi commission. And I am on board with all of them. I am. And I want to thank the director of DMV also for reaching out, and every time I reach out to her in terms of information, I know she also offered a space for the director to use in the interim because of the importance of the industry. So, say one, you say two, okay? Olive branch have been put forward, but there have not been any follow-up or follow-through. So my thing is, let's be real, let's get serious, and let's do right by our small business owners, locally owners. It is wrong for them, for our guests, for the industry, and for the territory as a whole. My colleague spoke to revenues, how much have been collected? Not much. Not much. Because the office has been closed. So what are we saying? Let's get real, man, and let's get serious because this can't work. Something must be done. I spoke to the governor myself yesterday. Something must be done. This cannot continue. It is wrong. And it's unacceptable in my opinion. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so much, Senator Blyden, for pointing it out. We've been experiencing some issues. This is critical. Anyone who has been a manager and you're seeing really quick turnovers with any agency or any entity, whether it's nonprofit, for profit, you know that something is happening there. And when individuals who are then placed in a leadership position and they are experiencing other things and they're not doing well, even to that, sometimes those of us who are in or have been in management position also understand that is part of how it is acted out, what shows that there are things happening there that needs to be addressed, and maybe we don't have the persons who are a good fit to get things moving forward. Perhaps, I'll say that, perhaps. I'd like at this moment to recognize our Committee on Rules and Judiciary Chair, Senator Diane T. Capehart, who has joined us from the St. Croix District. And welcome, Senator Capehart. At this time, I'd like to call on Majority Leader Kenneth L. Gittins for your 5 minutes. You're recognized for your 5 minutes, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. I remember vividly when I stated that the commission was a disaster. The same very chair of this committee was one of the first that told me, you can't say that. Why are you saying that? I don't know why we're sitting here today and acting all surprised. you know, and I'm thinking it, so I'm going to say it. But sometimes we create the problems that we hear complaining about. As I sit here, I'm wondering, why are we as a body here questioning the Taxi Commission chair? The Taxi Commission chair of operational issues that should be handled by the executive director, who seemingly is under the weather today. A decision should have been made because the lady can't even speak today. But now we're putting her through, giving us an update, and then when we're done, we're going right into a bill to make clear as to her duties and responsibilities. We got to do better as a body. Straight up. Title 3 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 274, I think it is, creates the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. What I want to ask the commission chair is that creation of law states that you're to have 9 members. How many members do you currently have sitting on the commission?
7. 7, Senator.
7. And of the 7, so 5 would be your quorum?
Yes. Yes, Senator.
And when you meet, do you meet your quorum?
Sometimes we do not. Most times we do not.
Most times you do not.
Yes.
Of the 7 members that you have on the commission, how many of them, their membership have expired, according to the Virgin Islands Code?
Oh, you mean the current board?
Yes.
All except 1.
So we have 7 members, colleagues, and 6 of them expired. How serious are we about this industry? We got to get serious. And I don't like to use the term, but you see the rubber stamping can't go on either. Because people that are serving in some of these boards, and not necessarily only the Taxi Cab Commission, some of them have no clue of the industry. And we got to make sure that every individual that's sitting on these boards and commission come with something to the table. I have no questions for any of them. And I'm just telling you, our colleagues, that we got to get serious. Because ain't a difference between a limo and a taxi. They're both vehicles for hire. If we want to get serious, then let's address this holistically and stop addressing this piecemeal. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. I want to, because I served as the chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations in the prior legislature, and I always try to give persons the benefit of the doubt when they're operating. I know we have senior representatives and legislators who've been here for a longer term than I have. But with operations, I look at how we work, how we communicate, how we conduct our business, and looking at the performance. And so I did give them the benefit of the doubt. And notably, I want to note this very important information. At one time, the Taxi Cab Commission had hired an executive director. And that executive director, the board, then hired an assistant executive director who is now our executive director. This board and the Taxi Cab Commission, because this body passed legislation, Bill number 34-0272, to in fact, and I had signed on this and voted in favor, to in fact allow the taxi cab executive director to hire and to manage. If you're having an issue at the top, I would think that you're having issues with your health, you would try to work and hire the supports that you need to make your job and to make you shine and your commissioners. I know the executive director has been there for almost a year. I haven't seen any traction on that. And that is a question I wanted to, because this bill 34-0272, was vetoed by the governor. And this would have been this year. When this body took some action, this body has been taking action. This body has been looking at this taxi cab commission for a while and its operation. Well, yes, it does take some of us some time to understand because you're new and you don't have the wealth of being here for a while, but I do recall that we did take action to try to rectify the issue, and the bill was vetoed by the governor relative to allowing the executive director to have some level of authority to manage and hire the necessary staff to operate and manage the taxi cab commission office. More importantly, this would have allowed the current executive director, who has been experiencing some challenges since we called her in February, the opportunity to get someone on board who could be her backup. I don't see that happening. Ms. Gumbs, let me ask you, have you put in place any, or better yet, Ms. Lloyd, have you been, because this was vetoed, so now you, the board, still have the authority to hire. Has there been any attempt to bring on some supports for Ms. Gumbs? Because Ms. Gumbs has been experiencing this issue for the past 4 months.
Senator? Yes, we have. As a matter of fact, the EED has been working, through OMB to fund fund at least 2 or 3 or 4 of those positions.
So have you sent out any notice of vacancies so persons could fill those vacancies? Because Ms. Gumbs was, if I recall correctly, and I do, she was Ms. Linda Smith's assistant executive director. So Ms. Smith had a backup. How is it that Ms. Gumbs doesn't have a backup herself now? And here she's experiencing some problems, which she's been health issues, which she's been experiencing since before February, when we called her up to appear, before we called up the taxi cab.
Yeah, we Ms. Gumbs been working diligently with OMB, our person at OMB, to try to fill those positions. I think she's still working with them. She did all this stuff that she needed so we need to hear from her.
If it was urgent, I would say that it should have been done, because this is not something that's new. I'm going to move on and ask and recognize the next senator for their 5 minutes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. It's still morning. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. My first question I would like to ask is to Miss Lloyd. Miss Lloyd, you spoke earlier to a question my colleague asked as to how many positions have been expired. How many of those positions are government appointed out of the 7?
Yeah, I believe it's two. Yeah, one is tourism and one is DLCA.
Okay, so those can expire. So that would mean all 5 and not 6. All 5 of the other members' positions are expired and not 6.
Well, no, all we have 7 members, all 6 are.
So,
We
okay,
have term limits.
it's supposed to be, you said a total of 9, I was told?
Yes.
Okay, so right now you have 7.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and you don't have anyone from which agency? Because if you have tourism
and DLCA
and licensing,
yes,
you have those 2 out of the 7.
Right.
That would be 5 people, right? Okay. Are you one of those individuals whose term has expired?
Yes.
Okay.
All 6 except 1, which came on 1 year ago. So 3-year term. Remember, we're in 3-year term.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, implore of our governor, who is charged with the responsibility of sending now nominees or either renominating individuals to really get on the ball with this, because this is a situation that I have been witnessing. This is my 2nd term as an elected senator. And if I'm in a situation where I'm watching one agency go through 3 executive directors just as long as I've been here, something is severely happening within this particular commission. Now, we did attempt, like my chairperson shared, to try to fix some of the issues through legislation, and it was vetoed, and my colleagues are attempting to do something else in regards to the administration of the commission. But do you feel that the commission is doing an ample job in really dealing with the management of the taxi commission, the board members themselves, or do you feel that some of this needs to be vested? Because it's one thing when a board could meet periodically as opposed to someone that's there dealing with the day-to-day operations. I need to hear your direct thoughts on shifting some of the burden over to the director themselves.
Okay, to answer your question, Senator Heiliger Francis, I think we are doing a superb job, given the consequences and given the limitations, that we have. As a matter of fact, I think it is 2 meetings ago, I can't remember right now.
So basically you're saying you don't feel that any of the responsibilities need to be vested in the individual that's there on a day-to-day basis, that's dealing directly, consistently with the taxi members themselves?
You have to tell me specifically what you're talking about, because I know we have a bill before us, 35, that's 0366, I think it is. I have not given my thoughts on that as yet. And so I think...
I just wanted to hear your thoughts. I'm going to just share mine. I want to ask a question. I know Ms. Gums can't really speak too well, but since you are here, maybe you could share with me. I have been dealing with a lot of not only phone calls, but individuals coming to the legislature that have had taxis, that have taxi men and women that have major issues with the closing of the location. One of the issues that they brought to my office's attention had to do with trying to register vehicles, getting paperwork signed off, going to BMV. There were some issues with registering those from 2022, and they had to turn in some documents. I also had some concerns from individuals who said they needed to get paperwork in a timely manner and they're being charged additional fees if things are not done in a specific time. First of all, could you tell me some of the issues you might be having with our taxi men going to the DMV and getting their vehicles renewed, etc. What are some of those issues? Because those are some of the most prevalent ones that I'm hearing from individuals coming to my office.
You're posing your questions to me or to Ms. Combs?
Well, I would like Ms. Gums to speak, but it seems she's having an issue. So as the chairperson who seems to think that you guys are doing a yeoman's job, I would assume you're aware of some of these issues and can also speak on them as well. So I'm listening.
First of all, Senator Francis Heidegger, or Heidegger Francis, the office has been closed
It's Francis Heidegger.
Francis Heidegger, the office has been closed since March 21st. There have been 2 PSAs posted. And there's no way that anyone, property and procurement didn't want anyone going into those buildings because at the time they didn't know what, what the problem was. And so nobody was able to, we don't have internet, so you couldn't work from home, all of that.
What kind of funding do you think it would take to really bring this commission up to par from a technological standpoint? Because some of the things that are needed could have easily been done online. I mean, the majority of our residents have smartphones.
Yes.
They could jump on a computer, a tablet. What are we doing wrong that we can't get to that type of level that if a building shuts down, a whole access to getting information and processing stuff shuts down with it?
Well, we have been trying to, at least the executive director has been trying to speak to get the infrastructure going, the internet. Sometimes she's on the internet, bam, it's gone out. She has to run home to get it, get something from Hub, her internet, and that's a problem. You ask how much money we would need. I think we're looking at some $400,000. She's speaking with Omni, and other individuals as well. So it's not, we're not sitting down, Francis Heidegger, I think it is. Let me correct. Is it Francis Heidegger?
Yes, my dear.
Yeah, we are not sitting down. We are not sitting down, okay? We are trying to walk, and we have stepped out of the board to assist our executive directors.
Okay.
We have stepped out and we are called. We were micromanaging, and we really were not, because even if you are born.
When we had to go through the pandemic,
right,
a lot of people work remotely from home. And the government didn't shut down when the bulk of the people didn't even go into offices anymore. Has there been any type of accommodations for individuals to work remotely and still be able to get the work executed in some
the infrastructure was not there.
Okay.
And we were at one point in time hooked up to property and procurement, and that too was a problem. It's a problem. We tried our best. The executive director tried her best, and she's still trying her best, even though she can't speak and she can't talk. She's been trying her best, and we've been trying to assist her. I spend my own money to get things to work.
Reimbursed?
That's not my concern right now. My concern is to do the best that I can. To help the agency.
Senator,
okay?
I'm sorry, Senator Francis Heidegger, your time was called. I know you may not have heard because you were going through. I know, but if you want to place a final wrap up.
Madam Chair, I just want to just close out because
that's exactly what I was giving you some opportunity to do that. Okay, so if you want to wrap up.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for giving me additional time to clear this up. But I do hope that with our conversation here today, that simple things such as infrastructure that I am hearing in a modern day and age where technology is so prevalent, this is a major issue. So I'm going to look forward to the continued conversation, and I hope some of these things do get resolved in the near future. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you have a point of inquiry. You're recognized.
Thank you.
Kindly recognize Senator DeGraff's mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Board Chairwoman Ms. Lloyd Are you aware that the BMV director gave permission to the executive director to have an office at BMV on St. Thomas presently as a backup plan? It is in process and is there for any time. Are you aware of that, Madam Board Chair?
I know that I know Senator DeGraff, I know that the executive director and the MVP was speaking, and I think she answered that question in the last meeting, that they had. I didn't attend that meeting, so she answered that question.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Okay, so thank you, Senator DeGraff. Ms. Gums, it's a yes or no question. Can you answer a yes or no question? Were you offered a office space at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles in St. Thomas?
It takes more than
No. I said it's a yes. Thank you. So the answer to your question, Senator DeGraff, is the affirmative yes. Thank you so much, Ms. Gums, and the stenographer was able to capture your response. Senator Diane T. Capehart, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers today. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands and the legislative staff. You know, I'm not a member of this committee, but I know that the Taxi Commission has been experiencing a lot of challenges throughout the year. And the taxi industry is a dying industry, particularly on the island of St. Croix. The taxi man, them crying out for guidance. They are crying out for support. And I'm sitting here today as the Rules and Judiciary Chair listening, and I've already tasked my staff with the responsibility of drafting a letter to the governor to fill these vacancies, because I'm, again, taken back that they are members to be filled on this commission, and there's technically only one person on the board, on the commission. Is this correct?
Yes, Senator.
And all members of the commission serve a term of 3 years, is that correct?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes. Mm-hmm.
How long have you been serving?
I think since 2019, 2020, 3 years, almost 3 years.
3 years?
Mm-hmm. 2020, yeah, that's so.
How long has Ms. Gums been in this executive director position?
I believe since August 2022, just under a year.
One question. So I know your responsibility is to investigate complaints, conduct hearings, issue subpoenas with regard to the conduct of operators. How are you doing this? By yourself?
You're asking me that question?
Yes. I just stated your responsibility in the commission is to investigate complaints, conduct hearings, issue subpoenas with regard to conduct of operators. Who's doing this?
Well, the board is, the entire board. We get complaints and they ask for a meeting, or we set up a meeting and we discuss, whatever the complaint is.
I confused then. Because if you don't have members, how is it being done?
No. We have the members, Senator Capehart. I think what it is that it's a 9-member board. Let me go back. 9-member board, okay? But only 7 members we have. And of those 7 members, 6 are slated for either renominations or eliminations or whatever you want to call them. So technically, only 1, is current. That person, that board member started last year, you see? And it's on,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So beside the changes being made today with legislation, do you have any recommendations for changes to the VI code that would improve your operations at the Taxi Commission? Do you have recommendations today to this for this body?
Well, the recommendations would come from the executive director to the
1
board,
minute.
and then we would, send it to the body. We work in collaboration once we get those recommendations.
So you're saying as a board, you don't come with recommendations yourself?
Oh, yes, because we have policy and procedures. Yeah, I'm sorry. We have policy and procedures now. We have recommendations. Yes, we would do it. My recommendations right now is to get people on board who wants to work and do the work that they were nominated to do. And yes, we will agree and disagree, but at the end of the day, is the best interest of the Taxi Cab Commission. People who know the industry or who want to learn or have some insight of what the Taxi Cab Commission is about.
So based on the VI code, it said 3 members must be selected from the taxi industry. Who are these individuals from each island?
Okay, let me tell you. We have, you want the names?
Please.
Yeah, we have Mr. Sweeney Toussaint.
Time.
Is he on St. Croix or St.
Croix? I'm gonna finish up my St. Croix.
Okay.
We have from St. Thomas, we have Vincent Georges from St. Thomas, St. John. And we have Franklin Brathwaite, St. Thomas, St. John.
Can you repeat that one?
Franklin Brathwaite.
Franklin Brathwaite.
LIN.
Okay. How many peace officers do you have at the commission by district?
I think we have one in St. Croix, I think it is. Let me see, yeah. And we have 3 in St. Let me see. 2 in St. Thomas, St. John.
2 St. Thomas, St. John?
Uh-huh. I could be corrected, but this is my...
So with the changes of the legislation, are there any plans to maximizing the use of these individuals that would be hired?
Now you asked, what was the question again?
With the changes, because there are changes, I'm reading legislation that is there. They should be changes as it pertains to police officers. You have any plans of?
I don't know what it. I can't answer. I don't know what the changes are, but we always have plans because we need more officers. We need more peace officers. The executive director said we need at least 10 in the entire district. So we need officers. Yes.
Okay.
Senator Capehart, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Senator Capehart, your time was called about 2 minutes ago,
Madam
but if
Chair.
you would like to ask a final burning question and wrap up, you may be allowed to do so.
Madam Chair, I am good. Thank you very much for your leniency. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it is my turn. Madam Clerk, please place 5 minutes on the clock. I'll try to stay within that time frame. I do have some major concerns, and I will limit my questioning to the board. I know we have been down this road several times. This body has done its very best to provide as much support as we can to the board and to the Taxi Cab Commission, especially fielding calls from our constituents who serve on the ground in the Taxi Cab Commission and the taxi cab industry, rather. And it's very disheartening for us. In the 34th legislature, the Taxi Cab Commission came before us, and we had asked for some minutes, and this is what leads to governance, some type of records. We did get minutes, and the minutes that we asked most recently, and we didn't get any minutes to that request. Let me just back up and just make clear. This was issued in the last body. We never received anything from the board, but we know they were meeting, and we also understood from testimony from the previous executive directors that commission members were receiving had received stipend payments. So they meet and they receive their stipend payments, but we didn't have any tangible, any type of documentation to confirm and to understand what they were meeting on, so we could further support the Taxi Cab Commission. Recently, and it's a part of the record, we asked in our letter to the chairwoman for some of the meeting. We wanted, the letter was clear, to provide all minutes and roll call since Ms. Linda I. Smith became executive director to the present. Ms. Smith is and was the predecessor to Ms. Gumbs. And I believe her appointment came in 2021. We received minutes from January, and it was the latter part of 2021, if my memory serves me correct, that Ms. Smith was appointed. We received minutes from January, earlier in the year, 2022, 2021, March 2021. All of these minutes, and July 23rd, 2021. All of these minutes were prior to Ms. Linda Smith coming on board. And they all are in reference to during the leadership of her predecessor, who was Mr. Shane Benjamin. So we have not received any documentation that we have requested, members. And this was a request, follow-up request from the previous legislative body, and also this legislative body when we asked. We have a major crisis on our hands with the Taxi Cab Commission. We do have legislation that we're looking at again regarding how this entity is managed, how it is run, who is to be held accountable, and it cannot continue the way it has been going forward right now. We cannot have it continue this way. Something needs to be done, and this body has the authority to take care of this issue, to do it in its most practical sense, and to assure that we provide the continued oversight. I don't see how you are managing an entity so vital to our economy, and there's no backups in place. That would have been the first thing. Persons were backups to other people. So, you would put somebody there who could be a backup, even if they're from the St. Croix district, which I would think that would be most judicious to put somebody and key to put somebody from the St. Croix district to be your backup. I wanted to ask, Madam Chair, and I'll just wrap up. Madam Chair, did you state when your next commission meeting will be? Is scheduled?
Let's see. Let me see. January, February, March, April, May, and June. We're into June now. We have it on the 3rd, I think the 3rd Wednesday, and the 24th.
The 24th. Okay, yeah. And you normally send out notices of your meetings?
No, because we have a calendar that every board member has, and with the date and time that we will meet.
Yeah, but do you send notices out to the public? That was another issue from
I'm
previous.
sorry.
From the
Yeah,
previous
plan-
legislature body. Do you send out notices to the community?
No, we have not, but we have
And
it on our
that
agenda.
is a crisis. You see
Right.
now?
Yes.
Because you're collecting public money. You're collecting, everybody is public servants. You have these meetings out so that people are there and they can give you feedback. And you can hear their interest and keep your ear to the ground and feel the people's pulse who you serve. Colleagues, I will entertain any other hot questions that we may have for the Taxi Cab Commission during this block. If not, I would like to proceed with a 1-minute recess before we enter the next block on the agenda.
Senator, Commission Chair Carter Joseph, do we have a chance to wrap up?
Yes, you do. You will have a chance to wrap up,
Oh.
but I suspect you're going to be here for the next block as well. So I was, yes.
Can I do it now?
Yes? You can, yes, present your 1 30-second wrap up. I'm not hearing from any of my colleagues.
Okay.
One moment, Chairwoman Lloyd, before you wrap up. Senator Blyden is recognized for his point of inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question was, you said your next meeting is in June. Before the meeting you had this month on the 25th, when was your last meeting before the meeting this month, couple days ago?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, Senator Blyden, you kind of pressing me a little bit. We had one in March, but we didn't have a quorum. So, I'll get it for you, okay? I'll send it to you. I'll find it later and I'll personally send it to you in writing, okay?
Okay, to the chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized.
Point of inquiry as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly.
Noted, Senator Gittins.
I just wanted to kind of get a feel and a sense for the new tariff that was recently implemented. How has that been going? How has it been received by the drivers and the general public? That's basically my question.
Okay, the tariffs went on a 50% across the board on all 3 islands. And from the calls that I got and the calls that other board members got, it was the best thing in 15 years that happened to the taxi drivers, and they're very happy, about it. They're very happy about it. It was well received. According to the calls that, some board members got.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Lloyd, and thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of inquiry through the chair to Chairwoman Lloyd. This has been like the third or more time that you have stated to this body or this committee that you are still out of the territory. Are you currently residing out of the territory?
No. The answer is no.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just for clarification, Senator Gittins, what do you define as residing out of the territory?
Madam Chair, all due respect, it is inappropriate for any member of this body to question another. We could have that discussion offline. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to see if we could get a straight answer because residing and Senator Blyden did ask if she was out of the territory. So the chairwoman answered that she was in fact currently off island and outside of the territory. So I was just trying to get at what exactly you were trying to support you in getting your answer to your question. Nonetheless,
Thank you,
Senator Gittins, nonetheless, Madam Chairwoman, we will afford you 30 seconds to wrap up.
Can I ask a question before I wrap up? I know that you said that we have another meeting to go to. Is this regarding Bill number 350036?
Yes, it is.
Oh, so I have to come back? Or can I answer it now and then do my wrap up?
It would be better so we could keep it separate. And then, of course, we have the stenographers here. That would be best for us to operate that way.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So you can proceed now, Chairwoman Lloyd, with your 30 seconds wrap up.
I just want to say thank you for inviting me to this meeting again. What we need most is people who are dedicated to whatever job that they may have, whether it's a senator, whether it's a board member, or any commission. And we're here to tell the truth and be respected as others would like to be respected. Okay? And what I want to say is that I want to welcome each and every one of you to attend our board meetings so that you can witness for yourselves what takes place and what has led us to our ineffectiveness as a group. The need for a full complement of board members, and in the case of the ITTC, which is a total of 9 members, will hopefully enable us to have a quorum so we can address and vote on the critical matters and move the ITCC forward. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Lloyd. The committee on, we won't press you, Ms. Gums, for a wrap up. The committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting is back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading into the record Block 2 of the agenda.
Block 2. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0036, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, subsection F, paragraph 11, to clarify the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. This bill is sponsored by Senators Angel L. Bolkes Jr. and Kenneth L. Gittins. The invited testifiers are Ms. Vernice Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission, Ms. Loretta Lloyd, Chairwoman of the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission Board, the Honorable Richard T. Evangelista, Esquire, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and the Honorable Janelle K. Sarro, former Senator. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 2 of today's agenda.
And thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0036?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr., you're recognized to speak on behalf of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, the territory's taxi men and taxi women are the first line of representation in our tourism industry here in the Virgin Islands. Our taxi drivers stimulate our local economy by transporting tourists all over our towns, major tourist attractions, restaurants, hotel lodging, just to list a few. Additionally, they provide our visitors the intimate knowledge of our history, culture, and traditions, and double down as our historians and tour guides. Madam Chair, colleagues, it is clear that these individuals play a vital role in our local economic development and should be able to access the adequate services of the governing body that regulates them. Initially, an attempt was made in the 34th legislature by this body to correct some shortcomings and operational stumbling blocks that were evidently present in the Taxi Commission by former Senator Janelle Sarro and the members of the 34th legislature in the form of Bill number 34-0272, which sought to empower the executive director of the commission to hire the necessary staff, perform administrative functions, and to operate and manage the Taxi Cab Commission. The bill was overwhelmingly passed by the legislature with a broad support, but vetoed due to some legal differences between boards and commissions. And a specific recommendation was forwarded and has now been adopted within Bill number 35-0036 in order to begin resolving these long-standing issues. Madam Chair and colleagues, let us continue to provide the support and solutions to this and other vexing issues that continue to plague the Taxi Cab Commission, the front line of our tourism industry. I humbly ask for your support on Bill number 35-0036. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolkes. We have before us invited testifiers. First, we will start with the Honorable Richard T. Evangelista Esquire, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Commissioner Evangelista.
Good
day.
Good afternoon, Honorable Carla Joseph, Committee Chair.
Just recognizing you, don't begin your testimony quite yet. And then just state your name.
Richard Evangelista, Commissioner of DLCA.
And we have Ms. Vernice Gums, who was invited, the current Executive Director for the Taxi Cab Commission. Welcome again, Ms. Gums. And we also have Ms. Loretta Lloyd, the Chairwoman of the Taxi Cab Commission, joining us virtually. I'm suspecting we will have former Senator, the Honorable Janelle K. Sarro, who will be appearing either here in the body or virtually. My staff is working on finding out when that is going to occur, if she's going to be appearing here or virtually. Nonetheless, Commissioner Evangelista, we'll start with you. You may begin by reading your written testimony into the record.
Good day, Honorable Carla Joseph, Committee Chair, and Senate members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, non-members of the 35th Legislature, the legislative staff, the DLCA staff, listening, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Richard Tomas Evangelista, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Thank you for allowing DLCA an opportunity to testify before the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands on Bill number 35-0036, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, Subsection F, Paragraph 11, to clarify the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission. Specifically, the proposal codifies and empowers the Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission to undertake greater administrative management duties and responsibilities of the Commission. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs supports the proposed legislation. Prior to completing my testimony today, I wish to thank the DLCA customers in the District of St. Thomas and St. John for their patience and understanding as we served them virtually for approximately 12 weeks while the physical office was closed to perform environmental sanitation. I also wish to thank the ladies and gentlemen of DLCA, my team, TEAM, who continues to provide services throughout the Virgin Islands of the United States, whether virtually or physically. Together, everyone achieves more. That's my team. Thanks again for giving DLC the opportunity to comment on Bill number 35-0036. I'm ready to answer any and all questions that this body may have regarding this proposed legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Evangelista, for your testimony. I believe our clerk and our office received a testimony from the Executive Director, Ms. Vernice Gums. We are going to go ahead and read that testimony into the record, and then we will also hear from a former Senator Janelle K. Saro, who will be joining us remotely. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading the testimony from Executive Director Gums into the record.
A pleasant good day, Honorable Carla Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Members and non-members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, invited testifiers, the listening and viewing audience. My name is Vernice M. Gums, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission. I have been invited to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0036, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, subsection F, paragraph 11, to clarify the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission. While I have shared the contents of the bill before us with our board members, the board chair will present testimony on the board's perspective on Bill number 35-0036. The relationship between the Executive Director and the Board of Directors is one of most important relationships in making the automobile for hire a successful industry. On the other hand, the relationship between the Executive Director and the Board of Directors require regular communications and collaborations. Such as communications and collaboration sets an important precedent for management and staff. Collectively, the Board of Directors and Executive Director represent a small but powerful leadership team. Either we will set stage for respect and cooperation, or we set the stage for tension and dissonance among the ranks. The board's focus should be on good governance, which requires accountability, Accountability requires that all parties have a specific job description and the organization outlines the duties that they expect individuals in each role to perform. Bill number 35-0036 brings clarity specifically to Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, subsection F, paragraph 11, of the duties of as it pertains to the roles of the executive director, while the board, its chair, are largely responsible for oversight, risk management, and strategic planning. The executive director and his or her staff are largely responsible for implementing the board's policies and managing the day-to-day operation of the agency. The relationship between the board and the executive director is a work in progress. While it works well, the relationship grows and strengthens through shared challenges and experiences. Mutual trust, respect, and a common understanding of the agency goals remain key to make this relationship successful. Allow me to conclude by reiterating what is needed now more than ever is a strong board, comprised of qualified individuals who are focused and dedicated. They must have access to accurate and well-designed information, be able to establish meaningful policies, and implement board dynamics that foster effective debates resulting in good decisions and actions. Indeed, strong boards of this type can fail if they do not address the spectrum of responsibilities they have regarding leadership and strategy. Therefore, it is of utmost importance that persons serving on the board and commissions be qualified and knowledgeable for the position they were nominated to serve. Based on aforementioned, I am in favor of Bill number 35-0036. I appreciate the opportunity afforded me to present testimony on the purpose of legislation 35-0036. Madam Chair, thus ends the reading of the testimony for today.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I believe that former Senator Janelle K. Sarro is here present with us virtually. A pleasant good day, Senator Sarro, and welcome.
Good afternoon.
You are recognized to present your written testimony on this bill. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can see you also.
Good. Good afternoon, Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection Committee Chairwoman Senator Carla Joseph, Vice Chair Senator Javon James Sr., committee members, non-committee members present, and everyone listening and viewing today. I am testifying today in support of Bill number 35-0036, which clarifies the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. Commendations to Senator Boquas for resubmitting legislation and seeing it through. On May 13, 2022, I drafted legislation that would empower the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. The legislation tasked the Director with overseeing the day-to-day activities, hiring of staff, improving performance, developing organizational culture, managing staff, reporting on revenue, and directing the organizational strategy. The legislation was unanimously approved by this body politic in the last session of the 34th legislature, but vetoed by the governor with new suggested language that basically says the same thing. That suggested language by the Office of the Governor outlined in Bill 35-0036 is not as specific as the previous bill, but it generalizes the role of the Executive Director, who would be responsible for the administrative management, duties, and responsibilities of the Commission. While serving in the 33rd and 34th legislature, it was apparent that after many committee hearings, the state of the Commission was in shambles. During the Taxi Cab's budget hearing in 2021, it was evident that the board and the executive directors clashed. What I noted was the board's utilization of outdated language in the code to usurp the powers of the director, thus rendering them ineffective. But because of such action by the board, the previous two directors and this one operated in a symbolic, figurative fashion. The board of the Taxi Cab Commission, chaired by Ms. Lloyd, who does not live on island for about the last 4 to 5 years, continued to render decisions that literally left the finances of the commission in distress, understaffed, which led to many office closures, and the chief of enforcement was selected based on favoritism and not qualifications. The following are just a few examples where the executive director must be empowered. 1, former executive director, Mr. Shane Benjamin, interviewed 2 potential candidates to be enforcement officers. They were screened by post and then sent letters indicating the date that they should report to the academy. After those 2 recruits resigned from their previous places of employment to join the academy, the board sent letters to both relieving them. First, the position is one of the lowest paid in this government, $27,040. Secondly, according to Ms. Lloyd, the reason those new recruits were fired was because Mr. Benjamin was out of place for hiring them, and instead the board should have done such. The board refused to reconsider their decision, leaving the recruits in a state of perplexity. To this day, the enforcement division of the commission is operating without an adequate amount of enforcement officers. 2, former director Linda Smith testified before this body, stating that she reprimanded an enforcement officer for job abandonment, not being truthful regarding his credentials, forging time, and a slew of other infractions. Instead of the board allowing Ms. Smith to manage the staff, the board, without informing Ms. Smith, overturned her decision. In September, October, that officer was home for months, following a decision from post. According to the VI law, he was deemed unqualified because he did not complete the police academy. 3, both former director Ms. Linda Smith and Ms. Vernice Gums came before the Committee on Finance to present the budget, but was unable to. The budget presentation was an utter disaster, and it was discovered that the board authorized the Department of Finance to remove Taxi Cab Commission staff from the ERP system. As a result, the directors of the commission were unable to provide accurate revenue reports, nor were they able to establish a budget because the board refused to provide the directors with the information. Former Finance Chairman Senator VLA had to adjourn and reschedule the commission. On the rescheduled date, the director showed up with no information because the board still refused to share the requisite financial information. The aforementioned are just a few examples, but the board simply refused to empower the executive directors. To this date, the board has not produced the minutes for roughly 2 to 3 years, despite numerous Senate requests. They have been paid thousands of taxpayer money. Issues like the handbook or work environment of the commission have still gone unaddressed. The office remained closed for months due to a myriad of reasons, and revenue was lost. I say this to say that the board has pressing matters to address, that the day-to-day administrative functions of the commission should be left to the director. This legislation establishes a clear line of demarcation between the two, and as such, I ask that each of you vote in favor of this bill. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify, and I stand available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Senator Sarro, for your testimony. Colleagues, we will proceed now with one round of 3 minutes of questioning. We will start off with Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, you are recognized for your 3 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, colleagues. Good morning to our testifiers once again. A special good morning to our former colleague, Senator Janelle Sarro. It's good to see you, Senator Sarro. I don't have a lot of questions. I think the bill is basically a no-brainer. It's really an attempt to bring clarity to the role and function of the executive director of the Taxi Cab Commission and putting it really on par with other public sector boards and commissions. I don't think there's anything controversial in the least about that. It is important for us. We've all articulated the significance of the Taxi Cab Commission, and we need to put them on a success trajectory. And empowering the executive director to carry out the duties, the administrative duties and functions of the office is really essential. The board's function should essentially be that of an accountability mechanism for management. And so, I see nothing really outlined in the bill that would in any way be controversial as far as I'm concerned. So at the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative for this bill, and I express kudos to the bill sponsors for bringing this initiative forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. I went ahead of myself and had Senator Potter start the question because we didn't get any written testimony from the current board chair, Ms. Loretta Lloyd. But Ms. Lloyd, if you are there still online and you would like to present or to discuss the matter, you are more than welcome to do so regarding this bill.
Wait. You come. You can see me?
Yes, we can see you now. We weren't seeing you before.
So mute on
we can hear
Okay.
you. We can hear you, Ms. Lloyd.
Okay. I just heard a lot of hesitation. Mine is very short. I am in favor of the proposed legislation because it prevents future boards or commissions or even the current board from any misunderstanding of duties and responsibilities. It is more important, especially since as a board, we have not been able to maintain quorums to do the people's business, and without quorums, we are unable to vote on sound decisions concerning administrative decisions. So, yes, and it allows the ED to progress in the operations of the Taxi Cab Commission. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lloyd. With your not being up on screen, I wasn't sure if you were still there.
Oh, you didn't see me? Oh, okay.
Yes. So
Okay.
now we will then proceed with Senator Samuel Carrion. You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I arise in support of this proposed legislation. I commend the bill sponsor in the 34th and the sponsor now here in the 35th for rebringing this forward. Clearly, from the testimonies we've heard and the various committees we have held in the 34th and now in the 35th, and from what I've heard previous to the 34th, we realized that we've had some issues and challenges within the commission, especially with regards to the relationship between the board and the executive directors. Lines have been crossed when it comes to duties and responsibilities. Blame fingers have been lifted up, sometimes focusing on the board, others focusing on the executive director. So I think this piece of legislation is necessary and long due to ensure that each party knows clearly what their roles and duties are, and that the executive director can now have full responsibility of the day-to-day operations of the Taxi Cab Commission. So I once again commend the sponsor, and I'll be voting in affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Next was Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator Blyden, you are now recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I also do rise in support of this legislation. It is clear that this legislation is needed. I want to thank the testifiers for the testimony from Senator Saru. Thank you for your testimony and insight. I know you brought this bill in the 34th and it was vetoed, and I was a sponsor at that time, and I'm a sponsor also in the 35th. So thank you for your foresight. It is important, though, that, as we have heard this morning, with any department, any agency, that there is clarity in terms of responsibilities, and there is clarity in terms of oversight, and not in terms of what that was stated earlier, micromanaging, etc. And I believe that the executive director is there on a daily basis and knows and understands the day-to-day operation of staff. And they should be held accountable in carrying out their duties and not be put in a position whereas, they are there, but at the same time, they do not have the authority to make certain decisions, make certain calls when certain situations arise. So this bill is necessary. I cannot vote in this committee, but definitely I will be supporting it at the appropriate time. And I want to thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. And thank you, testifiers, for your comments. I do not know if Senator Saru wanted to add anything in terms of remarks in terms of why it's so critical to have this bill implemented, especially at this time. Senator Saru?
My testimony, good morning again, former Senator General Saru.
Good afternoon.
My testimony basically says it all. We just witnessed, and most of you guys were in a 34th legislature, where the executive director operated in a very symbolic, figurative fashion. With the overturning of decision from each executive director. I have an echo over here. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah. So the bill is very, very critical, even for the budget process, where the executive directors
30 seconds.
Both unable to really explain or even present a budget. They went on a 2021 budget, So it's critical that we really bring the commission into really this century. So I ask that you vote in the affirmative.
Thank you again, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, I skipped over you, so I'm skipping back to you. You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. When it comes time we get through this, I will support this bill again because I believe I supported before when it was vetoed. Senator Sarah, I'd like to know if in reading the bill, a one-page bill, it didn't specify some of the things in the bill that the executive director should have authority to in terms of just the administrative part, that it doesn't come a clash with the board. Do you think it needed some type of amending in that aspect so there doesn't come a clash with the board henceforth going forward where they feel, well, you're probably stepping on my feet and it comes to a clash?
Good afternoon again. It does need a little more specificity in that section. I think that the suggested language by the Office of the Governor was more so a compromise between the board and the executive director, because I do know the board still wants a level of responsibility in the day-to-day operations, but moving forward in the committee on rules, I believe that there should be a little more language in the legislation to make it a bit more specific so that there isn't a clash. We need to have a really, really clear line of demarcation and avoid any future issues that we've seen so far.
Okay, good. And the bill sponsors, I'm sure they could follow up on that. And finally, before I go, I just wanted to put on the record that when a bill is vetoed by the governor, we wait until this go around and we bring back the bill. It was done because, as my former colleague mentioned, it was the last bill, the last session of the year. Normally, our responsibility is to veto the bill and make it law. not the governor dictate to us what should be in the writing. So I want to make sure it's clear that the people understand that by virtue of us being senator, we could override, I say veto, we could override the veto and make it law. And not where it comes where the governor, he can suggest, make a suggestion, any governor, make a suggestion, and then we go this route. But had we had the chance to override it and make it law, that's the process as which this body here stands on. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. I will begin since I don't see, Senator Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And excuse me, 1 second. Hello. Can you turn that on? Sorry, Madam Chair. Bill number 35-0036, which seeks to amend and clarify the duties of the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission. I did sign on as a co-sponsor on this measure, as we do need to make clear that individual's duties and responsibilities. First, let me say welcome to my colleague, former Senator Saro. Good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. Basically, the intent of this measure is to make clear of the executive director's functions as to her duties and responsibilities over the day-to-day operations of the office. Board members should not be running the actual day-to-day operations anywhere, but rather be setting policies and handling regulatory functions and taking on an advisory role. We haven't seen this under the Taxi Cab Commission, and therefore we sought to amend and clarify the duties and responsibilities of the executive director. I did hear the previous speaker speaking to the legislature's ability and functions to override any veto of the governor. However, we must remember that that veto was an action taken based on a previous legislature, and therefore, because that veto was done as a result of actions within the 34th legislature, the 35th legislature has no authority to veto. So I am grateful that the our at-large senator picked up the mantle and said, let's clarify this. So at the appropriate time, I'll be supporting this measure and asking colleagues for their support as well. And again, best wishes to the Taxi Cab Commission. We have a lot of work to be done in this area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator Gittins. And you were making a valid point. As Senator, previous speaker before you, this measure was vetoed by the governor, and that veto came as a result of the last legislative session for the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands. And so this new body, which has been sworn in January, cannot override the veto, but we can introduce or reintroduce the legislature during this legislative term as a new bill. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, and thank you, and pleasant good afternoon to the listening audience. Madam Chair, I rise in full support of Bill number 35-0036. The relationships between the board, the executive director, and all of these issues are very important. And the Taxi Cab Commission is extremely important to our community. As you know, we are a tourist community, and I think this issue here will resolve some issues that we have before the legislature. So at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I will definitely cast my vote in favor of this, and thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your time.
Point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your point of inquiry, but you would have been the next senator I would call to be recognized for your 3 minutes. We could go with the point of inquiry, and then you could go into your 3 minutes.
Point of inquiry.
I recognize you, Senator Francis Heiliger. I don't know if you heard what I said. You were the next.
I heard you, and I'm saying I would just like a point of inquiry.
And I said you can go into your that's exact. I said you can have your point of inquiry and then go right into your 3 minutes. Continue.
I'm clearly saying to you, point of inquiry.
You are recognized for your point of inquiry.
Appreciated. Point of inquiry to the chair, to legal counsel. Is anyone there from legal counsel? I can't really see.
Yes,
well
Attorney Saku is here in the
Thank
chambers.
To legal counsel, I want to ask a quick question based along the lines of what the narrative is being said here. Based on the language in the specific piece of legislation before us, is there a doorway that the board could then create policy as to decide what would be considered administrative duties or not? So almost to potentially limit what the executive director could do. Would the board still be able to have that authority and make that decision? And that would justify us potentially having to go ahead and amend it to be more specific.
The chair to Senator Francis Heiliger.
Sorry, media, could you please recognize the mic of legal counsel? Continue, Attorney Siku.
Yes, through the chair to Senator Francis Heiliger. Based on the statute, which is in Title 3, Chapter 16, Section 274, the board of the Taxi Cab Commission is charged with making policies in regards to the operations. But in the bill, it is clear here that the legislation is seeking to make sure that the executive director will now be charged with the administrative management and duties and responsibilities of the commission. So yes, they can in fact make policies to limit some of the duties and responsibilities of the executive director.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. You're now recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to central staff alike, and the testifiers. I do support this piece of legislation as a member of the 34th legislature. I also was in support of the legislation that was vetoed by the governor. I think that we have clearly seen over the last couple of years a clear issue within this particular commission where there seems to be some sort of struggle between the board and individuals that are charged with potentially doing the day-to-day operations. Hopefully with an amendment to this piece of legislation, we would be able to clarify specifically what those administrative duties are so that they could be executed by the executive director and not leave a door open for potential interference by the board as a possibility to limit what those administrative duties are. So I look forward to seeing an amendment in front of us. I'm not sure. I submitted one because I from reading it, I recognized that something there needed to be more clarity. And that's one of the reasons why I asked legal counsel to really explain so I could also have a better understanding, because that is what I understood when I read the bill. So I'm happy to hear that that clarity was shared with us. And, you know, sometimes all of us might have multiple thoughts. So I did submit to amend this piece of legislation, but if I'm preempted, I am looking forward to potentially supporting anything that is going to add a little bit more teeth to this bill so that there's no confusion or issues across the board. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but I was out of order, but I did speak.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we
Yes.
had covered, and I thought you were trying to put forward a point of inquiry.
No,
No,
sorry
okay.
for the disruption, Madam
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, we have before us a piece of legislation that I think and I hope would address some of the mismanagement in the operations at one of our critical agency, the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission. This, historically, this agency have seen itself dismantled, the commission board dismantled and gone under various methods and approaches to make it more efficient. In our previous block, we had some robust discussion regarding where we're going, what to be done with the Taxi Cab Commission. In the 34th legislature, we also had some discussions, and I am still very concerned. I had signed on to the bill number 34-0272 in the 34th legislature. That was after it was demonstrated, this isn't hearsay, it was demonstrated that this taxi cab commission and this was not operating as it should. The governance wasn't there. The executive director at the time trying to do their best, having town hall meetings. Those things were being done, but there seemed to be a tug of war between the administrative side, which would be the executive director, as well as the governance side or the policy-making side, which would be the board. We have to get this straightened out. It cannot continue, and it will not continue under this legislative term, I'm sure. And that's why we worked to get this bill, Bill 34-0272, which was vetoed by the governor, back on track this term. I stand in support of the measure. I do know that it may need some more specification. In fact, I had already submitted a drafting request, but I was preempted by Senator Donna Fred Gregory regarding my proposal, which would have been to actually dismantle the Taxi Cab Commission and really place it under the jurisdiction of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, so we could get things in order and to resolve issues based on its overall operation and administrative mandates and requirement that is in our code. I just want to say that I hope that we get more movement to resolve this in a way that we can, and that we are very serious about getting the Taxi Cab Commission back in order. It is not in order. We don't have operating office people who are being serviced and and we are collecting, the office is collecting a salary. The people you serve cannot have access to you because your offices are closed. That's no way to run a business. That's no way to operate, because you're receiving the taxpayers' money, and those taxi cab persons, they pay taxes too, whether it's property or their gross receipt taxes. So definitely there's more work that we need to do. And I'm convinced that my colleagues will stand firm in getting the work done so for us to bring this commission back in order. Colleagues, Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your 3 minutes as a sponsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon, listening and viewing audience. The magnitude of this issue stems from long-standing malpractices and the usurping of what would regularly be considered the executive director's responsibility in any other board or commission. The board or the commission should be responsible for policy, regulation functions, advisory, and the executive director for administrative and operational functions and managing of the affairs of the commission. As it were, it is my pleasure to say thank you to Senator Sarro for her prudent and proactive approach to providing the foundational work on resolving this and other vexing issues that affect the Taxi Cab Commission. My colleagues and I are in tune and focused on the issue and will work diligently to provide structure and support to the Taxi Cab Commission and the taxi men and women of this territory who are the front line of our tourism industry. Madam Chair, colleagues, I have no questions or reservations. I look forward to receiving your support on this measure so that we can continue the work that has begun in the 34th until now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolquez. If there's no other burning questions from any other committee member,
Motion.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, colleagues, I move that bill number 35-0036, a bill that seeks to amend and clarify the duties of the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission under Title 3, subsection 274F, be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Senator Gittins, you kindly restate your motion. It should be to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. You said to the full body. Kindly restate, withdraw, and restate your motion, sir.
I did say to the full body we could do that too, but if you want me to send it to Rules and Judiciary, I'll restate.
That would be the process.
Move that bill number 35. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that bill number 35-0036, which seeks to amend and clarify the duties of the Executive Director of the Taxi Cab Commission under 3 VIC 274F, be voted upon favorably here in the rules in this committee and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 34-36 Bill number 35-0036 has been properly moved by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins and seconded by Senators Potter and James. Roll call on Bill number 35-0036.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yes. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes, and I also seconded the motion. Thank you.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0036, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, subsection F, paragraph 11, to clarify the duties and responsibilities of the Executive Director of the Taxicab Commission has been properly moved in this committee and voted upon in this committee and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, I will invite all the testifiers to present a 30-second closing remark. We will begin with you, Commissioner Evangelista.
Good afternoon once again, Senator Joseph and your fellow colleagues. On behalf of DLCA and the people of the Virgin Islands, I just want to state that whatever needs to be done to ensure that the Taxicab Commission is functioning to the optimum, we are here at DLCA to assist, so just let us know and we'll be able to, however we can assist. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Commissioner Evangelista. Former Senator Janelle K. Saro, you are recognized for your 30-second wrap-up. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the body for allowing me to testify today. The previous legislation should not have been vetoed, but this one is somewhat of a compromise with some general language, and moving forward, I suggest that we fine-tune the language so that the role of the executive director, their duties do not continue to be usurped from the board. But thank you and commendations to Senator Bogus for carrying the torch and for seeing this through, and you are to be commended for this, for Bill 35-0036. Again, thank you and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, former Senator Janelle K. Saro. Chairwoman Loretta Lloyd. Are you still with us, Chairwoman Lloyd? Okay, not hearing from her, I would like to thank all of the testifiers who came before us today to speak on the measure. And you are now released from your testimony and your presentation here for the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection.
Point of inquiry, Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your point of inquiry.
I'm requesting from the chair a 2-minute recess, and we need to confer on something.
I was just going to take a 2-minute recess, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection stand in recess for 3 minutes.
G6 Productions.
The Committee on Government Operations and Veteran Affairs and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading into the record the next item on the agenda.
Block 3. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8A, relating to the Office of Veterans Affairs, to establish a Veterans Council under the Office of Veterans Affairs, to serve as an advisor to the Office of Veterans Affairs, and as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. This bill is sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. The invited testifiers are Mr. Patrick Farrell, Director of the Office of Veterans Affairs, Ms. Hillis Benjamin, Commander of the American Legion, Post 90, Major General Cujo S. Knox Linebacker, Adjutant General of the Virgin Islands National Guard, and Honorable Gary A. Malloy, Commissioner of the Department of Labor. Madam Chair, this ends the reading for Block 3 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0008?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, You are recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8A, relating to the Office of Veterans Affairs, to establish the Veterans Council under the Office of Veterans Affairs, to serve as advisor to the Office of Veterans Affairs, and as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. Section 1, Title 3, Chapter 1, Section 8A of the Virgin Islands Code is amended by adding a subsection C that reads as follows. C, the Office of Veterans Affairs shall establish a Veterans Council within its office. The Veterans Council shall, 1, serve in an advisory capacity to the Office of Veterans Affairs. 2, make recommendations and provide guidance to the Director of the Office of Veterans Affairs on the adequacy and delivery of programs and legislation addressing veterans in the territory. And 3, act as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. Very simple and straightforward. This bill I presented, or the idea of it, I presented in the 32nd legislature, May 30th, 2019. So on or day before, I had a conversation with the director in regards to wanting to make a Veterans Council law. So this bill is trying to codify having, therefore, any director that takes the helm to make it mandatory that we keep this council going by law. Director Farrell has served in that capacity very well, and he has been there from the previous administration. He just recently created a Veterans Advisory Council, which I applaud him for, but I think it needs to become law. After he leaves, if the next director comes and decides, hey, he doesn't need it, it isn't in the law, then there will be no advisory council. So I'm basically trying to codify something and leave it in the hands of the director to bring all the services to the veterans of the Virgin Islands. And it's very passionate to me. I'm happy to see it's been done, but people figure because it's been done, it doesn't need to be codified. It really needs to be codified because once it's law, it can't be changed unless this body changes it. So I'm asking for the support. I'm not a member of this committee. I'm asking for the colleagues in this committee to vote favorably on this bill and move it forward to make sure the services for veterans are addressed on a regular basis. So what the council will do is provide for all services in the territory that veterans should be getting. You have a one-stop shop where it comes through the director's office. He will know the ins and outs of some of the issues and be able to address it more efficiently. So I thank you for the time. So like I said, from May 30th, 2019, I had this bill in from the 32nd legislature. It's being heard now May 31st, 2023, a couple years later. But again, better late than never. So I ask for the support again. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Colleagues, we have before us 4 individuals who are here to testify and invited testifiers on Bill 35-0008. I will ask you to kindly place your name and your title on the record. We'll start first at my right, be your left, with the representative from the Department of Labor. Kindly proceed, former Senator Jean Ford.
Good afternoon. Jean Ford, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Labor.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon. Kojo S. Knoxenbacher, Major General, Commander of the Virgin Islands National Guard.
Thank you and welcome.
Pleasant good afternoon. Patrick D. Farrell, Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs Director.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, Hillis Benjamin, Commander, American Legion, Patrick Hugh George, Post number 90.
Thank you and welcome. We also received a written testimony from a veteran, which the clerk will read into the record since we received it, regarding this bill. And of course, it's been circulated to all members of the body. Assistant Commissioner Jean Ford, you may proceed with placing your written testimony into the record.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Honorable members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, distinguished senators, ladies and gentlemen, listening, viewing, and virtual audiences. I am Jean Ford, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, representing this afternoon Commissioner Gary Malloy, who's Commissioner of the Department of Labor. I am here to testify on Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8A, relating to the Office of Veterans Affairs to establish the Veterans Council under the Office of Veterans Affairs to serve as an advisor to the Office of Veterans Affairs and a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. VIDAL has 2 disabled veterans outreach program, DVOP, specialists, territory-wide that reside within our Division of Workforce Development. Both DVOPs are responsible for assisting eligible veterans and eligible spouses with all employment and training needs. Veterans receive first preference of job listings and all qualified DOL-funded job training programs. Title III, Chapter 1, Section 8A, provides for the establishment of the Office of Veterans Affairs within the Office of the Governor and sets forth the responsibilities of the office. Among other mandates, the Office of Veterans Affairs is charged in Section 8B2 with the responsibility of compiling data concerning veterans residing in the territory and recommending legislation concerning veterans. The Office of Veterans Affairs, through its compilation of data and direct contact with veterans, is in a unique position to gather the concerns of veterans and advocate for its federal counterpart and local agencies on their behalf. Further, in Section 8B9, the Office of Veterans Affairs must investigate, compile, and maintain complete and accurate data concerning veterans and all territorial activities relating thereto. The Office of Veterans Affairs is therefore directly responsible for ensuring that all territorial activities concerning veterans are properly vetted. As a partner with the Office of Veterans Affairs, we are not in favor of Bill number 35-0008, as we believe that the bill will establish another layer of bureaucracy and will detract from ensuring that veterans receive vital services. I would like to personally thank the Brian Roach administration, the Office of Veterans Affairs, and my Department of Labor staff for their committed efforts on behalf of the people of the United States Virgin Islands. Once again, I thank you, and I'm ready to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner Ford. We will now ask the Adjutant General, Knox Lambiker, to kindly proceed by reading your written testimony into the record.
Good day, Chairperson of the 35th Legislature Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Vice Chairman, Honorable Javon E. James Sr., Committee Members, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Honorable Samuel Carrion, Honorable Alma Frances Holliger, Honorable Ray Fonseca, Honorable Milton E. Potter, all non-committee members present in the Senate chambers, and the general public viewing and listening today. Thank you for the opportunity to provide written testimony for the act to add a new Section 8D of Bill number 35-0008. I'm Major General Kojo Knox Limbacher, the Adjutant General and the Commander of the Virgin Islands National Guard. I'm here at your request to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, to add Section 8D, a Veteran Advisory Council. The bottom line up front. I need more clarity on how these initiatives benefit veterans beyond what is available today. The proposed council may be duplicative in nature or create additive layers that delay the delivery of services to our veterans in the territory. The Virgin Islands Office of Veteran Affairs is our conduit to the Department of Veteran Affairs. There, where 26 Veterans Affairs Advisory Committees already established at the federal level, where policy authority is associated and federal funding allocation resides. The context.
One moment. I'm getting some comments from the St. Croix district. We're going to take, before you proceed, we're going to take just a 1-minute recess. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute. And we are back on the record. Adjutant General, start from the beginning to read your testimony, and I'm hopeful that it will be heard in the Big Island. We've also increased the volume level. Kindly proceed.
Good day, Chairperson of the 35th Legislature Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protections. Honorable Caller J. Joseph, Vice Chairman. Honorable Javon E. James Sr., Committee Members. Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Honorable Samuel Carrion, Honorable Alma Francis Heiliger, Honorable Ray Fonseca, Honorable Milton E. Potter, all non-committee members present in the Senate chambers, and the general public viewing and listening today. Thank you for the opportunity to provide written testimony for the act to add a new section 8D of Bill number 35-0008. Major General Kojo S. Knoxabacker, the Adjutant General and the Commander of the Virgin Islands National Guard. I'm here at your request to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, to add Section 8D, a Veterans Advisory Council. Bottom line up front, I need more clarity on how these initiatives benefit veterans beyond what is available today. The proposed council may be duplicative in nature or create additive layers that delay the delivery of services to our veterans in the territory. The Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs is our conduit to the Department of Veterans Affairs. There were 26 Veteran Affairs Advisory Committees already established at the federal level, where policy authority is associated and federal funding allocation resides. Unlike large states or territories with numerous mayors and municipalities, which creates difficulty to address veterans' concerns, these states and large territories have limited access to various lawmakers, senators, congresspersons, or their Veterans Affairs personnel. I would say the Virgin Islands is different. The veterans in our community have access to the Director of the Office of Veterans Affairs, as well as all 15 senators of the 35th Legislature, our Congresswoman, Lieutenant Governor, and Governor to address our veterans' concerns. Through leveraging available town halls, Senate committee hearings like this one, and the Federal Department of Veterans Affairs outreach, I'm not sure what is the impetus for this initiative. I seek further information before I can concur with this initiative. Additionally, I'm concerned about misinformation and increased workload for the Office of Veterans Affairs. I do think this legislative committee can receive concerns from veteran groups and convene similar hearings like this one to prevent missteps based on ideas and opinions versus federal policy and law with strict guidelines. Many of our veterans groups can write, call, and lobby for additional benefits beyond what is provided or that may be presently unique needs for the Virgin Islands. If you are a registered veteran like me, you can receive updates on retirement, medical, and other benefits online, by phone, or by mail correspondence. According to the VA Government Advisory, the federal level department already has an advisory committee management office to address the concerns laid out in this bill. The advisory committee management office mission is to provide guidance and support to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Federal advisory committees. Federal advisory committees are a key component of the VA's overall strategy to achieve stakeholder and public engagement in its efforts and commitment to serve veterans, their families, and survivors. The Federal Advisory Committee Act, PL 92-463, provides a mechanism for an advisory committees to operate as another component of the people's voice in our democratic form of government. Some of the Veterans Affairs Advisory Committees have been mandated by Congress to ensure that federal laws, as carried out by the executive branch, are meeting their intended goals. Our VA committees have been created by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to assess specific VA policies or programs. Advisory committees members are generally acknowledged by VA's leadership and members of the Veterans Affairs Committee in Congress as consumer representatives of those millions of beneficiaries whose lives are affected each year by VA programs. The ACMO is committed to supporting VA's mission by managing and promoting the highest quality administration of the laws, regulations, and policies governing federal advisory committees, At this website, you can access information about each of the VA's federal advisory committees, its membership, laws, regulation, and other applicable guidance related to the establishment and management of advisory committees. You may also access information concerning the ethics and financial disclosure at https://www.va.gov advisory. The following list of 26 Veteran Affairs committees included 17 that have been established by statute with an asterisk and 9 non-statutory committees designed to provide advice on selected VA programs and policies at the federal level. A key insight is these have associated federal authorities for policy and funding to support their initiatives. The VA National Academic Affiliation Council, Advisory Committee on Cemeteries and Memorials, Cooperative Studies Scientific Elevation Committee, Advisory Committee on Disability Compensation, Veterans Advisory Committee on Education, Veterans Advisory Committee on Environmental Hazard, Administratively Inactive, Advisory Committee on Former Prisoners of War, Genomic Medicine Program Advisory Committee, which was terminated on June 9th, 2022, Geriatrics and Gerontology Advisory Committee, Research Advisory Committee on Gulf War Veterans Illness, Health Services Research and Development Service Merit Review Board, Advisory Committee on the Homeless Veterans, Joint Biomedical Laboratory Research and Development and Clinical Science Research and Development Services Scientific Merit Review Board, Advisory Committee on Minority Veterans, National Research Advisory Council, Advisory Committee on Prosthetics and Special Disability Programs, Advisory Committee on the Readjustment of Veterans, Veterans Advisory Committee on Rehabilitation, Rehabilitation Research and Development Service Scientific Merit Review Board, Veterans Rural Health Committee, Special Medical Advisory Group, Advisory Committee on Structural Safety of Department of Veterans Affairs Facilities, Department of Veteran Affairs Voluntary Service National Advisory Committee, Advisory Committee on Women's Veteran, Veterans Family, Caregiver, and Survivor Advisory Committee, and Veterans and Community Oversight and Engagement Boards. The geographic location of the 4 non-contiguous islands making up the Virgin Islands creates unique challenges for our veterans living and working in the territory. We can undoubtedly say freedoms we enjoy in the nation and the Virgin Islands come at a cost of dedicated, selfless service and unfortunately debilitating acute and chronic illnesses and often death for many who serve in our nation's military. The cost of life, limb, or debilitating injuries suffered by the men and women affects them emotionally and financially. I applaud your efforts to seek solutions to deliver more efficient support to our servicemen and women and our veteran community. In closing, I would like to thank this legislative body for the continued support to provide to our service members, veterans, and their families. The Office of Veteran Affairs estimates that there are 8,000 veterans in the territory, but only 3,000 are registered with their office. We have approximately 8,000 veterans in the territory, which is 0.091% of our 87,146 population per the 2020 census. Our service members, veterans, and their families, thank you for your continued support and initiatives. Unfortunately, without more clarification, I am not in favor of this initiative. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to provide my testimony.
And thank you so much, Adjutant General Knox Linebacker. The next testifier that we have invited is Mr. Patrick Farrell, Director of the Office of Veterans Affairs. Director Farrell, you're now invited to read your written testimony into the record.
Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, other senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, all that are present, listening via radio, or viewing via the legislature's legit TV. Good afternoon to you. Additional greetings to my comrades in and out of uniform, known to you as the veterans of this beloved territory. Thank you once again for your service to country. Last but never least, to the staff of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, to whom I refer to as the pillars of this agency, Ms. Daniel, Ms. Frederick, Ms. Gordon, and Ms. Hewitt, good afternoon and thank you for your service to our territory's veterans. I am Patrick D. Farrell, your Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Today, I am here to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8A, relating to the Office of Veterans Affairs to establish the Veterans Council under the Office of Veterans Affairs to serve as advisor to the Office of Veterans Affairs and as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. The Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs is not in favor of this bill in its current state. To my understanding, the proposed bill seeks to create legislation mandating the Office of Veterans Affairs to establish a Veterans Advisory Council. Currently, there is a newly established and functional Virgin Islands Veterans Advisory Council, VIVAC, which was created via agency policy. VIVAC's purpose is to assist or advise the Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs in enhancing the quality of life for veterans and their families by doing the following: recommending new legislation, recommending additions and or deletions to current policies, and bringing attention to deficiencies within the veteran community. Once advised, if the recommendation is found to be beneficial to the Virgin Islands veteran community, the director would then take it or them to the appropriate organization or level of government for further consideration. Recommendations have the possibility of reaching the level of being recommended for possible legislation. VIVAC's initial meeting was Thursday, October 13, 2022. Since then, there have been two subsequent meetings and one which was postponed due to a scheduled conflict with our Veterans Health and Benefits Affairs just last week. The council has elected its leadership, Dr. Maria Nesbitt as chairperson, Kai Calloway as vice chairperson, and Vanetta Charles as secretary. Now, the council is actively creating the governing document of the council, more intimately known as bylaws. Once the bylaws are completed, the council will be meeting on a quarterly basis. As it relates to someone else being a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private or nonprofit entities serving veterans in the territory, the Office of Veterans Affairs is quite capable of dealing directly with outside entities. This is something we have been doing for years without an issue. On a normal basis, we serve over 450 veterans per month. This number drastically increases when we have initiatives or events of significance. For example, recently we launched an initiative to have veterans identified on their driver's license, which saw at least an extra 300 veterans within 1 month walk into our doors. Last week, our health and benefit fair saw almost 400 veterans in 2 days. Our quarterly town halls averaged an additional 175 veterans in a 2-day period. Starting something of this nature at this point will only impede veterans from getting the services that they have earned by adding layers of bureaucracy. Case in point, a member of this community reached out to the Office of Veterans Affairs just yesterday for assistance. This assistance was not for them personally, but for another family. We in turn had to reach out to the family and in need directly to the person. We in turn had to reach out to the family in need directly due to the person not knowing what resources were available. This was an impediment simply because there was an unnecessary step in between. Time is life in most cases. We cannot afford the extra layer, especially when our veterans are sick. What we can afford is for organizations or agencies to serve as referring entities for those veterans or families of veterans who may not know where to seek the necessary services. Placing another layer between the veteran or his or her family and the service is not the way to go. Additionally, the council as a liaison would need to be trained by this same Office of Veterans Affairs. I don't know of any other entity within the Virgin Islands with a better relationship between them and the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. I say all of this to say, it will be to our disadvantage to create another entity or layer to try and accomplish what's already been accomplished. If I misunderstood the intent of this legislation, I look forward to hearing clarification. Chairman Joseph, distinguished members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, and other senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs respect the important work that you have done and continue to do to enhance the quality of life and well-being of territories, veterans, and their families. With your help and continued support, we can ensure our veterans and their needs are adequately resourced and remain a priority. The challenges we overcome today become the foundation of our promise to serve those who have borne the battle, their families, and their survivors. Our commitment to veterans of the Virgin Islands and those veterans who decide to make their home within our shores will remain steadfast. Subject to your questions, this concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Farrell. Ms. Hillis Benjamin, Commander, American Legion, Post 90, you are recognized to read your written testimony into the record.
Good afternoon, Senator Carla Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee of Veterans, Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, sponsor of the bill number 35-008. Other senators of the 35th Legislature present, those listening on the radio or via Legit TV. I am Hillis Benjamin, Commander of the American Legion, Post number 90 on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, here to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8A, relating to the Office of Veteran Affairs to establish the Veterans Council to serve as an advisor to the Office of Veteran Affairs and as a liaison between the Office of Veteran Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. Let me state for the record, a Veterans Advisory Council has been initiated by the Director of Veteran Affairs. At its second meeting, the members present elected persons to the positions of chairperson or chairman, vice chairman, and secretary, and currently have developed bylaws that would govern the operation of the council. The formation of the council provides the Director of Veteran Affairs a single entity that will help to plan, coordinate, execute, and mitigate issues and concerns affecting veterans and their families. The council is made up of veterans in the Virgin Islands, and those Virgin Islands veterans that reside on the mainland are also eligible to join this council. My concerns regarding these bills are: 1, who will determine the makeup of the council? 2, how will this bill put any additional burden on the government? 3, is this legislation even required at all regarding the formation of a council, especially since we already have a council in operation? I recommend that the council already formed by the Director of Veteran Affairs is allowed to function without the implementation of this legislation. The council, along with the director, should provide this committee with updates on its activities and programs, and then if the legislation is needed to enforce or ensure the council operates as intended, then legislation may be submitted when all else fails. I thank you for allowing me to testify on this on the behalf of the members of American Legion Post 90, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Benjamin. Testifiers, just a major reminder that when you are asked a question, kindly, for the purpose of our stenographer, place your name on the record before you respond. Colleagues, we will now proceed. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have one additional testimony that was sent, and I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to read it into the record. Kindly proceed, Madam Clerk.
Good day, Honorable Chairwoman Carla J. Joseph, Honorable Javon E. James Sr., Vice Chair, members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Sedman Hodge Jr., State Chair of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands, a former senator, Army veteran, and concerned citizen residing in the U.S. Virgin Islands. As a veteran, I found it to be very important to share my views on Bill number 35-0008 to establish the Veterans Council under the Office of Veterans Affairs to serve as advisors to the Office of Veterans Affairs and as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. First, I would like to state the purpose of any Veterans Council or Veterans Advisory Council, which is to represent and serve local military veterans organization and to act as a liaison between local government and veterans organizations on issues affecting veterans and veterans benefits. The council will be comprised of recognized national veterans organizations whose members serve in the armed forces of the United States and or other auxiliaries. Specifically, to address veterans issues that cannot or are not been resolved through the normal government agencies, to inform federal organizations in the territory of these issues, which will enable the coordinated efforts to mitigate the issue and to assist veterans or their families on what organizations are available to them in resolving issues arising from the military services. Bill number 35-0008 aims to create a Veterans Council to provide oversight of the Veterans Affairs as an advisor. This section of the legislation becomes problematic as it creates a council that can only provide advice and cannot engage in decision making. The Office of Veteran Affairs is a government entity that does not require a board or require a council to advise a board. An advisory council consists of a group of outside advisors who work alongside a board of directors to enhance board governance. It's important that we do not create a situation that gives a voice to veterans without truly empowering the other veteran organizations, as stated in the second part of the proposed legislation. The second part of the proposed legislation is a necessary element for the territory, but does not need to be legislated. Bill number 35-008 proposes that the Veteran Council will also serve as a liaison between the Office of the Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. When private organizations create a coalition, committee, or council, they organize to address an issue, lobby for funding or services, and support each organization goals by providing needed services for the public. It is my hope that the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection vote against Bill number 35-008. If the committee does not support Bill number 35-008, it should only be to support the liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans. This element is necessary as it will meet the needs of all veterans in the territory to access information and service under the council that provides access to the services offered by the private entities. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony before the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Madam Chair, let's end the reading of the testimony.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we will now proceed with one round of 3 minutes of questioning. Senator Ray Fonseca, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Bill number 35-008 is very interesting. I like the idea of, having the advisory for the Office of Veterans Affairs. But I wanted to note the testimony of the general, because I was listening to your testimony, and you expressed some reservations about it, and that concerns me a bit. So specifically, General, what are the items that you have? Is it a funding issue or it's an administrative issue?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I would say it's both. So from a funding perspective, the veterans receive their funding for the services that they request. It's normally a federal funding. We do have very limited local funding that provides something for the Virgin Islands. Very, very limited. And when it comes to administrative, I think your last testifier, former Senator Hodge, kind of highlighted it. It's a government entity that gets its direction from the Department of Veterans Affairs, comes down to the Office of Veterans Affairs, and they execute within the federal guidelines, which actually is where the funding resides for these programs. So it's unusual, cumbersome, and I think it delays delivery of services to the veterans by having a council underneath a government entity to then try to influence, guide, or misguide, often happens, the delivery of services to our veterans.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Farrell, what would be the specific financial impact of this new advisory section to your budget? How can you afford it right now? What would be the specifics? What additional would you require in your budget?
Director Farrell, Office of Veterans Affairs. Well, the bill in its current state
30 seconds.
Does not specifically require any additional funding. So right now, there'll be no additional funding required if it was to implement this particular bill as it is right now.
Okay, so the council would need training, they would need travel, they would need, if they need to be certified or training and travel, I guess that would impact your budget, right?
No, those type of things, if the legislation would require all of that, then absolutely it would require some type of funding.
Okay, so overall, you see it as a very positive, mildly positive, or neutral? How do you look at it?
I am not in support of the bill.
Okay, that's what I thought. But I mean, as far as your budget, it would impact your budget. You have no funds for this. You have no discretionary amounts in your budget.
No discretionary amounts for this.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Javon E. James Sr., you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. I would like to quote from a July 23, 2019 VI or St. Thomas Source article. And it's entitled VI Overboard Part 1. Territory has a fever for commissions and boards. The U.S. Virgin Islands has more than 120 boards, commissions, and committees on the books. Some boards have never been up and running and seem to have been created out of wishful thinking or a desire by senators to look like they were doing something. Others function, or at least had members and met for a while, but have since fallen by the wayside. And this is coming from someone who once enlisted in the military. My brother once served in the military. My wife once served in the military. But at the end of the day, I just want to make sure that we don't over-legislate. And I try my best to listen to the subject matter experts. And I haven't heard not one testifier who have supported this measure. Not one. That doesn't mean that the intent is not good. So once again, to the kudos to the sponsor of the measure for at least trying. But we have to listen to the subject matter experts. I remember when we were doing the rezoning for the concrete plant, and everybody said, listen to the subject matter experts, listen to DPNR, the concrete block plant. Listen to DPNR, those are the individuals who are in charge. Well, these are the individuals who are in charge as well when it comes to the veterans in the Virgin Islands, and they're all saying no. So we can't pick and choose when to listen to the subject matter experts. So with that said, my vote will be no. And I'm in possession of an amendment. I'm not sure if the testifiers today are aware of Amendment 35-242. It's like a 4 or 5 page document. And I would like to ask any one of the testifiers, are they aware of Amendment 35-242?
30 seconds.
Director Patrick Farrell, I was made aware of the amendment yesterday.
Anyone else?
Benjamin, I was also made aware of the amendment yesterday.
Major General Kojan Oxenbacker, I did receive and have read the amendment.
Gene
And
Ford, Assistant Commissioner, likewise aware of the amendment yesterday.
Okay, that was yesterday. All right, cool. And I too want to say kudos to the sponsor of the amendment, but I remember several times where individuals would say, don't slam anything on my desk 24 hours before and think I'm going to read it, especially something this lengthy. So as far as what the amendment is proposing, do you say that it adds substance to the bill or it will make you change your mind? Anyone? Yes or no?
Commander Hillis Benjamin, having read today the amendment, no. In fact, I think it only substantiates everything that everyone has done said, that it will be more cumbersome now on the Office of Veteran Affairs to even enforce or have this council based on what was presented in the amendment.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if my time was called, but if you want to allow them to just weigh in on the amendment. If not, I still stand in opposition of this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, especially the testifiers that are here today. I cannot speak as to the intent of the measure because only the sponsor of the bill can do that. Now, from reading the bill, it seems, and hearing the testimonies, it seems to me that basically the main issue, and Director Farrell, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the main issue that you have with the proposed legislation is in section 1.3 that says act as a liaison between the Office of Veteran Affairs and all private entities serving the veterans in the territory. From what I heard from your testimony, it seems like that's your main issue. Can you maybe point out if I'm correct or if there's any other issue with the bill?
Director Patrick Farrell, you are correct when you say that is my main issue. Yes, it is my main issue because as I stated in my testimony, it impedes services to the veteran that need it.
And it impedes services, if you could just break down so that even the people that are listening can understand how so, if this becomes into effect and becomes a law.
Director Patrick Farrell, with the bill as stated is asking for someone else to be placed in between the veteran and the Office of Veterans Affairs. As I stated in my testimony, if we could have someone act as a referring agency, then that would work. Because if you have a liaison, that means the veteran speaks to the liaison speaks to the Office of Veterans Affairs, then the Veterans Affairs speaks back to the liaison, and the liaison speaks back to the family. That's just unnecessary in my opinion.
Very well. And your second or third other issue with the proposed legislation?
My other issue is we already have a standing Veterans Advisory Council by the name of VIVAC, which is right now up and coming, and we have all veterans on board, and they're up to this point doing a remarkable job.
So you don't have an issue with an advisory council?
I do not, Director
30
Patrick
seconds.
Farrell, I do not have an issue with an advisory council.
Because you currently have...
Because we already have one. I have an
one
issue with
established.
doubling.
You have
on
an
the same thing.
issue... Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to over-talk at the same time you did it, just trying to understand. Your issue is with duplicating that.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. And having that advisory council serve as a liaison between private entities.
That's my other issue, yes.
Okay. You have any issue with
Time.
this body codifying what you already have functioning?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
My issue is in accordance with the amendment that was just mentioned. I read the amendment, and it creates...
No, hold on a second for me. I said if you have an issue with this body codifying what you already have established, apart from any amendments or anything else.
Now that I understand your question, the question is yes, I do have a problem with it being codified. It's already established within the agency by policy. It can stay the way and leave out the other parts of it.
Okay. But maybe my time has been called, but on the chair's time, I really would like to understand why would you have an issue for this body to codify what you already have implemented internally, so that I could be clear as to then what my decision should be regarding this measure. So if you can, through the chair's time.
Yes, you may answer the question.
My Director Patrick Farrell, my issue is plain and simple. Everything does not need to be legislated.
Okay, thank you very much. It seems like there is a slight issue of duplication here, because from what I understand, you already have an advisory council that are basically fulfilling what this new bill intends to propose. Am I correct?
A portion of it, yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't expect to speak so quickly. I was just doing some additional research here. But I too have sat here and listened to all the testimonies given, and I am very, very leery. I heard there were one millennial senator speaking to an article sometime back written by the source, and so I'm very, very leery of creating any additional boards, commissions, councils, whatever the case may be. Now, the amendment has not been offered officially, so going based on the bill in itself, the bill is actually a shell, and it just speaks to establishing a Veterans Council within the Office of within the Office of Veterans Affairs, and that they will make recommendations and provide guidance to the director of the office. If the director is saying that all this is satisfactorily done by the support staff that sits amongst him right now, being the National Guard, representation from the Legion, the Department of Labor, etc., then again, I just see this as an additional layer of bureaucracy. I'm looking at the amendment still and seeing where it speaks to the Commissioners of Health and Human Services and Labor, and also speaking to the membership receiving some $100 for each day or a portion thereof spent on the official business of the Veterans Advisory Council. I have problems with that language as well. We already have a number of boards and commissions that take advantage of that specific portion where it says receive X amount for each day or a portion thereof. So in other words, the commission could meet for 6 or 8 hours, and I come
30
in
seconds.
for 5 minutes or an hour, and then leave and still be able to get compensated. Doesn't sit well with me. Quickly, I wanted to ask the Director of Veterans Affairs, Mr. Farrell. I see too in the amendment, if it is offered, where the Veterans Affairs shall provide meeting space and clerical and administrative support services for the council. Are you able to fulfill this? Yes or no?
Director Patrick Farrell, with my current staff, no.
And space availability?
No.
Okay. You know, so again, according to the testimony received here today, this is already being done through various components. And obviously, overall funding is an issue. And we can take this same 14,000, if I may conclude here, Madam Chair.
You may wrap up.
We can take this same $14,400 that I've calculated to reimburse our veterans for travel. We've heard the request from Mr. Gibbs, who've testified before this body several times, and the $14,400 came about from the $100 per member, which is 9 members. That would be $900. That would be $900 per meeting, 4 times a year, $3,600. And I think they sit for 4 years. That $3,600 per year comes to the $14,400 and can be used to reimburse these veterans for their travel, meal reimbursement, etc. So if we're really serious, let's address it that way and put the monies to good use. But at this point, I am not inclined to support creating another commission, council, or board. Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. The chair recognizes the presence of Senator Maurice C. James. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. As it relates to bill number 35-0008, I have listened to quite a bit of comment. And in listening to what my colleague, my millennial colleague stated earlier, in regards to having too many boards and commissions, I 100% agree. And I think as legislators, what we need to do is go into the code and strip and get rid of all of those boards and commissions that are useless, that are a waste of time, and that are not manned. And if people feel that as senators we're creating things that are just for the purpose of feel good or to look like we're doing something, I'm sure some of that did happen. So it's our responsibility to get them out of the code if they're not doing anything beneficial. But when you have pieces of legislation such as this, that potentially does have a purpose, because from what I'm understanding from listening to the individuals before us, Mr. Farrell from Veterans Affairs is saying basically that what is happening here, and this is from my understanding, and I'll ask you if I'm correct, you already are doing this within your agency. And from what I am understanding is that the senator that brought this forward is attempting to codify it in the code to make it permanent. Because you have to understand, we live in a territory that depending on who you know, how long you work in a specific agency, who the governor is at the time, your policies might not outlive you. And if this is something that is beneficial and it's currently helping veterans, because we consistently part of the community. I also listened to the Adjutant General speak when he specifically talked about we have all of these people in place that these veterans can come to. Yes, a veteran can come and speak to me as a senator, but I am not honed in specifically to all his needs. If you have a council in place that you think, Mr. Farrell, is so beneficial to Veterans Affairs right now, it is very beneficial because you're getting the information, you're able to connect to veterans, some over 8,000 of them in the territory, and this is working for you. And we said, you know what? This was such a great idea. We don't want to run the risk of it disappearing when a new administration comes in. So we say, you know what? We're going to try and protect it. We're going to put it in the code to make sure that even if another administration comes and another one comes, this is going to stay in place to make sure the veterans have some place to express themselves. Now, I am all for cleaning up things and making amendments, but fundamentally, this piece of legislation is literally what you're telling me you already are doing.
Time.
If you think it is great, and we think it is great, and we want to make sure it stays permanent, that is all my colleague was attempting to do. So I understand all the naysayers at this point, but I also have to look at things from multiple perspectives, and I'm also looking from the perspectives of the very veterans that I have to listen to. And if I could do something to put something permanently in place so they can have a voice through that mechanism, I am going to support that. But I'm going to listen to my colleagues as well as you testifiers at the same time. But again, I think I heard time because I want to make sure I'm not going over. I'm going to continue to listen and make a decision accordingly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Was there a response? Senator Javon E. James Sr., you had a point of inquiry, a point of information?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to say thank you for the point of information. I agree with the good senator from the minority as far as what's already been in place. But my suggestion is to this body, and hopefully at a later time within this committee, we can bring in that same council and we can have a conversation with them and find out an update of some of the benefits or some of the accomplishments ever since it has been formed. That way, when we act on this bill, and it's not up to me, it's one man, one vote. You want to vote for it today, that's how you. But I think that we should bring in the advisory committee, find out some of the successes and the challenges they may have before implementing something like this. Because this is my first time hearing about the advisory committee. So good suggestion, but we need to bring them in front of this committee. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you, Senator James Sr., for making that notation. Senator Maurice C. James, before you proceed, I got a point of inquiry on this side from Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to know maybe a little bit more about VVAC, the advisory council that you have now, who are the members and how many members and per what district? You can share that with us.
Director Patrick Farrell, and I'm happy for that question because specifically the part that we asked of what district. The council is right now open to anybody. It's not segregated, and it also has more flexibility. The council was just formed, as mentioned earlier, in October of last year. So we are still creating the governing document, bylaws. So we won't be able to come before the body right now until we are fully established and start doing things. Who are the members? We have a chairperson, a vice chairperson, and a secretary. Those are the only concrete personnel in the council, because if you never ever showed up to a council before, you are always welcome to come on the next one. So we don't require a quorum to have conversations right now. If we go into the legislating it and codifying it, then we gotta have a quorum. Then we gotta have this, then we gotta have that. We rather have and stay with the flexibility we have. I understand the protecting it, but if we put something in code, it can also be rescinded by another senator later on if that senator or that body at the time doesn't agree with it at that time. So it's a kind of two-way street.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question, if I can.
I have a follow-up because I would like to know.
I just wanted to, if you would allow, Senator, I wanted you to, and maybe Ms. Hillis Benjamin, you could fill us in, because I think that's what Senator Carrion was getting at. Who are the persons? We know the titles, but who are they? Who are the persons who serve as chairperson? Ms. Benjamin, you indicated in your testimony that it has a chairperson of this council. It has a vice chairperson, secretary. And so who are they specifically?
If I could take that question, Madam Chair. In my testimony, I did mention the officers by name.
Okay.
In
you have Kai. Okay, I see Dr. Moria Nisbet. She works for the Office of Veterans Affairs.
No, she does not. None of the officers or members work for the Office of Veterans Affairs.
Okay. And that's something I wanted to get an idea of. None of them work for the office. Senator Carrion, you had a point of inquiry?
I just wanted to know for the per district and the amount. So it's just three members currently?
That are in leadership positions, yes, the officers. And we are looking at potentially adding a public relations person.
And they're in which district?
There's nothing separated by district in the council right now, Senator.
I mean, so what island do they come from?
What island does who come from?
They reside on, the members.
He's asking about which island district do the current officers reside on. Is it all St. Thomas, St. John district?
The chairperson and vice chairperson reside on St. Thomas, and the secretary resides on the mainland.
And can I add a point of information?
Certainly. Proceed,
so
Ms.
the vice,
Benjamin.
My name is Hillis Benjamin, American Legion. The vice chairperson in a day or two will be residing on St. Croix.
Correct. So we could actually put that on the record. So now we have one person living in St. Thomas, one residing on St. Croix, and one on the mainland.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Maurice C. James, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to say that when my colleague proposed the bill, I thought it was excellent in the sense that his reason and his intent was to make sure that the council, the advisory council, exists regardless of what administration is in power, which is something that you always want to do. Because I know the value of a veteran, and that's what we're talking about today. I attended a town hall meeting, an excellent one that was held by Director Farrell, and I felt the frustration, the anger, the sadness, the despair in a lot of veterans, and I've heard it over the last several months, of sometimes feeling that the office may not be responsive, but not in a sense that Director Farrell isn't doing the best that he can, but in fact, he may need support. And I think that was the intent of even Director Farrell creating the Virgin Islands Veterans Advisory Council, which I read on April 19th, he held his third meeting. So I felt that this is the perfect time for us to codify the council, since you are in the initial stages of forming your Veterans Advisory Council. So I saw a lot of contradiction in the other testifiers saying there's no need for this council when you have a council existing. So I'm going to ask the Major General Limbacher to explain to me, because it seems as if maybe his testimony is based on what he read initially in the bill, but how would a council be duplicative in nature or
30
create
seconds.
additive layers that delay the delivery of services when a council is not providing services to service members, to veterans? It doesn't do that. Nor does it have to approve the delivery of services. It has nothing to do with the delivery of services. It strictly is providing advice, which I think is your council that you have now. Is it doing that? I'd like the director to answer that question to the bottom line upfront offered by the general. Is your council duplicative? Is it creating additive layers that delay the delivery of services to veterans in the territory? Is that what your council is doing? Thank you.
Director Patrick Farrell, the council right now in its current state is not doing that. However, if we codify it, it's going to be a different level and type of control. The council is a lot more flexible, and that's my opinion.
Madam Chair, may I follow?
Certainly.
Can you be
and
a little more specific? Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator James.
Yeah, I'd like I think it's important that we recognize, and I think and I believe that Director Farrell, in establishing an advisory council, he realizes the value of an advisory council. That's what I want to get across to everybody sitting in here today, or you would not have created one. Is that not true, Director Farrell?
Director Farrell, if I could clarify the sole reason why I created the VIVAC was to allow veterans in our community to have a say in what can come about for them in the future. That was my sole reason for creating the council as it is right now. I wanted them to have a say in what we do.
Madam Chair,
yes.
One more, please.
Certainly.
So Director Farrell, is the council going to have separate meetings apart from by the way, excellent town hall meetings? Is that what's going to happen, or is the council simply going to, it's open to all veterans. So they all come to this meeting and they all lodge their complaints about the Virgin Islands National Guard, about the American Legion, about the clinic, the VA clinic. I mean, that's not what a council does. So I'm trying to understand what the testimonies that I read today are trying to say. That's not what a council does. I rest my case on this one for right now. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I?
Thank you, Senator James. Director Farrell, you wanted to put a comment or remark on the record. You may proceed.
Yes, if I may, Director Patrick Farrell. The Advisory Council is not about complaints. Not complaints at all. Recommendations, suggestions.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, okay, you withdraw. There is a really tightrope that we're walking here for me, because I like boards and commissions. I've served on a board, and I know that they work if they are led by a good and have a good team. And I know that commissions are the same. But this is what we're considering today in this bill is neither a board or a commission. I don't want it to get twisted. It's just an advisory council. Something to, entity to also provide some advice and guidance and to support the director. That's my understanding based on reading the piece of legislation. Based on your testimony, Director Farrell, as well as Ms. Benjamin from the Legion 90, this is already happening. So what is the apprehension on having it codify, which you have already put in place, so that this type of advisory is there after you leave to give advice to the director of the Office on Veterans Affairs? Ms. Benjamin?
Hillis Benjamin, American Legion Post 90. My concern with the proposal, and is in my testimony, is the cumbersome. If it's already happening, why do we need to legislate it? By reading some of the reading the amendment and and just having to have been here earlier today to hear the testimony regarding the Taxi Cab Commission and the non-compliance and creating those boards or discontent between the governance of an entity that will go out and support and provide support to the Taxi Cab Commission or the taxi drivers. To me, that's the problem I heard there. So by legislating by putting what was in especially what in the amendment, for me, is too cumbersome. We're creating an entity that in the event, understanding that we're trying to put it in place so that it stays there, regardless of what governor is in place or what legislature is in place, but by putting all these entities in place that already supports the veterans of this territory, I'm just thinking we're just making another political bureaucracy within the Office of Veteran Affairs and using the veterans as a ping pong or a political tool to, in some cases, to say we're doing something on behalf of the veterans.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, program information.
I just want to point out that the comparison to the Taxi Cab Commission and this advisory is like apples and oranges. It's not the same thing. they're giving advice to the director, not that the director is taking what they say and they're promulgating rules and regulations and policies that the director has to follow and have oversight over the director. That, I don't believe, based on what I'm reading here, is the intent. But it's not the intent of this piece of legislation. It's just to, based on what I'm understanding and from my reading, is just to do what is already being done, which is to advise. It says serve as an advisory capacity, make recommendations. You could make any recommendation. It doesn't mean that the director has to follow the recommendation, but if a board now gives you, and you are on a board and you're the executive director, and this board instructs you to follow, to do this, X, Y, and Z, you got to do it. So it's a difference. So that's how I see it, and act as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. I would think that that would be added support for the Office of Veterans Affairs, knowing that you have all the individuals out there who are working in concert. Adjutant General Knox Limbaka, you wanted to make a comment, and then Director Farrell.
Yes, Major General Knox Limbaka, Virgin Islands National Guard. Just to highlight, for example, on page 3 of this amendment, advise the Office of Veterans Affairs with respect to the fulfillment of its statutory duties. I think the director of the Office of Veterans Affairs clearly understands his statutory duties. When it comes to policies being in place, every commander, for everyone who's a veteran that have served and are currently discussing this bill, every commander comes in and has the right to change any policy and procedures that are in effect as long as they're within the law. So what you're seeking to do is to legislate requirements that then hamstrings future directors to best govern, to deliver the services. So when I say it's duplicative, it is duplicative because he already has an internal system that gets at the information to deliver the services to the actual veterans. If you now create this on top of what he has, that's what I mean, it becomes duplicative. However, the key point here is that every director, like every senator, has the right to internally manage their organization to deliver the best results for the people of the Virgin Islands. And as a veteran, and 90% disabled veteran, and still currently serving, I think the way it is today, it continues to meet the needs of the veterans. And any veteran who has a requirement can articulate that. And I'm very confident Director Farrell and his team will make sure that the Department of Veterans Affairs deliver what's within the confines of the federal law to provide those requirements. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adjutant General. Director Farrell?
Yes, Director Farrell, I just wanted to point out, in all fairness, the amendment was mentioned earlier during this session. We have all been issued the amendment, and most of our comments are guided by the stuff that's in the amendment. We cannot unsee what we have seen within the amendment. So for fairness, I know that the public has not been able to, they don't know what's in the amendment that we have saw, but our comments mostly are guided by what's in the amendments that we have already seen. So that's in all fairness to the public. That's listening.
Right, and that's why I asked, because the amendment hasn't been brought forward.
Correct, but we cannot unsee it.
Right, but we provided it so that you will be prepared. But we are discussing the bill, which doesn't give the council that level of oversight or the like, but it actually provides advice and recommendation, which I gather is what the purpose of the council that you have created. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Once again, good afternoon to our testifiers here before us today. I have to apologize because I wasn't privy to the discussions this afternoon. I had a meeting, a performer session in the president's office, and I wasn't able to listen in. But it's clear that all of the testifiers here today have opposed the legislation, I believe. I definitely want to applaud the sponsor of the bill, my good friend from Savan, who came up with the concept of providing support, additional support to veterans as well as the Office of Veteran Affairs. I also want to commend you, Director Farrell, for taking the initiative to develop an advisory council. My question is, I just want to get an idea as to what is the difference, or what would be the difference between the current advisory council that you have already established and the proposed advisory council that is being proposed here today.
Director Farrell, as mentioned earlier, when one of the other senators asked basically the same question, my main concern is the liaison portion. Because the liaison, putting a liaison in between the family of a veteran or the veteran that's in need of services, you impede the service getting back to the veteran. Because the family now has to go to the liaison come to the Office of Veterans Affairs, then the Veterans Affairs go back to the liaison go back to the family or the veteran. Time is not money in this case. Time is life in this case. To take out the middle person, for me, speaks volumes. Let's get direct to the veteran and the service that him or her needs.
So the advisory board, in your view, would create this extra layer where rather than persons just going straight to you, are you saying that the legislation as it is written would now require the family, that's what you just mentioned, to go directly to the advisory council, and then the advisory council present the case to you? Is that how?
That is my understanding, because in the bill, it says for the council to act as the liaison between the, if I'm correct, the family and the Office of Veterans Affairs, or the veteran and the Office of Veterans Affairs. Or any and I stand corrected, private entities, or let me read it because I don't want to misquote.
Page 2.
The bill summary states, the bill amends Title 3, Chapter 1, Section 8A of the Virgin Islands Code, establishing a Veterans Council to serve in an advisory capacity to the Office of Veterans Affairs as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private or non-profit entities serving veterans in the territory.
And currently, how does the current advisory board operate? Is it just a board that provides you with suggestions and ideas as to how you can better serve the veterans in the Virgin Islands community? Is it something to that extent?
Director Farrell, that's exactly what it is right now, Senator. It's a group of veterans that have volunteered to come forward and offer suggestions and recommendations of things that we could do better for the veterans community in the Virgin Islands.
Okay.
Directly for them.
Okay. If the liaison piece, if I may just one final, if the liaison piece were removed from the legislation and it was just reverted back to what you currently have, which you wisely implemented, and I'm thinking that based on what you did, that created the impetus for the senator to say, look, Dr. Farrell is doing something great here, and I don't want when he leaves that the next veteran director decides to not have this advisory board. So if they were to remove that liaison piece, and simply what they would be doing would be codifying what you currently have, is that something that you would be comfortable with as director? Thank you very much for your generosity. You can answer on the chair's time.
Kindly proceed, Director Farrell. And Senator Francis Heiliger, I got you regarding your point of inquiry.
Senator.
Point of information.
Point of information. Thank you.
Director Farrell. Senator, if I could be blatantly honest, and I went to the Lord in prayer before I say this. The council as it is right now ask for me to not allow the political aspect to get in between our council as we have it right now.
Okay, thank you. Point of inquiry or information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
So much. I just wanted to do a point of information and put on the record that I fully understand the concern with the word liaison. And I am sure if that one word could be changed to reporting or sharing information between private entities and Veterans Affairs, we could. That's the beauty of being a senator. It's called amendments. But what I also will say, I just heard Mr. Farrell just share that the current council is asking not for it to be politicized, but he also just told us it only has 3 people on it because it's just in the setup phase. So if you're just in the setup phase with 3 people for administrative, from what I heard, how do they have an opinion of that type of caliber when you really don't have all these people you said the council is supposed to be dealing with? So that is something I just wanted to share. But thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Director Farrell, because I don't believe you mentioned it only has 3 people. I know we went down and drilled down and we uncovered that you have 3 officers and that you have additional persons. You want to clarify for us so we could understand how many persons are currently on the council that you have established or organized?
Thank you so much. Thank you kindly, as you would like to say. Director Farrell, if I could clarify, there are, as you said, 3 officers of the council. In the meetings, we have had between 30 and 40 attendees each time on the council. And it is always open to all veterans. So there could be an opportunity or a time where we have 150 veterans that feel they need to come out.
Thank you. Is there a point of inquiry or information?
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Maurice C. James, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your recognition of me. I just wanted to ask, it's a follow-up to what you asked about the amount of members in the council, but if you're saying you have 130, 150 people, you're not having a council. You don't have a council. Clearly, there's a need for legislation to establish a structure so that you understand what a council is. What you were having were town hall meetings. At what point are you going, Director Farrell, do you understand the difference between a council and a town hall meeting? That's my question.
Director Farrell, and thank you for your question, Senator, the good veteran. I do understand the difference between a council and a town hall meeting. I also stated earlier that we are in the process of developing our bylaws. Our bylaws will be the governing document of the council once established.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Javon E. James Sr., you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And as a reference to Bill number 35-0008. Read the bill clearly, colleagues. And like I said, this is no jab against the sponsor of the measure. But it says that the Office of Veterans Affairs shall establish a Veterans Council within its office. The Veterans Council shall. And it only speaks to three things. And I must admit the amendment speaks to structure. But I need time to digest this amendment and read it thoroughly. I know. Let me talk. I'm talking. It says to make recommendations and provide guidance to the Director of the Office of Veterans Affairs. I am not sure if it's our duty to say that he needs guidance, but I must admit he might need recommendations. And it says for delivery of programs and legislation addressing veterans in the territory. So let's make it clear, we're putting this council in place to come up with legislation addressing veterans in the territory and to act as a liaison. So I have a problem with number 2, which is on line 7 of the bill, and page 2, line 1. But as far as serving advisory capacity, I have no problem with that, but it needs to be structured. So there's no way, shape, or form this bill could get passed today. It needs work, and that's all I'm basically saying. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James Sr. Point of information, Senator Kenneth Giddens. And then, colleagues, we need to wrap up and call a question on this measure. Senator Kenneth Giddens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, colleagues and viewing and listening audience, what's before us currently in Bill 35-0008 is to establish a council, an advisory council. There is no amendment before us. And I'm saying, based on 0008, this is just a shell, and the requirement to establish a council does not sit well, at least with this senator, when we continuously saying that we want to reduce these boards, commissions, councils, whatever, because we have to pay these individuals a stipend still. So whichever name we choose to call it, it is what it is. Whether it's a board, a commission, or a council. And again, absent the amendment, what is before me is what I will cast my vote upon. And that's the creation of another level of bureaucracy. And I do concur with that of the director, that it will seek to politicize this military structure. And I agree wholeheartedly with the sentiments of the Legionnaire Director or Representative, Ms. Benjamin, who spoke to what transpired earlier today. We're going to create another board or another commission that in the next couple of months, we're going to seek to dismantle it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Colleagues, this is the last of the point of information that I'm going to entertain. Then we will have to make a decision on Bill number 35-0008. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to emphasize on the bill number, which is 35-0008. And an advisory council is different from a commission and is different from a board. And what dictates the duties and responsibilities is the structure that is developed. In this case, this is just generalizing And it clearly states that it's the Office of the Veteran Affairs, the one that will establish the council. And that the function of the council, it's in an advisory capacity to make recommendations and provide that support that the director may need. He clearly stated that he currently has an advisory council, and what this does, it just codifies what he has, apart and separate from the amendment that hasn't really been circulated yet. We're dealing with this bill. And in the testimony, and I'm closing, the testimony provided by the general, he clearly states that the Federal Advisory Committee Act provides a mechanism for an advisory committees to operate as another component of the people's voice in our democratic form of government. The reason why the director mentioned he, in his wisdom, established a council is for that, to have another voice so that the veterans could have another voice. The purpose of this council, the intention of the sponsor of this bill, is to create and codify that voice that's going to be through this council. I don't know what we're mixing apples with oranges here today, because the amendments speak about a structure, but we're not talking about amendment. We're talking about this bill, and the purpose of the council is to represent, is consumers' representative, to speak and be the voice of the veterans. So I see guidance and wisdom and support in that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you so much. What I'm going to do is we're going to take a little break so we can really have a really good sense on it. But I want to, before we take a break, I wanted to really ask you, Director Farrell. You saw a need to create the advisory council you have to do what? To accomplish what?
Director Farrell, as stated before.
Continue. Mm-hmm.
As stated before,
And you have to close out.
the council was my vision to allow veterans to take part in what happens for them, because this is not just about the Office of Veterans Affairs alone. Now, as it relates to the protection of this advisory council, whomever the
Point of
next...
order. Point of order.
Senator Gittins, what is your point of order? I'm sorry.
There's a motion on the floor, and I know that the motion is being heard. We cannot ignore motions. There's a motion on the floor called by Senator Francis Heiliger.
Okay, so I wanted, one moment. Senator Francis Heiliger, the proponent of the bill has not spoken to close out the bill. So I wanted to know if you would hold your motion until he has spoken to close out. The proponent has not done that.
It is up to, I think I was attempting to do this because I spoke to the proponent and we kept going around in circles. So we need to deal with this.
Okay,
but it's up
so that's what I wanted to do, to get the proponent to really close out. So if you would
not a motion until the proponent has spoken.
Thank you kindly. Conclude your comment, Director Farrell, then we will move to the proponent of the measure to close out, representing his bill.
Director Farrell, as I was stating, the advisory council that we now have in place was my vision. That doesn't mean that whomever the next director of the Office of Veterans Affairs, whenever that will be, would want to have a council and see that as part of their vision. My vision is mine. The next person may have something different. So as it relates to protection, that's why I don't see a need to protect it, because what I may see as a great thing,
the next person may not see as a great thing. We evolve.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Farrell. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm glad I grew up in Savannah, you know, because we warriors. Director Farrell, you're visionary. I support your vision. The Office of Veterans Affairs shall establish a Veterans Council within the office. It was your vision, I'm making it a reality. 1, serving at advisory capacity. 2, the Office of Veterans Affairs, to your office, where you the director. You're visionary, I support you. 2, make a recommendation and provide guidance to the director of the Office of Veterans Affairs on adequacy and delivery of programs and legislation addressing veterans in the territory. They ain't gonna draft no legislation. They ain't gonna come and tell you what to make as legislation. Be given advice, that's all. Hey, we think as we see. You know, we are veterans, we want to have a voice through you. Now, liaison. I went to some synonyms for liaison. And act as a liaison between. Liaison, arranging. Somebody could arrange to assist you. Contact, they could be the contact to assist you. Someone assisting you. Someone communicating for you. And a connection, making a connection. So act as a liaison, act as arranging, act as a contact, act as assisting, act as communicating, act as a connection between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities. It's simply just to assist you because you're one person, you have an excellent staff where you're understaffed, and it's just to assist you with making contact with private entities, to give you an extended arm. And I left the bill bland for your flavor. You put the flavor on it. I ain't directing you as to what it is you have to do other than what you created in your office presently now. We sat down in regards to this bill here in 2019 of bringing a Veterans Council. And we've had some discussion on it. But is your vision? I support you 100% on your vision. That's all it is. And ain't no politics here. I served 22 plus years. I'm a combat veteran like you and the people who I respect, all veterans. We combat veterans. We went to war to serve. People lost their lives. So me looking no votes. Ain't no politics on my end. Who want to talk about politics? That's on them. Not me. I here to stand up for veterans. 8,000 veterans in this Virgin Islands here who don't have a voice, they got a voice through me. That's my only intent. So make no mistake, me looking for no votes. I want to put something in law because you're visionary, and I agree with your vision, and it should remain in law until some other senator or somebody else, other body decide, hey, we don't like that vision, we want to go another direction. But I'm a veteran, a proud veteran. I ain't backing down or bowing down to nobody. None. Not when it comes to supporting and defending veterans. Not me. So that's my intent. I'm going to make it clear. Vote for this bill or don't vote for the bill. I asked my colleague, at first I was going to hold it. We ain't holding none. Make a motion, put it on the floor. Who support it, support it. Who don't. I ain't going to hold no, I ain't mad with nobody. All right? That's my stance on it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I ask the support of your colleagues in the committee, in your committee. Thank you very much for defending and your presentation. Excellent. To my colleague who supported, like I said, who supported defend, ain't no hard feelings. But let's put it on the floor. This bill ain't gonna get hold. Do not hold my bill. Put it on the floor, kill it, or make it live. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're now recognized for your motion.
Thank you. I move to offer Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8A, relating to the Office of Veterans Affairs, to establish a Veterans Council under the Office of Veterans Affairs to serve as advisor to the Office of Veterans Affairs and as liaison between the Office of the Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. I so move.
Senator, the motion is out of order and it needs to be restated. You move to offer. What are we doing? What is the disposition of this bill? So kindly restate your motion.
The position, okay, we will restate it again.
How are we disposing of the measure? How are we moving forward? Are we going to hold it or are we going to move it to the next committee?
I'm not holding it. I'm going to restate it. Madam Chair, I move to offer bill number 35, that's what? I move bill number 35, that's 0008, to be voted upon this committee favorably, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8A, relating to the Office of the Veterans Affairs to establish the Veterans Council under the Office of Veterans Affairs to serve as an advisor to the Office of Veterans Affairs and as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory be moved to the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary. I so move.
Did I hear a second? Senator Samuel Carrion seconded. Anyone on St. Croix? I didn't hear anything. Okay, the bill has been properly moved by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and seconded by Senator Samuel Carrion. Roll call on Bill 35-0008.
Senator Samuel Carrion? Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca? No. Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
No.
Senator Kenneth Gittins, nay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.?
No.
Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Not voting.
Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter? No. Senator Potter? No, nay. Madam Chair, you have 2 yeas, 4 nays, and 1 not voting.
Bill number 35-0008, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8A, relating to the Office of Veterans Affairs to establish the Veterans Council under the Office of Veterans Affairs to serve as advisor to the Office of Veteran Affairs and as a liaison between the Office of Veterans Affairs and all private entities serving veterans in the territory. The motion has failed.
Point of personal privilege.
We have a point of personal privilege from Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Madam Chair, thank you. Good afternoon. To you and your committee, to all my colleagues who voted a conscience, thank you. That's all I could appreciate. You know, you've heard all the testimony. You heard the back and forth, and you stood your grounds. I appreciate every one of you for that. It didn't make it this time, but again, to my colleagues and to testifiers, thank you for coming and giving your testimony, putting it on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Javon E. James Sr., you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to say the bill has not died. There's still hope. So let's not make it seem like it's the ending of the wall. All it means is to go back to the drawing board, build some consensus between the testifiers and the same colleagues that you said vote their conscience. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
And thank you, Senator Javon James. I voted not voting for a reason. I suspect that we just need to see how this council works with the bylaws. Give it some time to be able to work out its kinks and to actually be implemented, because it is something different and new for this office. And I like the idea of a council, because to me it seems as though when I hear from veterans, and they call my office a lot, and I actually go out and I meet some of them. Some are disabled veterans, and I go to their homes. They do have some concerns that may not be being addressed, or the Office of the Veterans Affairs is not hearing it. So the value of the council is needed. We have a very small staff in the Office of Veterans Affairs. So the more veterans, and I love veterans, you know, my brother is a veteran, I really do, and I have cousins who are veterans, and I love that they're very, and Senator DeGraff is here, he's a veteran, and so is Senator Maurice James. They are usually on time and precise. And so I like that, I love it about veterans. And so let's just give it some time to see how it implemented, how it works, get the whole structure together, and then we can revisit this piece of legislation, because advisory councils are good. My only concern is I don't want it to be like a board and you're paying anybody any stipend. It has to be advisory and volunteered. And I know veterans, they are exceptionally excellent at volunteering and going the extra mile. Thank you so much. I will allow the testifiers to present a 30-second wrap-up. We will begin with you, former Senator, now Assistant Commissioner of Labor, Mr. Jean Ford. Kindly, you are recognized to present your 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to thank you for the invite for us to testify here on 35-0008 bill. I certainly want to thank Senator DeGraff again for bringing forth such a bill. Of course, as the deliberation went on, we recognize that there is merit to his efforts, and I think that they were done with good intentions. And so it is something, that's what we're all about in terms of discussing. We don't always have to agree, but however, it was a good bill. I want to say that the Virgin Islands Department of Labor, we stand committed in providing the best service we can to all veterans and all of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner. Adjutant General Knox Limbaka, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap-up.
Major General Knox Limbaka, thank you, Madam Chair, and the sponsor of the bill for bringing the bill forward. As we continue to look at how we best help our veterans and deliver the care, it's important for us to allow the agencies that have the responsibility to do so without the additional hurdles to overcome to deliver the services. And so I thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and look forward to continued support by this body and the senators here to continue to develop new ideas to support our veterans, and ones that are sound that we can actually execute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adjutant General. Director Patrick Farrell, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap-up.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to come before the committee today. Bill sponsor, Senator DeGraff, fellow
brother in arms, veteran, we still love you. It's all good. But this, and I love the energy in the room today. I really, really love the energy in the room today. But this time, I think we have listened to what the veterans had to say, not what the Office of Veterans Affairs had to say. This was about the veterans spoke, and the body collectively listened. So thank you on behalf of the veterans of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much, Director Farrell, for those comments. Ms. Hillis Benjamin, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Good afternoon again, Senator. Thank you for allowing the American Legion Patrick Hugh George Post to be present to voice our concerns or recommendations regarding this bill. I want it to be known that the American Legion, at least post 90, we meet the first Saturday of every month, except now for June, we will be meeting on June 3rd, correct? This Saturday. And the door is open to any senator who wishes to address my organization, my members, as to what you're doing on behalf of the veterans. To Senator DeGraff, we will continue to reach out and work with you, and the door remains open because you are a member of Post 90, along as being a veteran. Thank you, Senator, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Benjamin, and especially for putting out that promotion for the American Legion. Well said and well done. Testifiers, we want to thank you for coming before us today, and you are released from testifying before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. We will take a 1 minute. We will proceed with reading the next block into the agenda. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading the next block into the agenda.
Block 4. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0033, an act honoring and commending Mr. Baron Benny Stevens posthumously for his heroism in saving the lives of a mother and her children, and to rename the Bavoni Road, route number 30, specifically from the entrance of the abattoir to the entrance of the Bertha C. Sheltie Middle School, the Ben Buren Benny Stevens Drive. This bill is sponsored by Senators Ray Fonseca and Marvin A. Blyden. The invited testifiers are Mrs. Beverly Stevens Samuel, Mr. Ariel Brathwaite, Ms. Monif G. Stout, and Mr. Robert Chalwell. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of Block 4 of today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The committee will stand in recess for 2 minutes so that we can get the testifiers in Block 4 in the well. The committee stands in recess.
It's the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street and love and bless up everyone. The Rasta man no skip a beat. The Rasta man unique. We now go take defeat. The mission have been complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. What is the empress? She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend. Real empress no bend. Warrior is a warrior anywhere we go. Boy. Burning fire. That's the fire I run the world. Boy.
And we are back on the record. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0033?
I do, Madam Chair.
Senator Fonseca, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and to all my distinguished colleagues and members of the community gathered here today. Blessings. I am humbled but extremely honored to speak in support of Bill number 35-0033, an act which honors and commends a true son of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Benburn Stevens, or Mr. Stevens, as I would have addressed him. Mr. Stevens was born on the island of Tortola in the British Virgin Islands, but he made the USVI his home, where he raised 7 children until his passing on July 30th, 2010. Mr. Stevens came from humble but proud beginnings. As a young man in his 20s, he worked at the old West Indian Company dock, on the coal and cargo boats, then at the Marine barracks. He was subsequently employed at Public Works as a mason. Mr. Stevens, also known as Benny, resided in the Savan community. So yes, I claim Mr. Benny Stevens as a Savanero like myself, and his children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, all of them is Savaneros. His children are Bernard, Ashley, Lorraine, Myron, Carolyn, Colleen, and Beverly, who is here in the well. She will be giving testimony on behalf of her father today. Mr. Stevens subsequently moved his family out to Nada. Their blue and white house still stands on the little hill overlooking the Clinton E-Phipps racetrack. To this day, his wife, Miss Valeria Stevens, she just celebrated her 90th birthday. All the family them came down and thing a big fete. They were married 51 years. That's right, they were a couple for 51 years at the time of his passing. While no man's life should be reduced to one moment or one choice, I can tell you that the moment on December 15th, 1986, when Mr. Stevens decided that saving the lives of Janice Daniels and her young son was worth risking his own life and subsequently saving 6 other lives. With that one choice, that was the moment that distinguished Mr. Stevens in my estimation. That moment, his example of profound heroism and self-sacrifice is why my esteemed colleagues, the Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Angel Bolkis, and yourself, Madam Chair, and I have proposed Bill number 35-0033. This bill would name the stretch of road on Route 30 from the Nada Abattoir to the Bertha Boshelta Middle School in honor of Mr. Benny Stevens. I would like to give praise and blessings to the Steven family who are here today, to Mr. Ariel Brathwaite of Ariel's Corner, Also to Miss Sylvia Thomas, Etlin Joseph, and many other friends present and giving testimony today. Madam Chairwoman and colleagues, I thank you for your favorable consideration of Bill number 35-0033 that is now before this committee today for approval. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Colleagues, we have 4 testifiers in front of me and in front of us, moreover. We will first ask to make sure your mics are operable. We'll start with the gentle lady in orange who sits on my left, on my right, actually, her left. Kindly place your name in the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Beverly Stevens Samuel. I am the daughter of Mr. Ben Buren Stevens.
Thank you and welcome. The gentleman next to her.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Dr. Robert Chalwell Jr. I am the grandson of Mr. Ben Buren Stevens.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monife G. Stout. I'm representing the Thomas Skelton Stout families.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariel Brathwaite, almost the son of Mr. Benny Stevens.
And thank you and welcome. We are going to hear your testimony that have been submitted. We'll start with Dr. Chalwell. Dr. Chalwell, you may proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Appropriations, Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, sponsoring Senators Honorable Fonseca and Blyden, and to all of the honorable members and members of the community gathered here today and in the listening office, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Robert C. Chalwell Jr. Thank you for this opportunity to share a bit with you about the first Superman in my life. Ben Buren Stevens, known to some as Mr. Stevens or Mr. Benny, and to some people, he was respectfully known as Sister Stevens' husband. To me, he was and will always be grandfather. Grandfather was born in Fadox Bay, Tortola on October 28, 1924, as one of a pair of fraternal twins to Nathaniel Stevens and Teresa Stout. Through his parents, he, his twin brother Ashy, and siblings were connected to the Thomas, Skelton, Stout, Maduro, Bruley, Gordon, Penn, Fred, Foy, Letsum, Venzen, Harrigan, Jennings families, and many others. Believe me, I could go on. I share this long list of familiar connections because that is how grandfather taught it to me. He would not mince words, he would not equivocate, and he wouldn't pick and choose. Whether verbally recounting connections to me as we sat and talked or pointing out specific family members' houses as we walked through the streets of St. Thomas, St. John, or East End, Tortola together, he would emphatically say, "These are your relatives." One particularly pointed statement went as follows: "You see the Maduros, Borgers Bay? Every single one of them is your family." I would never miss an opportunity to join him as he visited family, including Dr. Ruthie Thomas, Uncle Ashy, Aunt Lee, Jenny Wheatley, Maxwell Thomas, Mariel Penny Giles, Lillian Stevens, Isaac Stout, and Vanilla Chalwell. Through these cousins, aunts, and uncles, I learned the details of these relations and now pass that knowledge on to others. Upon his untimely passing in 2010, it was from these beloved elders that I learned that as a young man following the termination of his formal education at Fifth Standard, my grandfather traveled to St. Thomas and Tortola for work. As already mentioned, he worked at the West Indian Dock and the coal and cargo boats. From 1941 to 1945, he worked in the Marine Barracks, and from 1946 to 1950, he was employed at Public Works as a mason. Grandfather returned to the BVI to claim his bride. In 1962, he settled his young wife and his 3 oldest children in a modest home in Savannah. His older brother, Bishop Moses Stevens, served as pastor and overseer for the U.S. and U.K. Church of God of Prophecy congregations. He had established himself as an esteemed member of the St. Thomas community, a business owner in Savannah, and someone to turn to for guidance and in times of need. By the time I came into the picture in 1975, grandfather, granny, and their 7 children called Estate Nada home. Beyond commitment to family, or because of his commitment to our family, grandfather also taught me about conservation. In time before municipal water supply, grandfather modeled that you never let a drop of rainwater go to waste. During the rainy seasons, we collected water in 5-gallon bottles, or anything that could hold water. And if our cistern was overflowing, that meant the neighbors were invited to fill their bottles too. He taught me to trust my own hands and use them to nurture, build, and repair. Grandfather had every tool, every kind of shovel, trowel, hammer, plier, grip, level, nails, screw you could ever need. All you'd have to do is keep looking until you found it. Grandfather modeled multicultural, intercultural community engagement skills I use professionally today. As a native English speaker, he learned Spanish and spoke it with his Toma Garcia and Soriano cousins who came home from the Dominican Republic. He spoke it with his Spanish-speaking neighbors, and he spoke it at home, helping his children and grandchildren to feel connected to different languages and cultures. He also taught me humility. I remember as a teenager advocating for one of my cousins from San Pedro de Macorís who felt particularly close to, because in the summer of 1989, that cousin spoke to his boss and got me a job at the Texaco gas station that used to be across from Frenchtown on Veterans Drive. That job afforded me the opportunity to meet the late Mrs. Margaret Creaky, who counted the gas station as one of her many holdings. She would come and sit and talk with me and the other workers at the gas station so comfortably you'd never know that she was the boss's boss. My cousin was trying to get belonging status and BVI straightened out for him, his pregnant wife, and parents. When I asked my grandfather to help them, he humbly said, "Junito, my Spanish is not good enough to handle legal matters." His humble admission inspired me to grow my fluency in Spanish so that today, yo no puedo solo hablar con mi familia quien habla español, sino que yo trabajo con las familias no tiene español o poco español y ayudarlos para conectar o be incluido y escuchados en la educación de sus hijos. Finally, but not by no means exhaustively, my grandfather, Mr. Ben Buren Stevens, husband of Valeria Penn Stevens and father of Ashley, Bernard, Carolyn, Myron, Colleen Beverly, and my mother, Lorraine Stevens, taught me what it means to be a hero. You will hear others talk in more detail about his heroism, but I was there the night he lifted my godmother, Soli, and my godbrothers out of that burning home. Through a bank of louvered windows he had to dislodge and remove using only his bare hands. I was too young to help and was kept from getting too close, but I saw the flames. I smelled the ash and burnt wood for weeks afterwards with the knowledge that my grandfather, with no consideration for his own safety, had risked his life to save the life of others. My grandfather's quiet life of commitment to his family and service to the U.S. and British Virgin Islands committees has been a beacon for me, my siblings Earl Hodge, Dr. Reba Hodge, and Amber Nicole Stevens, and all of my cousins. The light of his example has guided each of us throughout our lives and has afforded each of us in our own ways to be a light for others in the communities we belong to. Thank you to my Aunt Beverly Stevens Samuel, who has worked for almost a decade and a half to make this day a reality. On behalf of my mother, Lorraine Stevens, my grandmother, Valeria Stevens, and the entire family, I thank the Honorable Chairperson and Senators Fonseca and Blyden for this bill, honoring the life of a regular man who was a literal lifesaver and a hero to me and so many others. In voting to approve the naming of this stretch of road from Bertha Bushelta School to Nara, after Ben Buren and Benny Stevens, you allow him to be a beacon of light for generations of Virgin Islanders and visitors for decades to come. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charwell, for painting that riveting picture of your grandfather. We will now receive the testimony from Ms. Beverly Stevens Samuel. Ms. Samuel, you're recognized to read your testimony into the record.
Good afternoon, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Good afternoon to other committee members and non-committee members. Good afternoon to my family and my friends. My name is Beverly Stevens Samuel, and I am the daughter of Mr. Ben Buren Stevens. I would like to start off by thanking Senator Ray Fonseca for putting forth this proposal to name the road between Nara and Bovoni after my dad. I would also like to thank Senator Marvin Blyden, who grew up in the Nara Bovoni area, for also helping to sponsor this bill. As you have read, my dad rescued our neighbor Janice Daniel and 5 of her sons from their burning home back in 1986. Janice is no longer with us, and neither is one of her sons. If solely as we knew her, was alive, I know she would be here today. You might ask, why this road? From birth, I grew up in the Nada Bovoni area. The Bovoni Baptist Church has been our family church home from the time it opened 58 years ago. My mom, Valeria Stevens, is said to be the first convert there, and last month for her 90th birthday, they celebrated her. I attended the Bertha C. Boshelty Junior High School when it opened in 1980. My children and my nieces and nephews attended the Bertha C. Boshelty Junior High School. My great niece now attends the Bertha C. Boshelty Middle School, and my niece Rihanna Thomas now works there. My husband Gervin and I built our home in Bovoni. So you see, Nada and Bovoni are what I know and love, without the noise pollution, of course. My siblings, Ashley, Bernard, Lorraine, Myron, Carolyn, and Colleen, are all extremely happy that you have taken the time to consider this road naming. After my dad rescued the Daniel family from their burning home, he was recognized by former Governor Alexander Farrelly and former President of the United States, President Ronald Reagan. I have been trying for a few years to get this road name in his honor. I would like to read a little bit about my dad, as written by me in his funeral booklet back in August 2010. It says, tribute to my dad. Dad, you was a good father to me and a good grandfather to my 3 children, Destiny, Rachel, and Elijah. I am so happy that you are part of their lives from birth to adulthood. When others had male figures around them they called Pops or Godfather, I had no need because you were a strong father. Carol and I discussed it several times how good a provider you were to us. Dad, you taught me how to thread a needle and hand stitch. You could be found many times at Smokey Fred's tailor shop in Savannah because even though we now lived in Nada, you were a real Savanero. At a young age, even though I did not understand it back then, I knew something big was happening when election time came around. You were a strong Democrat. You marched me straight to the legislature to get my first summer job. One visit home from college to visit my infant daughter, you said, she's going to cry, and I did. As I got older, you seemed to know when I was down, no matter how hard I tried to hide it. On July 12th, I accepted Christ. I did not feel comfortable witnessing to you and praying with you when, in fact, I had not accepted Christ. I made that step, and we would watch the gospel channels together while Mommy was at choir practice. I would tease, no one in the family could sing like you. I would read the scriptures to you and make sure you said your prayers before going to bed. And one evening while in bed, weak, you started making some movement, and I said to myself, where is he going now? You were going on your knees in bed to pray. I had to smile. Dad, I saw you getting weaker, and I held on to the words of Pastor Nelson. We as Christians cannot face death like others that have no hope. Our hope is in God that we will see each other again. I was the last one to spend time at your bedside. I anointed your head with oil and said the 23rd Psalms the day before you died. Today I must reflect on the song by David Ruffin, I Wish It Would Rain. You see, rain or the shower can hide the tears that I shed, but it cannot hide the pain that I am feeling. Dad, I love you then, I love you now, and I will love you forever in my heart, mind, and soul. Your youngest daughter, Beverly. So I may not have my dad's aggressive ways as he did with me when I needed my first summer job. But I do have his strength, I have his will, and his determination, and his love for family and community. I thank God for this opportunity to come before you. With him, all things are possible. I thank you, Senator Joseph, Senator Fonseca, Senator Blyden, and members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I would like to thank my husband and my daughter, Destiny, for hitting the streets with me. I would also like to thank my neighbors and the people in the Nada Bovoni area who signed for this road naming. I gained so much knowledge and heard so many stories about my dad and my family from them. And sincerely, Beverly Stevens Samuel, daughter of Ben Buren Stevens.
Thank you so much, Miss Stephen Samuel, for letting us know the road that you have trod to get this bill here before us. Miss Monifa Stout?
Good
You are
afternoon.
recognized to read your testimony into the record.
Good afternoon, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, as well as sponsoring Senators Fonseca and Blyden on the committee, and listening and viewing public. My name is Monife G. Stout, and I am here representing the Thomas Skelton Stout's Families Organization. The strength of a community or family is found in the commitment of individual members to forge strong intergenerational bonds. Ben Buren Benny Stevens epitomized that commitment in the Thomas Skelton Stout families. His 7 children, Bernard, Ashley, Lorraine, Myron, Carolyn, Colleen, and Beverly, and older grandchildren learned that going anywhere with daddy or grandfather meant greeting many people, most of whom were introduced as family or kissing up cousins, as was commonly known. The commitment also meant regular visits with cousin Ruth E. Thomas at her home, which overlooked UVI and the airport. She was an educator and matriarch of the Thomas Skelton Stout families. Benny's way of strengthening connections from one generation to the next included spending time with extended families spanning the areas of Thomasville, Estate Thomas, Pearson Gardens, Savon, St. John, and regular time on the waterfront playing dominoes. He was driven by a purpose to facilitate the uniting of family members and maintaining family ties. For over 3 decades, the Thomas Skelton Stout Family Reunion, or TSS, has served as a vehicle for reminding the people of the Virgin Islands the depth of connection between one another. The TSS families have established an annual student scholarship program, hosted annual reunions and fellowship, and have maintained vast genealogies that link families including branches of Lettsome, Penn, Rapsat, Gordon, Smith, Frett, Foy, Maduro, Bruley, Stradiron, Gums, Stevens, Crabb, Malone, Garcia, Pickering, Soriano, Flax, Turnbull, Plunkett, Krieger, Benjamin, Hendricks, Smalls, Joseph, Dennis, and Petrus. Of these names and beyond, Cousin Ruth's legacy is sustained today through the leadership of Louise Thomas Lettsome, Edwin Lettsome, Beverly Stevens Samuel, Letitia Penn Rogers, Annette Bertrand, myself, and many others. As a contributor to this legacy, Uncle Benny, Cousin Benny, Steve-O, Mr. Benny, or Mr. Stevens made it his daily business to keep those bonds of community strong within the family and extended to the multitude of chosen family across the U.S. and British Virgin Islands communities. Benny's vigilance for protecting and sustaining family and community is what fueled the arguably superhuman strength displayed that fateful night in 1980 when he single-handedly dislodged a bank of louvered windows from the back bedroom of Janice Daniels' fire-engulfed home at Estate Nada, rescuing her and her 5 sons. Once the family was safe, he coordinated men from the neighborhood to keep the fire weakened and contained until the fire department arrived. The home was destroyed, and Miss Daniels suffered moderate burns and injury as her sons were rescued first. But by the grace of God, no lives were lost. Benny's oldest grandchild, Dr. Robert Charler Jr., shared the story of the dramatic event, stating that the day after the blaze, evidence of what could have been a complete tragedy was found on the west side of the Stevens home, which sustained minor damage, including discolored and peeling paint, the smell of burnt wood, and melted yellow 5-gallon water bottles. Cousin Benny's intervention averted a greater tragedy that could have affected all of the neighboring homes on that hill. Each home was only separated by staircases up from the narrow road where generations of neighborhood children played. The Stevens family home still stands next to the now vacant Daniels family home, which is next to the blue and white house on the little hill up the road from the purple shop. Community heroes are not all the same. So the family and community man who defines Mr. Ben Buren Stephen makes him more than an example of putting community first in action. By naming this stretch of road after Mr. Ben Buren Stevens, it gives future generations someone with whom they can identify as their own, a proud son of the Virgin Islands who prioritized the well-being of his family, his neighbors, and this community before himself. We, the the deep roots and proud branches of the Thomas Skelton Stout families, which extends through the Virgin Islands to Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, the continental United States, and beyond. Thank you, this committee, for honoring one of our great sons.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stout, for that history and connections. And I recognize some familiar names, and I thank you for putting it and placing it on the record. We will now receive the testimony, the written testimony, from Mr. Ariel Brathwaite. Mr. Brathwaite, you may proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Good afternoon, Senator Carl Joseph of Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, Consumer Protection, and other committee members. A special good afternoon to Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Marvin Blyden, rest of the senators, family and friends who are here in support of Mr. Benny Stevens. Special kind of man. He was like a father to me. He was my mentor, father figure. A man to his family, wife and children. I admire Mr. Benny Stevens for those qualities. Ladies and gentlemen, again, my name is Ariel Brathwaite from Ariel's Corner. I am here on behalf of Mr. Benny Stevens, who was like a father to me. He was a lover of these islands, a lover of his people, especially those in the community in which he lived. He had twice the loving for horse racing. Mr. Benny Stevens was an early riser. When I go to the track 5:30, 6 o'clock, he is always up. If you don't see him, you can hear him. Good morning to the early risers like himself. Yeah. Good morning. Or you could see him with his little bag in his hand, picking up paper, bottles, can, debris on the side of the road. Mr. Benny Stevens. One morning, as I was going to the track, I looked at Mr. Benny Stevens' house and I saw his neighbor, his next door neighbor, house burned to the ground. I quickly swung around my car and went on that street. There he were, in the road, looking at the burn site. I went a little closer. I said, "Good morning, Mr. Stevens. What went on here?" He said, "Boy, God blessed me with a big nose and a sense of smell. Last night, the sense of smoke wake me up, and it take me right next door to Miss Daniel. House on fire. Couldn't get in, they couldn't get out. I went to a window that was partly open. I hold those louvers and pull them apart as if a wrecker was pulling a car. I happened to get inside and was able to rescue Miss Daniel and her 5 little boys. Thank God I was able to get them from that bonfire. That's the type of person Mr. Stevens was. The type of person Mr. Stevens was make it easy for his daughter, Beverly Stevens Samuel, and her husband, Govin Alexander Samuel, better known as Sam the Man, to get the signatures needed for this road naming. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stevens was a special kind of person. I always say, if we had a few more Mr. Stevens in these islands, we will have a whole different place to live. Yeah, special kind of man. For all those that didn't have a chance to know Mr. Stephen as personal or as well as I did, they will have a chance to know him by name. There is no other person that I could think about that are more deserving of this prestigious honor and road naming than Mr. Benny Stevens. Ladies and gentlemen, if I had a chance to place Mr. Benny Stevens anywhere, I will place him right beside the rest of my Virgin Islands icons, and there is many. That's the type of person I know Mr. Stevens to be. Everything he have taught me came out to be fruitful. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take more of your time. I want to thank you all for listening and putting up with my long and lengthy speech. God bless you all going forward. Please have a beautiful day. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Mr. Brathwaite, for your really riveting speech as well and remarks to highlight your relationship with Mr. Ben Buren Stevens. Colleagues, we will move forward with one round of 3 minutes to ask questions of the testifiers before us. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers here before us today who really eloquently gave us some insights into the character of the man, Mr. Benny Stevens. And I didn't know him clearly as well as you did, but I was definitely appreciative of the insights you provided here today. By all accounts, he seemed to have been a very incredible human being. And of course, to Janice Daniels and her children, he was literally a lifesaver to them. You know, I always say anytime we have opportunities like this, it is important for Virgin Islanders to honor, recognize, and commend those individuals who, Virgin Islanders who came before us, who made significant contributions to this community, who selflessly gave of themselves. And clearly, without question, Mr. Benny Stevens is definitely worthy of this honor here today. And anytime I drive, at least once the bill is passed, and I have no doubt that it will be unanimously passed. Now, anytime we drive from the entrance of the abattoir to the entrance of BCB Middle School, we'll not only see the sign, but we'll be able to reminisce and reflect on who this road was named after. So I want to commend my colleagues for having the wisdom and foresight, for coming forward with this initiative, and at the appropriate time, I do plan to vote in the affirmative, and I have no doubt that this will be unanimously passed by this body. But I at least have to ask one question, and I'm going to ask you to share with us something or some insights on Benny Stevens that people who know him casually would not know. Some inside thing about Mr. Stevens that most people
30 seconds.
may not have been aware of.
If I may, Madam Chair, in the few seconds that we have.
Say your name.
Dr. Chalwell, Dr. Robert Chalwell.
Can proceed.
Thank you. When I came home from school in 2000, I was a bit nervous about telling my grandfather that I'd gotten a bachelor's degree in music. And I heartached and headached. And then when I told him, he said, well, Robbie, every family need one of everything. And at that time, I did have my bachelor's in music. I did go on to ultimately get a PhD in political science. But my grandfather, by being willing to accept where I was at that time, allowed me the courage to go even further.
Thank you very much for that. Congratulations to the family.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Bradwitt. Good afternoon, Ms. Stout, Dr. Chalwell, and Ms. Stephen Samuel. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for your testimonies. You know, I must say, it brings back memories, and you learn a lot, because I did not know that Benny Stephen and his lovely wife moved from Savannah to Nada like my parents. I guess that's why they were so close and knew each other. I didn't know that. I just learned that today. You learn something new every day. But his grandson, Dr. Chalwell, spoke to him as, saw him as Superman. But it has been stated here today also, based on the testimonies, he was a dedicated father, a family man, a hard worker, a business owner, and of course, your hero. I remember growing up in them spaces, running in and out of many of those homes. And Miss Danielle, Janice Danielle and her sons, I remember them clearly as you were speaking, and memories come back to me. I remember seeing the home after it was burned. It's still there sitting, you know, just as the foundation. But nonetheless, it is fitting to have that sign erect in that area because, as Beverly stated in her testimony, the Nada, Bavoni, not only Nada, Bavoni, Freedom Hoy, Nada Hill, that whole area, we were a big old family. You know, we all knew each other. We frequented many of our neighbors' homes. It was never a problem. And we always supported each other in that whole area. So I must say that he deserved this honor. But let me ask you a question, Miss Samuel. I never knew he was a horseman also. So in terms of sports, what other sport did he enjoy that you know of?
Beverly Stephen Samuel, he definitely enjoyed watching baseball. And back then, we only had like one TV in the house. So when baseball season came around, that's all that you can do is watch baseball. So he was definitely a baseball
30
watcher.
seconds.
Okay, thank you for that. And Dr. Chalwell, in respect to him teaching you many different life lessons, in your opinion, what was the most valuable lesson or thing that he taught you growing up as a young boy?
I think, Dr. Robert Chalwell, I think the most important thing he taught me is that you never walk in alone. And on one hand, that's to strengthen you, but it's also to remind you that you're always representing other people.
Okay, very well. In closing, Madam Chair, if I may, I have one more question for Mr.
You may proceed,
Bradwitt.
Senator, with your wrap-up.
Thank you. And Mr. Bradwitt, as you stated, he was like a father to you, a father figure. What is the most valuable lesson that he taught you or you learned from him in seeing the way he moved, the way he operated with his family, his friends, his neighborhood? What was the most valuable lesson, in your opinion, that you saw in him and learned from him and that you continue to carry forth in your life?
Area Bradway. Well, I've learned so much from Mr. Stephen. Teach me character, love, respect. It wasn't too much people like this gentleman. Like I said before, if we had more Mr. Stevens in these islands, there would be a whole different place for us to live. Mr. Stephen was just a special kind of person, that's why I say. When it comes to special, special is a word that I use to describe something or someone one of a kind, like a sunset, the moon. Mr. Stevens was just a special kind of guy.
Okay.
I love him.
Okay, very well.
I know so much about the guy. He teach me so much.
Okay.
I love him.
Okay, very
That's
well.
all.
It's good to see his grandkids here also. So thank you again, Madam Chair, for the leniency, and thank you for those precious moments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Only 3 minutes to talk about this great man. You know, I do apologize for not being here when everything was being read, but I was in the building long enough to hear my colleague talking about being a Savanero. Man, anything for Savan. I second the motion. Now, before I anything, any more family members in the back there? Madam Chair, could we just have them just step up to be identified?
Well, we can always...
You just to stand up or show the camera back if you don't mind.
We can have the media to just do a view of our chambers here, so we can
just do
see
a pan.
A span of the chambers so that we can see the individuals who are actually here in support of this resolution.
Okay, great. And just raise your hand, family members. Hey, thank you for being here, man. A great Savannah. I just wanted to make sure you guys are recognized. Cause when he mentioned, my colleague mentioned about Savaneros and stuff, I ain't no governor or Savanero though, but yeah, he from Nara. But you can hang with us. But it just make me proud to see. And then the grandson step up to read so eloquent about your grandfather. Priceless. And the children and all the family here smiling from time I walking, I smiling. I mean, I was wondering all the blows I was taking in the bill before, and I back there smile. I tell me I was smiling, but I realized the pride. You know, I'm not in this committee, but I just made sure I had to come back to give you guys the kudos and what your father and grandfather did is priceless. I mean, I spent many years of police trying my best to save people, and for him to just think and did it, that's a rare person to make up your mind. Hey, between my life and theirs and save theirs. And so trust me, are you blessed for the end of all time? So to my freshman colleague, job well done. You know, I had a conversation with him about bringing a powerful bill. This is one. Because if it left up to me, I would name all of St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix over Virgin Islanders. Simple as that to me. You know, I get rid of all the colonial name. Bovoni, who was Bovoni? We're going to give it a name now, Mr. Stevens Road.
30 seconds.
Okay, so again, I be proud of it. And if the bill don't have it for a perma plaque, make sure we got to put that in the bill so you can have a perma plaque ceremony and have a big do out of this. It ain't going to be just about we put up sign and nobody ever hear about it again. Let's plan parade and all kind of thing. Come say, it's your family. We could laugh about it, but it's high time for us to believe in us. That's why you're up here testifying. So again, thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Congratulations. When that time comes that you're able to vote on it, I stand support 100%. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Now, Madam Clerk, please place 3 minutes on the time for me. I may go over a little bit. I, of course, grew up in Bovoni. I always say it. That's where I grew up, Bovoni housing community, the public housing side. I lived there for a little bit of my, how should I say, half of my life I spent in Bovoni housing community. I lived there until 2000, the turn of this century. And I didn't have the pleasure of meeting or knowing Mr. Stevens, and I used to just stay in the community mostly. But it is very much appreciated that this gentleman was a hero. I wonder, because I'm seeing and reading the testimonies that have been provided, and knowing that he really placed himself in the way of harm to rescue this family from the burning flames of this fire. He placed himself using his hands manually to tear off those louvers, to get that family out of that home. I remember another family who is a relative, a distant relative of mine, they didn't have a Stephen, and they were consumed by the flames. So I wanted to inquire, Miss Stephen Samuel, I know you probably were younger. Were you there when your father risked his life to save this family?
Beverly Stephen Samuel? No, I was not. I was away at college.
Okay. And so it must be what was told about his family, his wife, because I'm sure she was there when he went over and risked himself to do this for a neighbor.
Well, what I heard is, he went and he pulled the louvers out. Janice was inside of the home. She was, taking the kids. She was giving the kids to him while he was outside, and she got burnt. And the rest is history. If you pass there now, you'll just see the cistern. You wouldn't see any structure or anything as far as where they actually live, the bedroom, the living room, the kitchen, all of that is gone.
Sometimes we look at our neighbors and we say our neighbors are nosy. Okay? There's a difference between a nosy neighbor and one who carry news and gossip. Your father acted as he should, being his brother's keeper, and he didn't care for his life. He went out there as a hero does, as a man does, when he see a family at risk, and was perhaps willing to even sacrifice himself to help his neighbor. That's neighborly love. It is true what you said, Mr. Brathwaite. We need more human beings here in this community.
30 seconds.
Who are willing to do that, who are willing to go that extra miles, because we all know what is going to be our end. We all are going to pass. But to know that this family, this young family, which was, I presume, headed by a female household, needed help. He threw himself right at it to try his very best and succeeded in rescuing this entire family, and that should be commended. I believe I've signed on to the piece of legislation. I grew up, I know where the area that is going to be named. My only regret, and it's my regret, and it has nothing to do with the bill, is that we didn't have at least a picture of him so that we could see the man who we are naming this street after. It is very important, because that holds us in memory sometimes to see who this person is. Maybe he may have been someone who we came across in just conversations, but I really want to commend the bill sponsor for bringing this to light. And most importantly, I want to commend Ms. Beverly Stephen Samuel for not letting it die and keeping that, no pun intended, that fire burning to assure that your father is recognized for his level of heroism that he exhibited here in the Virgin Islands. And he was a part of our community. So I really don't have any further questions, but I really want to just say thank you, and I commend the bill sponsor. Senator Javon James Jr. Senior, I'm sorry. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the Virgin Islands. Greetings, testifiers, everyone in the well, in the chambers. Thank you for coming out in support of Bill number 35-0033. Unfortunately, I'm very young. I do not know the individual, but by listening to the stories and the comments of my colleagues and the testifiers, I stand in full support of this measure. I really hope and pray that we all get to experience the ribbon cutting ceremony or the overall ceremony for the naming of the road, and I look forward to the perma-plaque ceremony. And as far as the appropriation of the funds, I see that there's $8,000 in there. So kudos to the sponsor of the measure. And once again, to the family, friends, supporters, and everyone who came to support Bill number 35-0033. Thank you once again. And I look forward to voting affirmative. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James Sr. Senator Ray Fonseca, sponsor of the legislation. You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and also thank you to all my colleagues. Ariel Brathwaite from Ariel's Corner. You're full of big chat and you can defend that. Yes, yes, yes. I grew up, I'm a born Savanero, but I grew up in Bovoni. So I remember the Bovoni Baptist Church, Pastor Hendrington. The whole family were there in Pastor Hendrington Church. And Benny was a real sharp dresser. And it's so interesting, they were married 51 years, and the daughter, Beverly, her husband, right here, Mr. Govin Samuel, is a real sharp dresser too. As a matter of fact, he got his one cologne, I think his name Adventus or something like that. Mr. You could smell him a mile away. Beverly, make sure you watch him when he got a perfume on,
I don't know the name.
I'd like to put on the record here because this is very serious and important, because while this happened in December 15th, 1986, there is a letter here dated February 12th, 1987 from the White House in Washington, D.C., and it's signed by President Ronald Reagan. And the letter is read, "Dear Mr. Stevens, word has reached me of your heroism in rescuing Janice Daniel and her 5 children from their burning house. Your deed demonstrated the finest qualities a human being can possess: selfishness and a willingness to assume risks for the sake of others. By reaching out to help your fellow men in time of need, you have proved that a caring and concerned individual can truly make all the difference. Your example reflects great credit on your family and your community, and I am pleased to tell you of my pride in you as well." Madam Chair, can I be allowed to finish?
You may proceed.
Yes. Nancy Reagan joins me in sending you our best wishes for every future happiness. God bless you. Sincerely, Ronald Reagan, President of the United States. Congratulations. You guys are my family. The Stout, the Thomas, all of we Savanero, that's all my family. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to honor your father for his tremendous act of heroism. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that bill number 35-0033 be voted on by this committee, and if carried, be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. So moved.
You kindly restate your motion, Senator Fonseca.
Yes. Sorry, Madam Chair. The emotions got to me. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0033, an act honoring and commending Mr. Benny Stevens posthumously for his heroism in saving the lives of a mother and her children, and to rename the Bavoni Road Route number 30, specifically from the entrance of the abattoir to the entrance of the Bertha C. Bushelter Middle School, the Ben Burn Stephen Drives, be voted on by this committee, and if carried, be voted on favorably by this committee, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. So moved.
Second.
Hold one moment. Legal counsel? He said 50. Okay, so we were just having a discussion with the motion. Okay, so the motion has been properly moved by Senator Fonseca. It's been seconded by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, who is joining us virtually. Did we have any? And Potter. Roll call on bill number 35-0033.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7.
One moment.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, kindly record Senator Alma Francis Heiliger vote as yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas and 1 absent.
And thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0033, an act honoring and commending Mr. Benny Stephen posthumously for his heroism in saving the lives of a mother and her children, and to rename the Bavoni Road Route number 30, specifically from the entrance of the abattoir to the entrance of the Bertha C. Bushelter Middle School, the Benny Stevens Drive, has been voted upon favorably in the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Thank you so much for that, colleague. We will now allow the testifiers to present a 30-second wrap-up. We will begin with you, Ms. Beverly Stevens Samuel.
Good afternoon. My name once again is Beverly Stevens Samuel. I'm so excited I'm leaving before it's over. But as far as getting a picture or having a picture of my father, I do have a picture of him when he was presented with a plaque by Governor Farrelly. So I will forward that to you tomorrow. And I'm just happy. I'm overwhelmed right now. And just thank you. Thank you, everyone. Senator Fonseca, Senator Blyden, the other committee members, my husband, my children, my nephew who missed his flight today, but it's all good. It's all good. And thank you, my cousin Monife, and thank you, Ariel, for testifying. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you so much, Ms. Stephen Samuel. Dr. Robert Chalwell, you are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the sponsoring senators, Senator Fonseca, Senator Blyden, and then all of the additional senators who signed on, Madam Chair. And thank you to the senators who have unanimously voted on approving this bill. I lived in Bavoni Project for a couple of years, Building B. Yes, 85 and then 86. And so we might have crossed paths. I want to extend gratitude on behalf of my mother, Lorraine Stevens, the eldest daughter of Ben Buren and Valeria Stevens, and of course on behalf of my grandmother, who's 90 and couldn't be with us here today. The question you asked earlier about how she felt that night, I will tell you, she felt very proud. My grandmother is a talker, but when she's proud, she doesn't say anything. She said, Benny just went and he pulled out the windows, and that was it. She did not go on and on and on. She was just very proud. And I'm very grateful to be in this house today. As a political scientist, I was very honored to be here and see how we do things up close and personal. And I am grateful for the leadership that was shown here today and the honoring of my grandfather. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chalwell. Ms. Monife Stout, you are recognized for your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator Joseph and all the other supporting senators and those who have sponsored the bill. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Thomas Skelton Stout's families, we thank you wholeheartedly for pushing this effort forward. This is exactly what this organization is about, really bringing our family together and recognizing the things that we do in this community and have been doing for years and will continue to do. We ask all family members actually who are listening at this time to remember that July 9th is the picnic and to bring your support for our dues. We have a scholarship for all members of the Thomas Skelton Stout family's graduates who graduate every year. We give them a scholarship, and so we ask for your continued support. And this is really a time of celebration for all of us, and we are grateful that we are actually here to represent in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stout. Finally, we have Mr. Ariel Brathwaite. Mr. Brathwaite, you are recognized to place on the record your 30 seconds closing remarks.
Yes, Ariel Brathwaite. I am overwhelmed with joy and happiness just to know that Mr. Benny Stephen, a man that deserved this and more, that you all have voted for this road naming. I can't say no more. He's a very special kind of guy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, testifiers, and thank you, Mr. Brathwaite. You are released, testifiers, from your testimony and presentation before the committee. We really want to thank you for being here this afternoon and for staying with us. It's a long day. This is how this committee works. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 1 minute. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record our final block on the agenda for today's meeting.
Block 5. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor Day. This bill is sponsored by Senators Angel L. Bolkes Jr. and Marvin A. Blyden. The invited testifiers are the Honorable Sean M. Malone, former senator, the Honorable Myron Jackson, former senator, the Honorable Vargrave Richards, former lieutenant governor, and the Honorable Stedman Hodge, former senator and state chair of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this ends the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 35-0075?
I do, Madam Chair.
Kindly, you are recognized, Senator Bolkes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Madam Chair, the political characteristics and identity of the United States Virgin Islands takes place in a framework of a presidential representative democratic dependency, whereas the governor of the Virgin Islands is the head of the territory's government and affairs. Our residents are U.S. citizens, but the territory has no electoral votes to cast for the president and the vice president of the United States. Nor is our delegate a binding voting member of Congress, meaning that they cannot vote during business of committee as the whole, in Congress, or in the final passage of legislation. The Virgin Islands has held 5 constitutional conventions, 2 locally authorized and 3 authorized by public law. The journey towards status is an important one that we should never veer away from statehood to free association or independence, whether you're a foreign-born, long-life resident of the Virgin Islands or an ancestral descendant. We must continue to fight for our rights and our national identity for self-determination and a level of autonomy in our political, national, and constitutional maturity. Our governor and lieutenant governors are the highest elected political officers, and the responsibility vested in their work that they are required to perform is demanding and often scrutinized and misunderstood. Madam Chair and colleagues, there have only ever been 5 black people, all men, who have served as elected governors in the 50 United States of America in history. Here in the Virgin Islands, we have had 8 elected governors of African descent and 1 of Latin American descent, and we should celebrate that our governors have always been one of the very few to represent the minority in power in the United States of America. As we continue to shape our political, national, and constitutional maturity, we as a people should always welcome the opportunity to honor and strengthen our Virgin Islands history by creating a sense of pride and hope for our people. And as it were, let us honor and celebrate the highest elected officers, past, present, and yet to come, for their work, sacrifice, selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, leadership, and responsibility to the people of this territory. Madam Chair and colleagues, I humbly ask for your support on Bill number 35-0075. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolkes. We have a number of testifiers, one joining us remotely, but we will read their testimony into the record, and that is former Senator and former President, the Honorable Sean Michael Malone, and joining us in the chambers here is former Senator and former President, the Honorable Myron Jackson. We want to say welcome. Senator Jackson, you can proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kindly recognize the mic of Senator Jackson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, the Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and Honorable Senators of the Committee and in attendance. My name is Myron D. Jackson, retired Senator and former Senate President of this august body. Thank you for the invitation to testify on Bill 350075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bolkis, Jr. This year, on July 3rd, the territory will observe and commemorate the 175th anniversary of emancipation of our enslaved African ancestors in the former Danish West Indies, now today known as the Virgin Islands of the United States. The Emancipation Proclamation issued by Governor General Peter Van Schulten that day in 1848 was the result of the unification and the call for action of our ancestors to free themselves from the tyranny of enslavement and the inhumane conditions and injustices suffered and endured under the institution of slavery under the colonial rule of the Kingdom of Denmark. The subsequent years, decades, and a century is well documented of our continued struggle for liberty, equality, and self-determination. Today, we reap those told and untold sagas that permit us to sit in these seats, in this place, and in this time to determine our faith, our aspirations, and our future under the banner and motto of our emblem, united in pride and hope. As a child growing up in the Virgin Islands, U.S., you became acquainted with the names of communities, institutions, landmarks, and sacred places. Our educational facilities were then named for U.S. presidents: Washington School, Jefferson School, Monroe School, Madison School, and Lincoln School. In our legislative history and archives, you should find the evolution and the legislative history of the renaming of the above referenced schools to renowned Virgin Islands educators and contributing citizens. Alamala Elementary School, Jarvis Annex, Joseph Sibley Elementary School, J. Antonio Jarvis School, and Edith Williams Elementary School. Did this bold and conscious movement change the culture and psyche of us as a people? Was there a greater sense of pride and identity fostered by these legislative mandates? Today, as you traverse the streets, roadways, byways, and highways of the territory, you witness road signs of noted community, civic, and cultural leaders of the Virgin Islands enacted by law by this august body. Bill 350075 before the committee today would make some pause. How dare you consider the third Monday in February that celebrates the federal holiday, President's Day,
as Virgin Islands Governor's Day. The same can be said of the federal holiday, Columbus Day. This was also codified in the Virgin Islands Code as Virgin Islands Puerto Rico Friendship Day. The point I'm trying to illustrate in my remarks is why not? This year marks the 106th anniversary of the sale and transfer of the former Danish West Indies to the United States. It took our agitation and advocacy in the territory and in the House of Congress to grant Virgin Islanders 10 years after the transfer, U.S. citizenship. For over a century, we have demonstrated our allegiance. We committed our young men and petitioned Congress to serve and fight in conflicts and in time of wars. Our annual petitions at political party and legislative conventions and in the Hall of Congress for the right to vote as full American citizens for president in the territories is denied, and we remain second-class citizens in an incorporated status of colony. Our very own delegate to Congress and others from U.S. territories don't have the right to vote, or do have the right to vote in committees, and the right to vote, and not the right to vote on the floor. What does President Day mean to American citizens in U.S. territories? A right denied. In our struggles for self-governance, we fought for the right to elect our own governors, an achievement that should not be forgotten and should be celebrated. August body, I stand in support of Bill 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day, and I encourage you to vote favorably for the bill in this committee and advance it to the full body for adoption. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify on this historic and impactful legislation.
Thank you, Senator Myron Jackson, for your presentation. At this time, we will have read into the record the testimony submitted by former Senator and Senate President, the Honorable Sean Michael Malone. Madam Clerk.
Good day, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and to those viewing and listening. I am Sean Michael Malone, a retired member of the Virgin Islands Legislature and primary sponsor and primary co-sponsor on several acts that have heightened and celebrated our self-awareness as Virgin Islands. Among those measures is Quilby as our official music, Quadrille as our official dance, and March as Virgin Islands History Month, and the creation of the Division of Cultural Education within our Virgin Islands Department of Education. Each of these legislative proposals, which are now acts that are being enacted and observed on a regular basis, sought not only to educate our population, but the significance they represent in our development as people and territory. But they were also proposed primarily to instill and nurture a strong sense of national pride that will serve as a necessary foundation for our continued social, political, and economic development. Today, I am pleased to support yet another legislative initiative like that. In my humble opinion, will add to our collective responsibility in building more self-awareness, Virgin Islands pride, and most importantly, a legacy for future and unborn generations of Virgin Islanders. Bill number 35-0075, sponsored by Senator Angel Bocas, to name the third Monday in February Governor's Day, will be a constant and important reminder to all inhabitants of the Virgin Islands of who our appointed and elected governors, their contribution to the political, social, and economic development of the Virgin Islands, and has an added benefit, inspire current and future generations to consider this honorable and noble call to service, perhaps with more preparation and dedication. It will also help us to better understand the directions these men have taken and serve as a guide to avoid and/or build upon their contributions in how we prepare for the future. The fact that this bill proposes to establish Governor's Day during the same day our nation observes President's Day without any significant additional cost, just the expectation of the luncheon each sitting governor shall conduct in its observance, making this gesture in strengthening Virgin Islands' pride, identity, and awareness worthwhile and should be supported. How many Virgin Islanders today can recite and share knowledge of the names and contributions of past governors? I think we all know the answer to that question. Therefore, I recommend that the proposed bill be amended to add another section directing our joint boards of education to develop curricula in our Virgin Islands history genre to ensure that our students learn about our past and current chief executives. Additionally, besides the pictorial history of our governors seen by the Government House in both districts, the bill should also include provision for publication of all appointed and elected governors that should be written and compiled by the University of the Virgin Islands, and that such publication be available to in both print and electronic formats in all libraries throughout the territory. As a people, we must get into the habit of documenting our history and ensuring the proliferation throughout our society. It is my strong belief that in each sitting legislature, measures like this, celebrating our people, culture and history, should be a part of the legislative agenda and recorded as much as necessary. As we become even more diverse as a society, it is more the reason for us to document and celebrate those people, things, and events that laid the foundation of who and what we are today. As we can all see, when we fail to do these things, we lose our sense of purpose and direction, simply because we did not. And I shall go out on a limb to say, fail to treat our past on many levels and areas with reverence. The proof is in the pudding, in terms of our inability to adopt a constitution, select an appropriate political status, and be the drivers of our economy, just to name a few. Therefore, while some may tend to regard measures like this as a feel-good or insignificant, I would highly suggest to those persons to rethink their perspective and to see how these proposals and similar ones are critical in the foundations for societies to thrive collectively. And in our case here, in the Virgin Islands, one nation building legislative proposal at a time. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before all of you today. I am prepared to respond to any questions you may have based on my testimony.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have another written testimony that was submitted by former Senator Stedman Hodge Jr., now State Chair. Can you kindly read that testimony also into the record?
Good day, Honorable Chairwoman Carla J. Joseph, Honorable Javon E. James Sr., Vice Chair members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, and listening and viewing audiences. I am Stedman Hodge Jr., State Chair of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands. I would like to thank the Honorable Angel L. Volkes for his request of me to provide testimony on Bill number 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor Day. There are many that may question why have a Governor's Day. Do we need to recognize our governors? The answer to these questions is that we should have a Governor's Day. Now it's my responsibility to provide justification as to why. On August 23rd, 1968, the Virgin Islands Elective Governor Act was passed in the 90th United States Congress, which provides for Governor of the Virgin Islands to be elected. Prior to this, the Governor of the United States Virgin Islands was appointed. In order for the events of August 23rd, 1968 to happen, it took very keen and experienced political strategists of the Virgin Islands to make it all take shape. It started with hearings before the Subcommittee on Territorial and Insular Affairs on the island of St. Croix on June 17, 1967. St. Thomas on June 19, 1967. Yes, hearings were held in the territory during a period when those with a very keen and experienced political strategies were making things take shape for a better Virgin Islands led by Democrats. The Virgin Islands needed to elect its own governor, and this would require negotiating for things that would benefit the territory without compromising our own integrity. It was a time when the legislature of the Virgin Islands created the election system of the Virgin Islands in 1963, having a Civil Rights Act of 1964 that benefited minorities nationally. The legislature of the Virgin Islands created the election system of the Virgin Islands in 1963, and President Lyndon B. Johnson playing a prominent role in the legal advancement of civil rights for Black as president from 1963 to 1969. If timing was everything, this was it. It was the time for us as Caribbean people to negotiate our future, to negotiate self-governance, and to negotiate self-determination. This is what every governor has represented since August 23rd, 1963. The Virgin Islands galvanized for a common cause, which was to not have another governor appointed by the president or Congress. These are the days long gone when Virgin Islanders stood together for a greater good and the territory, and set aside our differences. Congressional hearings were held on St. Croix and St. Thomas, and testimony provided in person and via telegram in Congress. Those that stood tall and strategized to elect the governor of the Virgin Islands included Earl B. Otley, president of the legislature of the Virgin Islands; Ralph M. Paiwanski, governor of the Virgin Islands; Frank Peterson, Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands; Vern Plaskett, Vice Chair; Genevieve Thurland, National Committee woman; and to only share the following names in essence of time: Dorothy Esco, Milton Fretz, Clarence Heiliger, Lewis Hoffman, Owen Lands, Lou Muckle, Horace Carwood, and Ralph D. Schubert. The efforts of these Virgin Islanders and political strategies to create the election system of the Virgin Islands, which is why the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands has created many of the greatest leaders to have served in public office. They believed in Democratic Party and lived by it, political principle. By having the ability to vote and elect a governor by the people of the Virgin Islands is a true self-governance and self-determination that is based on our own inalienable rights. Today, we are still governed by the Organic Act, and without our own constitution outside of the laws and policies created by the august body that we call the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. A vote in the affirmative to support Bill number 35-0075 is a vote to support those Virgin Islanders that use political strategy at their best to elect governor of the Virgin Islands. Those Virgin Islanders that stood up are who we honor when the vote is cast. The Virgin Islands are those Virgin Islanders are those who made where we sit today possible, including where every governor of the Virgin Islands sits now. Therefore, I humbly ask that favorable consideration be made by the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection to support Bill number 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know you've been reading a lot today. We have one final testimony to be read into the record, and that is from former Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Vargrave A. Richards. Kindly proceed with reading that letter into the record, Madam Clerk.
A letter dated March 30th, 2023, to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Legislative Secretary, Chair, Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Dear Honorable Senator Joseph, first, let me thank you for the invitation to testify on behalf of the above referenced bill. Unfortunately, a conflict of timing will preclude me from testifying in person. Nonetheless, I ask that you read my letter into the record as I lend my support to Bill number 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day, as proposed by Senators Angel L. Bolkes Jr. and Marvin A. Blyden. As we seek to build more comprehensive data and archival system in the Virgin Islands, it is indeed fitting that every element of our government is captured for perpetuity. It not only becomes a repository for vital information and the preservation of our history of leadership at the highest level from the inception of the territory, but it also allows students, scholars, researchers, practitioners, and other individuals who are students of history, politics, leadership, and public policy to find dedicated source of information and artifacts in the official form of an archive to receive and study and gain knowledge of those precise facts. The Virgin Island has a rich and unique history of leadership at its governor's level. As society evolves, the ability to have information for whatever purpose at our disposal is evidence of growth. We must preserve our government records, especially at the office of the governor. In doing so, we must also place attention to the management of the governor's archive system. Pay particular attention to its care and maintenance and sustainability through the state-of-art documents and artifacts preservation technologies. The bill outlines a brief public history of each governor since the appointment of Rear Admiral Harrison Oliver to our present governor. However, I would recommend that the information curated and minded for the proposed archive to be detailed, its scope and breadth to include a discussion and documentation of laws, regulations, and other public documents associated with each governor's tenure. Senators, I applaud your efforts to institutionalize the office of the governor through the dedication of an archival system. I encourage you to ensure that it is of highest quality, designed and built by knowledgeable experts who will build each governor's repository with rigor and integrity and high ethical standards. It is my earnest desire to also see our entire government system follow suit. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of this bill. Sincerely, Vargrave A. Richards, former Senate President, 23rd Legislature, former Lieutenant Governor of the Turnbull and Richards administration. Madam Chair, this ends the readings for today.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I know you are going to take a big drink of water for reading all of those testimonies into the record today. I really want to thank you for that. And also thank the testifiers for submitting their testimony. We do have former Senator Sean Michael Malone on the joining us via Teams, and we could pull him up. And if we have questions that we need to ask him, he is readily available to answer any questions. Colleagues, we will begin this round of questioning by recognizing Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and greetings to all my colleagues. Pleasant good afternoon to the listening audience. I want to say a special welcome to our colleague, Senator Francis. I noticed that she was just on St. Croix, and Francis Heiliger, yes, sorry. And she diligently flew from St. Croix to St. Thomas, and the first thing she does is come and appears for the testimony. And, you know, I'm amazed at all of the dedication that all of the senators are given to their jobs and being elected, and the seriousness. And it just shows that there's a commitment by the members of this 35th legislature to do the people's work, and it's so blessing. You know, you learn something new every day. And just last week, we had here before us Miss Anna Francis Wallace. She was before us here giving testimony. And, you know, I learned last week that in 1503, Spain brought the first set of Africans to the Caribbean. That was 520 years ago. You know, I learned that in 1691, the first reported slave conspiracy was recorded on St. Thomas. That was 332 years ago. You know, I learned also that 191 years ago, in 1832, Edward Wilmot Blyden was born in St. Thomas. You know, it's always great to see positive growth in your community, and Governor's Day to be designated on the third Monday in February is another step in the right direction. So I have to congratulate my colleague from St. John and all the other senators for bringing this forward. And I'm in full support of Bill number 35-0075. But I wanted to take the couple seconds left to remind our Virginals and encourage the Virginals that, you know, we control our destiny in this community. And right now, we have to understand that business is also important. Right now, we control the politics, but we have to also recognize that controlling the business and the economy is very important. So I want to continue to encourage our young Virgin Islanders, especially the millenniums and those born after them, that we must always remember that to continue to dominate our community, we must always be business-minded so that we can control our community. Because you know, to own a home in the Virgin Islands is not so easy. You have to take the time and effort. Right now, there's a lot of programs. I'm encouraging our Virgin Islanders to take advantage of these programs so that you can become a homeowner. And of course, at the appropriate time, I will definitely vote in support of this bill, because recognizing our governors, you know, the history of the Virgin Islands is, Madam Chair, if I can be allowed to finish up.
Yes, kindly wrap up.
Yes, the history of the Virgin Islands is we didn't elect our governors. We were bought in 1917. It wasn't until I think 1972. So please continue, and thank you very much. I'm in full support of this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca, for your comments on this bill. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Once again, colleagues, good afternoon, and special good afternoon to our testifiers. Senator Myron Jackson is here before us. I'm seeing you a little more often. That's a good thing, Senator. Welcome. I appreciate your comments here today, your testimony. I rise in support of Bill number 35-0075. I think it really provides us with an opportunity to honor and highlight our own by recognizing chief executives who were elected by eligible Virgin Islanders to serve our territory. Recognizing governors on an annual basis, it doesn't mean that you are somehow whitewashing history and trying to create the impression that everything these fallible men, it's all men who have served so far, it doesn't mean that everything that they did was fallible. I mean, it was perfect, because they are fallible human beings. But it allows us to reflect on the period of time that they served and the issues of the day and the difficulties and challenges that they were up against that today in 2023 we may not be mindful of. And it makes you pause and wonder, why would they have done this? Or why would they have done that? But history really allows us to put things in context. So I tend to support initiatives such as this. And, history just isn't a collection of days and dates and events. It really provides us with an opportunity to just reflect on our accomplishments, our achievements, what we did right, what we did wrong, and how we can shape our future in a much more positive and constructive manner. So I support this initiative. I just wanted to ask Senator Jackson, because I paused somewhat when I heard that the date would be tied to President's Day. And I understand the rationale of cost, from a cost perspective, maybe not having a separate day. But I think that we are worthy of a standalone day where it's not, and President's Day, don't get me wrong, Madam Chair, if I may continue, may wrap up.
You may wrap up, Senator Potter.
But it gives us an opportunity to have this reflection stand on its own, as opposed to being merged and coordinated with President's Day. And I just wanted to ask Senator Jackson what are his thoughts about the pros and cons of celebrating Governor's Day with President's Day.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. I really don't see a problem with it. In the Virgin Islands today, President's Day is a regular day off for most Virgin Islanders. There's really no great reflection of presidents of the United States outside of the federal recognition of it. And that's why in my testimony I made reference to Columbus Day. Decades ago, Virgin Islanders decided to use the day, of course, with some historical links. Spain, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, migration, immigration, Creole culture that emerged from Puerto Ricans coming to the territory, to the U.S. Virgin Islands, and likewise the relationships, so much so that we have a term, Cruiser Rican. So I think it makes the day more relevant to our existence, to our history, something that we can relate to and be proud of, and likewise encourage our young people to take an interest in the political history of the place to which they live. Because in teaching courses, I could put up photographs of recent governors, and you see a blank face by not only adults and children, and that shouldn't be. So this is recent history. We're not talking about a history that's 100 years ago. We're talking about recent. 1972 is not that long ago. And every child should be able to identify every elected governor from 1972 to present by photographic memory. And that is lacking. So I don't see a problem with the Senator.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Jackson. Thank you for your generosity, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I'll offer an amendment on behalf of my colleague, Senator Samuel Carrion, which addresses the issue of the Commissioner of Education providing for the reproduction and dissemination of information on the Virgin Islands governors to all public, private, and parochial schools in the territory. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I don't know about that. Amen. Thank you so much, Senator Potter. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Number 9 on the list today, so I thought I had some time.
Yeah, that's because all of the other senators are not present.
Okay.
So
well,
you were moved up. So appreciate being moved up.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. I don't support this bill. I am not in support of it. And I understand the premise of what we're attempting to do in regards to educating our children or the people of the territory as it relates to governors. But maybe if we vested more time into VI history, there would be no need for pieces of legislation like this. Maybe if we took more time into guaranteeing that our children learned about our governors within the confines of the classroom, we would not have need for legislation such as this. One of the things in the piece of legislation speaks to a luncheon. Who is going to be attending the luncheon? I know it's not the thousands upon thousands of children in our territory. It's going to more than likely be dignitaries, politicians, and everyone that wants to go and praise and give accolades to themselves. When I ran for office and I realized what I was getting into, the one thing that stuck out to me was the word public servant. And as a servant, I'm constantly questioning, why are we constantly creating laws to praise ourselves? I don't understand that aspect of it. Because when I hear Governor's Day, and I question myself, I literally Googled all over the place to see if there was any Governor's Day any place else on the continental United States. Now, if my colleague who is the orator of the bill could share with me, and I am not one to follow anyone, but I thought it would have been nice to see if other states are separating days to praise their governors or acknowledge the governors. You know, and I'm going to wonder at what point do we stop? Because then we're going to have a Senator's Day. And then we're going to have a Commissioner's Day. When does it get to the point that we are just appreciated by the people for being the very public servants that we were elected to be, instead of creating these days, yet again, to praise people that offered themselves to the public to be servants? So I understand about President's Day, something that was done years ago. And my colleague, the former senator here, said it correctly. Nobody don't pay attention to President's Day. And the same with that type of mentality has dwindled over the years. Why are we now creating one? Why are we creating one? You know, and sometimes I think there's nothing wrong with us doing things, but I always think that sometimes things are appropriate and sometimes things are inappropriate at specific times. I'm going to be honest. I personally think that this bill should have been held right now, because we are in a situation here where our community is scared. Some of them are frightened. I'm getting phone calls inundated. Because as a Virgin Islands, we are now wrapped up in one of the biggest messes that has ever come to our shores. And unfortunately, 2 of our governors are involved in it. So when you have our own constituents that we're representing, I am questioning, are we even connecting to the pulse of what is really going on in our community? When you have people don't know what's happening, we are on CBS, CNBC. My God, we made it to 60 minutes. And are we the legislature that's going to sit here and stick our head in the sand and say we're not understanding the conversation that is happening right now in this community? The people do not understand what is happening. Some of them are upset. Some of them are frightened. Some of them are trying to understand the very elements of this specific court case that is coming out that seems to be spewing so much information a lot of us knew nothing about. Now, I'm going to say alleged because the case is still ongoing. But the fact of the matter remains, if you look at it from the perspective of the people, they're concerned. But somehow, we are taking a moment to say, let us celebrate. And a lot of them called my office questioning, well, why did you pick this moment to bring this? I'm not saying maybe in a couple of months, maybe something else happens, but at this moment, it's a problem because they're looking at us to represent them. So they're feeling like, wait a minute, we here having all these meltdowns, we having so much concerns, but y'all coming before me, the people, to say, like, we're going to make another day to go celebrate. And we don't know what's happening. I am all for education. I am all for sharing history. I am all for the people understanding who we are. In this document, we have several different people from Paiwanski. We have Caucasian, Hispanic. We've had Black. We've had a rainbow of, yes, my time is up? Oh. Well,
it has been up, Senator.
I did not hear, but I was caught up.
Yes.
All I would like to say is...
So if you could just be kind to wrap up.
I would wrap up at this moment to say, I am 100% in support of us educating our children about the governors of the Virgin Islands, and we need to fight more for it to be incorporated into the educational system. But what I am not in support of is we as public servants yet creating another day to celebrate ourselves as public servants. So thank you very much for the additional time, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator. That was a very long speech, and timekeeper. We just needed to make sure, as I know you have a long date, let's just try to keep it to the time. Please put 3 minutes on the clock for myself, and I'll keep it within that time frame. I just want to say that I really appreciate the sponsors' effort to bring forward a legislation to honor our public servants who have served in the second branch of government and the executive branch of government. I think we have some critical matters that we have to look at far as self-determination and in the Virgin Islands. I want to ask Senator Myron Jackson, because some comments were made relative to this legislation and also relevant to maybe we're being the first, but I recall that this legislative body was the first to honor others within our nation, even though we don't have the right to vote. And do you see this legislation as posing some type of conflict with our relationship with the United States, knowing that it's going to be on the same day as President's Day? It's going to be President's Day and now Virgin Islands Governor's Day?
Conflict. It is a federal holiday, and federal law stands. We're not wiping President's Day off of the holiday calendar. We did not wipe away Columbus Day off of the calendar. We made it relevant to our existence. The discussion that is being had in this chamber is healthy for various reasons. But I think we also have to recognize that our existence is hinged on a reality of a political relationship with our federal government that continues to deny U.S. citizens in territories not to be fully integrated into the political system of the United States, where in neighboring islands, Caribbean brothers and sisters that are linked to their island nations of the Dutch and the French participate in general elections in France and in Holland. So the reality of it is that, yes, you have to leave the territory, change your residency, and you may vote for President of the United States, for example, but you shall not in the U.S. territories. I believe it brings relevance to our struggles as a people who may have still been receiving governors to this territory by the President of the United States if we didn't have the foresight, the will, and the vision that enough is enough. We should have the right to elect our governors. The profile of governors, however good, however bad, will be the reality of life. Every president of the United States wasn't up good and upstanding. You have a President's Day. So in that regards, the relevance to a territory that moved, and you know the discussion about the Organic Act and that it's colonial, and the reference that we as Virgin Islanders have changed the language of the Organic Act to be more progressive to our existence and our reality, even though there still needs to be change. There still needs to be progress. There's still the struggle for self-determination in its various aspects and manner to which we should move forward in the near future, which this legislative body has provided for a sixth constitutional convention to deal with a constitution for this territory, and likewise the hopes and aspirations that we would move towards a status referendum in the very near future as well.
Thank you so much, Senator Jackson. Senator Bolkes, we'll now hear from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, former Senate President Myron Jackson and former Senate President Malone on the virtual end. One could easily argue that presidents, they should be canceled because of former impeached or the current indicted president as well, or former president, sorry. And we must remain focused on empowering our people, our history, and our future as a nation, even though we call ourselves a territory. We have to shape our political and our national and our constitutional maturity and continue to champion for the fundamental rights and freedoms of human beings. Now, you might want to wonder why I said that. We have come a long way, as has been said in the testimonies that you have heard, of the individuals that have served, publicly served. Yes, we serve in this capacity as well. However, we're talking about our highest elected officers, the governor and lieutenant governor of this territory, which are equivalent of our president, if one could say that. Our representative in all territorial affairs. And we must continue a holistic effort in cementing that history for generations to come. We should also be open to the opportunity to strengthen our Virgin Islands' hope and pride as a people. I understand some of the things that my colleague mentioned. However, this is bigger than that. It is much more far, wide, and expanding. It is not just that. We are creating an opportunity to help cement our history here in the Virgin Islands. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of groundwork to do. This is just a pebble in the pond when it comes to supporting and honoring our highest elected official here in this territory. There have only been 5 elected black governors in U.S. history. United States of America history. And here in the Virgin Islands, we have elected 8 governors of African descent and 1 of Latin American descent. We should celebrate and be proud and honor the work that they are scrutinized for many times and the things that have had to be done for the collective territory of these Virgin Islands. It is without a doubt that I will say I'm not a member of this committee. However, having the opportunity for us as a people to mark this etch in our history, to honor and commend those individuals, is a very important step. And I ask you humbly for your support on this measure. Now, Senate President Malone, are you still on the line?
Yep, I'm right here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here with us today.
Welcome, yes.
I'd like to get some of your input concerning how you feel about what is being proposed here today. I know you mentioned some of it in your testimony, but do you see anything inappropriate in honoring our highest elected officials, our governor and lieutenant governors of these Virgin Islands?
No, I do not. Good afternoon, everyone. And to the honorable senators in the chamber, Senator Bolkes and chairperson of the committee, Carla Joseph, my former colleague and good friend, Senator Myron Jackson. So pleased to have you there. No, that's just no, and for obvious reasons. Because the things that Senator Jackson pointed out were very appropriate in laying the historical context for doing things like this, regardless, even if there's a war going on. We should never lose focus on continuing nation building, and it shouldn't wait because there's a scandal brewing in a lawsuit, to be very, very clear and frank. And that's a big distraction. A big distraction to focus on our bad side and not to focus on what we really are about. It's unfortunate, but it doesn't mean that we can't continue to propose measures that will build us as a community, as a people, which you all know is critical at every moment in our very fragile and young history. So it's easy to get into that weed, but let's stay focused on the positive and keep on inspiring each other through these acts.
Well said.
To continue building ourselves as a people. I can't even understate it anymore. And I kind of said, briefly in my comments that I'm a student of political status. My first internship was in political status, and it just behooved me that we could never adopt one, can't get a constitution passed. I've been the sponsor of the 5th Constitutional Convention legislation, which failed, because I really believe the underlying problem is that we have failed to develop a strong identity as a people. Despite the multicultural, racial, religious makeup of the Virgin Islands, there's so much beautiful things that we are about, that we could focus on to build us as a homogeneous society on other levels besides of our color or religion or race or culture, or where we come from. And that should really, as a small community, be an example to show we can unite, to be an example to the rest of the nation that we can get major things done. And it just freaks me out to this day that we can't do what's really more important for us. We do carnival very well. We do lots of other things, lots of energy and zest and passion. When it comes to political development, I think it's lacking because of things like this that were not taught. I shouldn't have to be sitting here at a hearing in 2023 supporting legislation to ask people to understand who were those men, unfortunately not women, but men, that came before us that have shaped the lives that I inherited, the lives that I had in my community. I didn't even learn them in school. I mean, a number of things we could talk about here today that are absent in our curriculum in school. I like what Senator Francis had to say. She's right. It was to focus on VI history, and we've tried over the years. Brian has done it, a number of us. Why can't it be something strong and more passionate? We really love ourselves enough to learn about ourselves. So if it takes something like this to kind of have remind us to keep putting us back on track, I'm all for it. And the fact that the legislation is going to, I like to say how Senator Jackson put overshadow prejudice here, because we didn't even study that, to be honest. Then we could then really take this and help former Senator Governor Richards move on to his testimony. I think it was even for the state chair of the Democratic Party, focus on educational aspects. The amendment that Senator Carrion is going to bring is, to me, is the meat that will really make a difference in having a day designated as Governor's Day. That we really learn about these men that has impacted our lives, whether we knew it or not. That we can understand our past, and you all hear us in the Bob Marley reggae music, so that we can understand the present to know where we're going in the future. So regardless of what's going on in the community around us, bad or good, we should never, never stop focusing on these things. And this is, like many have said, an opportunity for us to continue nation building with things like this, to keep ourselves aware of who we are, where we came from, so it will better help us understand where we're going. This is why it's so important. It's much bigger, as you said, Senator Volquez, than just naming the day Governor's Day. There's some amendments that need to be proposed to strengthen this legislation. I hope they're supported along the lines of archive, documentation, and history. And this is why I see the importance of this at this time, regardless of what is taking place around the territory.
Okay. Thank you, former Senate President Malone. I appreciate your words. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolkes. We will give point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to the discussion that I am very much supportive of the language, and I'm going to repeat, I believe it needs to be part of our curriculum so our children in the territory learn about their VI history. But I also want to make note, since there is a continued narrative about the race of the individuals of the governors, in this legislature, we have an all-black legislature. That is something that is completely different in the entire United States. But I don't see us deciding we're going to create a Senator's Day because we're all black. And I'm very much concerned that we need to stop creating these days where we're celebrating ourselves instead of utilizing the information to educate the people of this territory.
Thank you.
We need VI history in schools.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. VI history is in the schools. It is how it's being taught, the pedagogy, and how the students are being instructed. We definitely have made tremendous strides in getting VI history, but this bill in particular speaks about recognizing our governors, since we were able to elect governors and they were not appointed by the United States to govern us as a people. I see the legislation as definitely legislation to assist us and to help build us up and not to pull us down and the like. So I am really hoping that we can really move forward and really recognize our governors. One bad apple, alleged bad apple, can't spoil this bunch. We are resilient people. Okay, and we've had some governors who've had to make some major changes here in the Virgin Islands and stood tall, shoulder to shoulder, and fight for our rights as a people. And so they should be appreciated. Colleagues, if there are no more questions, I see, are there any more questions? We do, I believe I'm going to entertain, before that, I'm going to ask the testifiers so we can make quick work. I'm going to ask the testifiers to please present a 30-second wrap-up. We'll start with former President Sean Michael Malone, if you're there. And
yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good afternoon again. Just wanted to simply thank the chairperson, Carla Joseph. Thank you. And Senator Bolkes. Bolkes, excuse me, for the opportunity to share comments about this proposal, this legislative proposal that will seek to honor and recognize the contributions of governors, elected governors in the Virgin Islands, and serve as an inspiration to hopefully current and future generations to do some good work and volunteer and to support initiatives to serve the public like this. And I also wanted to thank the Senator for inviting the very, very good testifiers to add to the discussion. And the members on the committee, it's nice to hear that it's good to have an opposing view. So it gives, as was mentioned by Senator Jackson, a healthy discussion about proposals so we understand in context the entirety of the ups and downs sides of such a proposal. And I really am thankful for the opportunity to participate in this historic hearing.
Thank you so much. Former Senator Sean Michael Malone for those closing remarks, very pointed. Senator Myron Jackson, you are recognized for your 30-second closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to thank the bill sponsor for the invitation and for the committee's engagement in this legislation. A comment was made about nation building, and we continue this tradition. And this legislation I do see as part of that nation building and one of identity, and that our struggles, our history, and our existence as a people here in this territory requires us to have due diligence. And if we don't do it, then who? So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this evening and to participate in the process of nation building. Thank you.
Thank you so much, former Senator Myron Jackson. I know you've been here with us past the time designated, and we really appreciate your dedication to this. I understand clearly what we are doing. This is part of our nation building as far as self-determination. Do I hear a motion?
Amendment.
Before you make your amendment, Senator Carrion, I would like to thank all of the testifiers for being here, and you are released from testifying before the Committee on Government Operation and Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection. Thank you so much. Amendment, Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer amendment number 35-297 to Bill number 35-0075 that reads as follows. Bill number 35-0075, Section 1. Internal Section 200M is amended by designating the existing language as subsection A and adding subsection B, C, and D to read as follows. B, the Commissioner of Education shall provide for the reproduction and dissemination of information on the Virgin Islands governors to all public, private, and parochial schools in the territory. C, the Commissioner of Education shall develop appropriate programs and ceremonies for the celebration of Virgin Islands Governor's Day in all public schools and throughout the Virgin Islands. D, the Commissioner of Education shall host public ceremonies and programs recognizing and honoring all present and past Virgin Islands governors throughout the territory and on WTJX Channel 12, the public television station of the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Is there a second? The motion fails due to a lack of a second. The amendment fails due to a lack of a second. I didn't hear him. You heard him? No, I didn't hear you. Do I hear a motion on the bill? Do I hear a motion on bill number 35-0075?
I don't have the bill.
Senator Potter, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day, be favorably voted upon by the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bill number 35-0075 0075 has been properly moved by Senator Milton E. Potter and seconded by Senator Samuel Carrion. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on bill number 35-0075.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
No.
Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Oh, maybe he was waiting for me to move it, but...
Senator Javon E. James Sr., absent. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 3 yeas, 1 nay, and 3 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0075, an act to designate the third Monday in February as Virgin Islands Governor's Day, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. Senator Boquez, you are recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I would like to thank you all for this discussion today and for supporting the bill to move forward to Rules and Judiciary. We have taken a small step in nation building identity with this bill. And I know that there's still a lot of reservations by some colleagues, but I assure you it will be for a benefit for the people of the Virgin Islands in the long run. And we don't want to misconstrue the efforts of the men and hopefully in the future women that will serve as governors moving forward, because the work that they do in representing the people of the Virgin Islands is a tireless job that deserves honor and respect, just like every other public servant in this territory. Madam Chair, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Boquez. The time is really late, but Senator Francis Heiliger, kindly be brief. You are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleagues for a wonderful day here today, but I just want to add for the record that governors are paid in order to be public servants. So granted, the work is tireless, they actually receive a salary. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and be reminded that presidents are also paid, and they're very highly paid, and we have a holiday that's celebrating our presidents. Colleagues, I really want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for being here, especially members of the committee. I would like to thank our hardworking central staff for staying here with us past the 6 o'clock. We started minutes after, a few minutes to 10. And I also want to thank my staff, my hardworking staff, for your diligence and for being here to organize today's meeting. I definitely appreciate all of you. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Wednesday, May 31st, 2023 is hereby adjourned.